Chapter 300. Shirtai's hands exerted strength as he slowly pulled out the high-grade spirit weapon, the Dragon Spear, that was nailing him to the ground. Every time the Dragon Spear was pulled out an inch, Shirtai's body would have to endure tremendous pain. The spear connected with the array on the ground and fused into one, turning into the shackles of the lion. These shackles were embedded into his flesh, and every attempt to remove them would cause Shirtai's own flesh to be mangled. Shirtai's expression did not change in the slightest as he used all his strength to pull out the spear. However, just as Sima Chui had said, this was too slow. After breaking free, although Shirtai still had the strength to fight again, Xuefei, Yinglongtu, and the others could not wait any longer. Beneath the lone peak, Sima Chui's strength grew stronger and stronger, even beginning to penetrate through the golden hurricane, striking toward Xuefei and Yinglongtu at the top of the mountain. Streaks of black dragon-like energy fiercely pounced towards the Tian talisman and Xuefei on the mountain top. The difference in their cultivation bases was too great. Even though Sima Chui was heavily injured, he was still not someone he could withstand. Xuefei was well aware of this, but he showed no fear on his face as he resolutely shielded Yinglongtu behind him. The only thing that worried Xuefei was that the mountain under his feet was shaking, and the Tian talisman was in danger. With the heaven, earth and human tripartite laws hard to establish, he would be unable to wrest back control over the clear Qi Grand Formation from Xian Dongping's hands. In the outside world, powerful enemies like the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall were about to pounce over. Broad Creed Mountain was in danger. Yinglongtu asked blankly, "Senior apprentice brother, where's master?" Before he finished speaking, a majestic lion roar sounded in the distance. At the foot of the mountain, Sima Chui looked back in shock, his gaze piercing through space to land on that desert. Shirtai, who had been nailed to the ground by the Dragon Spear, gripped the shaft of the Dragon Spear with his right hand and raised his left high up. Shirtai's left hand clenched into a fist. Resplendent light condensed and illuminated the surroundings. In the next instant, Shirtai's left fist stirred up a destructive power and smashed into the shaft of the Dragon Spear. With a sound like muffled thunder, the high-grade spirit artifact, the Dragon Spear, was forcefully broken by Shirtai. The Dragon Spear was broken, and the purple chains and black tornadoes around it were no longer able to bind Shirtai's body. But at this moment, the berserk power also exploded and shook Shirtai. Shirtai remained silent, his body rising upwards. Creak, creak, an ear-piercing sound of friction came from the broken spear shaft and his body once again, causing one's heart to tremble. Sima Chui looked at Shirtai in disbelief. "You're crazy. This way, you're dead for sure." With Shirtai as the center, the wind blew across the surrounding desert. Amidst the billowing dust, Shirtai stood up once again. It was like a statue of a deity that would never fall. Even if it was broken, even if it was crooked, it would still stand tall in the end. Grasping the shaft of the Dragon Spear, Shirtai glared fiercely at Sima Chui. The upper half of the shaft of the Dragon Spear transformed into a bolt of black lightning, shooting wildly towards Sima Chui. Sima Chui wanted to dodge, but discovered that even as he wrestled with the Tian character and the Golden Tornado, he was also sucked in by the Tian character and the Golden Tornado. Unable to move, Sima Chui's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He could only extend a hand in front of him to block the incoming black light. Boom! An astonishing brilliance erupted from the black light. It was as hard as diamond and as resplendent as a shooting star. Sima Chui's arm was directly shattered, followed by his body. Shattering, shattering, shattering again, mightily exploding. The last of the three late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters, the Scaly Dragon King, Sima Chui, was slain on the spot by the Iron Lion King Shirtai. Losing Sima Chui's restraint, the Golden Tornado mightily regained its normal form, its power unleashed to the maximum. The Tian character completely merged with the spirit patterns in the air above the lone peak, countless formless streams of Qi extending outwards, merging with Broad Creed Mountain's clear Qi Grand Formation. Of the three positions of heaven, earth and human, the final heaven position was finally established. Seeing that the Tian character had finally been completely established, Xuefei had no time to think as he dashed down the mountain towards Shirtai, Yinglongtu following closely behind him. In the distant desert, on the great earth, a figure stood erect, resembling a modeled statue. The statue's entire body was riddled with cracks, riddled with scars, mottled and dilapidated, as though it had experienced innumerable storms. However, it still stood there with an unyielding aura, resembling a pillar that held up the heavens. A sorrowful look appeared on Xuefei's face as he knelt before this figure, silent and speechless. Shirtai opened his eyes, raising his head with difficulty to look towards the sky. Streak after streak of light shot behind him in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. Shirtai wanted to swivel his head to look in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain, but he was already unable to do so. However, a few scenes still surfaced before his eyes, scenes that existed in the depths of his memories, engraved into his soul, bringing him along through the long passage of time. His parents had died early, and he had struggled to live on. One day, a middle-aged man had appeared before him, smiling as he asked if he was willing to learn martial arts from him. That was his master, who was currently in secluded cultivation at Broad Creed Mountain's back mountain, similarly doing his utmost for Broad Creed Mountain, Yuan Jingfeng. At that time, his master had been in the prime of his life, not appearing old at all, just like him before. As the scenes changed, he had been focused on his martial arts. His master had brought a child back to the mountain, just like how he had brought him back that year. That child was still young, but his gaze was calm, mature like an adult's. That was his second junior apprentice brother Fong Zhuan, who was currently suppressing the devilish domain grand formation at the back mountain, preventing the 9 underworlds from descending into this world. After that, his master had continuously brought back some children, all of them becoming his junior apprentice brothers. Sometimes, he would even have to pass on his skills on behalf of his master. Amongst them, there was a little girl, the daughter of a senior apprentice uncle who had been pampered to the point of being lawless and out of control, causing even his master to have a headache over her afterwards. Only when he had a stern expression on his face would the girl be afraid, sticking out her tongue, timidly quieting down. That was junior apprentice Sister Fu. Finally, when he had already come of age, his name having spread far and wide, his master, who had already appeared old, had brought back a youth, saying that this was his junior apprentice brother, his final disciple. At a young age, he had already shown off his abilities, a youth who was full of vigor and ambition. That was Yen Di, who was currently in a life and death battle with Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping within the Clear Qi Grand Formation. Other than that, there were also many of his fellow disciples, some still around, some already no longer around. While the elderly had passed away, new youths had entered the clan. Like his beloved disciples Xuefei and Yinglongtu before him. Similarly, the future of Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, Xikong Qing and the others, the scenes changed unceasingly, finally coming to a halt. His wife had been injured during her pregnancy, persevering in giving birth to his child, but not long after, she had passed away. The only thing that made him feel gratified was that his child had grown up day by day, from a lively boy to an intelligent youth, finally growing into a tall youth, becoming the pride of his life. Afterwards, his son had also married and had children. Before that, he had never thought that there would also be a time when he would play with his grandson, enjoying the happiness of a family, the happiest time of his life. His daughter-in-law Yuzhen carried her grandson Shijun, snuggling up to Shi Songtao's side, the family of 3 smiling as they looked over. Little Shijun extended his chubby little hands towards him. The scenes within Shirtai's mind finally came to a halt here. In the distance, on the lone mountain where the heaven character was, a golden hurricane gathered the spiritual qi of the surrounding area, connecting with the clear qi grand formation. Within the air, numerous spirit patterns lit up, the clear qi grand formation shaking once more. This meant that his position had already been established. The 3 intersected, the clear qi grand formation changing once more. Shirtai smiled slightly, slowly closing his eyes. Chapter 301. Within the city where the human character was, Yan Zhaoge stood on the rune, his eyes closed. Within the darkness of space, within the white light formation, 2 specks of golden light already flickered together with Yan Zhaoge's current position. Only the light that represented the heavenly seat had yet to light up. Yan Zhaoge waited patiently, but now, his heart suddenly jolted. Opening his eyes, Yan Zhaoge lowered his head, seeing that on the back of his left hand, the devilish mark that had originally been about to completely dissipate had suddenly grown much heavier. Eldest apprentice uncle. Yan Zhaoge's heart thumped. The devilish mark growing heavier was not because of the 9 underworlds, but because something had happened to Shirtai, who had sealed the 9 underworlds together with him. Now, Yan Zhaoge felt the clear qi grand formation circulate mightily. Within his consciousness, within the white light formation, a third speck of light finally lit up. The heavenly seat had finally been established. Heaven, earth and human returned to their positions, working together on the clear qi grand formation. The clear qi grand formation shook intensely. With the sky above Broad Creed Mountain as their center, a great amount of spirit patterns flickered and lit up, extending and expanding unceasingly in all directions. The heavens and the earth seemed to turn illusory once more, resembling a painting as it distorted violently. Yan Zhaoge forcibly suppressed the worry in his heart, his palms coming together before abruptly separating, one upwards and one downwards, striking out simultaneously. One palm towards the heavens, one towards the earth, with Yan Zhaoge as the crux, the spiritual qi flow of the clear qi grand formation abruptly changed directions. Still battling with Yan Di in the foreign dimension above Broad Creed Mountain, Xian Dongping immediately felt that something was wrong. Within his eyes and the palms of his hands, a total of 4 runes shattered at the same time. However hard Xian Dongping tried, the control over the clear qi grand formation had left him at this moment. Within the city, Yan Zhaoge let out a long roar, his palms coming together once more after having been separated. Beneath the effects of the heaven, earth and human runes, the clear qi grand formation within the sky instantly grew calm, returning to normal. Yan Zhaoge immediately reinforced the power of the clear qi grand formation where the heaven character was, but was unable to succeed. In order to gather the power of the formation and control it, one either had to be proficient in the art of formations or have a high enough cultivation. Neither Xue Fei nor Ing Longtu fulfilled this condition. Where the heaven character was, only Shirtai could bear it. But now, he was unable to increase the power of the array. Yan Zhaoge pressed his lips tightly together. Something really happened to eldest apprentice uncle. Who was shocked when he heard this? Young master, you mean elder Shi? Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes, not speaking. His clasped palms separated once more, one hand clenching into a fist, the other extending his index finger, tapping towards his left pupil. Within his left eye, profound and complicated spirit patterns instantly surfaced, coming together to form a clear qi grand formation that seemed to have been shrunk countless times. Clenching his fist tightly, Yan Zhaoge punched forward, his fist intent surging. The clear qi grand formation within his eyes instantly transformed into light, completely entering the depths of his eyes. Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes once more. After standing silently for a moment, he opened them again, a dazzling white light erupting from his left eye. Within the white light, 3 golden specks of light shone brilliantly. Rise! Grabbing Hu, Yan Zhaoge strode forward. Within the sky, the spirit patterns of the clear qi grand formation lit up, resembling a great Tao that connected to the heavens, guiding Yan Zhaoge as he flew, his speed completely not inferior to peak martial grandmaster experts. Yan Zhaoge traversed the spirit patterns, resembling traversing space as he speedily streaked across the horizon, hurrying towards the lone peak where the heaven character was located. A mountain peak that towered into the clouds appeared within his field of vision. As his gaze swept over it, Yan Zhaoge discovered that in the distance, a vast desert had suddenly appeared on the great earth. In the center of the desert, there was a figure standing upright. As Yan Zhaoge brought Hu along, he saw Su Fei and Ing Longtu both kneeling before that figure that resembled a bronze statue. Looking at that figure, Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes, raising his head, unable to speak. That resolute and unyielding, strict and impartial first seat of Broad Creed Mountain's disciplinary hall. The Iron Lion King who had no desire for power and authority and was brave enough to take the lead. That taciturn eldest apprentice uncle who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. For Broad Creed Mountain, he had battled to the very last moment, spilling his last drop of blood, leaving everyone behind. Let us quickly return to reinforce the clan. Su Fei stood up, the eyes of that resolute man reddening as his trembling voice gradually grew steady. The clear Qi Grand Formation has finally been wrested back, but we still cannot relax. We must completely defeat the incoming enemy. Saying thus, Su Fei's gaze dimmed a little, a pity that master cannot personally see this scene. Yan Zhaoge opened his eyes. He can. He swiveled his head to look at Su Fei. Where is the shadow shrinking pouch that eldest apprentice uncle obtained from senior apprentice brother Shi Songtao? Su Fei's gaze lit up, keeping Shi Tai's belongings as he took out the shadow shrinking pouch. After opening it, there were 3 transparent ice coffins within, 2 of which contained the bodies of Ing Yuzhen and Shijun. Yan Zhaoge received the empty ice coffin from Su Fei's hands, opening its lid. Su Fei lifted Shi Tai's body that was on the verge of shattering, placing it within the ice coffin. Yan Zhaoge closed the coffin's lid, pursing his lips tightly as he looked at Shi Tai's corpse within the transparent ice coffin. Looking at his young master, Ahu could only feel as though he was facing a volcano that might erupt at any moment. Yan Zhaoge raised his hand, shrugging as he placed the ice coffin on his shoulder. Let's return to Broad Creed Mountain. Yan Zhaoge said quietly. He punched forward, a spirit pattern descending from the clear Qi Grand Formation, resembling a path. Carrying the ice coffin, Yan Zhaoge strode forward. The trio followed behind him, heading towards Broad Creed Mountain. At this moment, the great battle on Broad Creed Mountain had still yet to end, the 2 sides still locked in a fierce battle. The clear Qi Grand Formation had changed once more, causing everyone to be a little confused as they appeared hesitant. But not long after, radiance flickered in the distant sky as a path extended from the horizon all the way to Broad Creed Mountain. Gazing over, a person strode forward, carrying a transparent ice coffin on his shoulder as he walked towards Broad Creed Mountain. The person carrying the coffin was the most outstanding genius of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation. Yan Zhaoge. Within the ice coffin lay a person peacefully. The Iron Lion King, Shi Tai. The spirit patterns of the clear Qi Grand Formation flickered, a mournful wail seemingly resounding between the heavens and the earth. Now, a person on Broad Creed Mountain roared furiously, Shi Tai. Yan Zhaoge. It was Elder Lu who had previously schemed to direct the power of the Devilish Domain Grand Formation in the Sand region to the South Heaven region, allowing the 9 underworlds to descend. With the heaven ceiling gorge broken, he and Elder Wang had escaped together. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and Shi Tai at this moment, it was like seeing enemies, their eyes blazing with hatred. Shi Tai, you're dead. Good death. Looking at the ice coffin, Elder Lu laughed loudly. Carrying the ice coffin on his right shoulder, Yan Zhaoge raised his head towards the sky. Eldest apprentice uncle, look at us. Saying thus, he chopped out with his left palm. A boom resounded as the clear Qi Grand Formation above his head circulated, its power merging with Yan Zhaoge's heavenly Broad Creed palm, transforming into a massive heaven-obscuring hand which descended. Elder Lu blocked with his palm, little thief. All his struggles were futile as the flying spirit talisman shattered, the sea of flames swept up by the Tushita palm instantly extinguished. Elder Lu was directly slammed into the ground by the heavenly Broad Creed palm of the clear Qi Grand Formation. Not even his corpse remained. Yan Zhaoge gazed at all the demons and monsters of Broad Creed Mountain, his gaze like fire. All of you, become the paving of my eldest apprentice uncle's coffin. Chapter 302. Yan Zhaoge carried the ice coffin on his shoulder, advancing forward. Above his head, the clear Qi Grand Formation circulated mightily, descending a boundless, mighty force which bolstered Yan Zhaoge's body. Yan Zhaoge brought his fingers together, forming a saber with his palm as he chopped forward. As the radiance flickered, numerous spirit talismans gathered to form a massive talisman formation, resembling a miniature clear Qi Grand Formation. The grand array became a blade edge, sweeping forward, chopping large numbers of decimating abyss martial artists at the waist. A crack appeared in the foreign space above, and a terrifying torrent of destruction poured out from within. Raising his head to look towards the horizon, Yan Zhaoge raised his left hand, spreading his fingers, his palm facing the air above Broad Creed Mountain's peak. The next moment, Yan Zhaoge clenched his fingers into a fist. Accompanied by his action of clenching his fist, the clear Qi Grand formation in the sky rumbled as it circulated, numerous spirit patterns transforming into a mist of light, traversing through the horizon. Haze of light interweaved, forming a net, continuously covering that foreign space. The radiance gradually faded, but the foreign space also stabilized once more. The space that had been violently distorting and shaking gradually calmed down, becoming transparent and formless once more, making it difficult for others to detect. Yan Zhaoge lowered his head once more, looking coldly at the decimating abyss martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain. He raised his left hand and smashed it down heavily. As the clear Qi Grand formation in the air circulated, rays of white light descended one after another, streaking across the sky like lightning, yet also like heavenly punishment. One decimating abyss martial practitioner after another, under the terrifying and peerless bombardment of the clear Qi Grand formation, died without a place to be buried. Yan Zhaoge did not cease in his footsteps as he carried the ice coffin along with Su Fei and Ing Longtu, treading on the great path paved with spirit patterns as they arrived before the clan. The group of people supported the spirit and went to the main peak, Heaven Rising Peak. As Yan Zhaoge's palm descended, another 2 insulation martial grandmasters were smashed into smithereens. Placing the ice coffin containing Shirtai's corpse on the ground of the mountain peak, Yan Zhaoge looked at Shirtai's face, sucking in a deep breath as he rose upwards. Bolstered by the power of the clear Qi Grand formation, Yan Zhaoge successfully broke through the obstruction of space, entering the foreign dimension. Within the foreign dimension, Yan Di, Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping had experienced a fierce battle, their expressions currently not looking too good, all 3 of them bearing injuries. Yan Zhaoge stared at that former senior of his clan, Xian. East. Level. Extending a hand forward, Yan Zhaoge's heavenly broad creed palm descended. A large number of flickering runes appeared on the ground around the foreign dimension, and then they also manifested into giant palms. The movements of this palm were completely synchronized with Yan Zhaoge's, the massive heaven-obscuring hand mightily pressing down towards Xian Dongping. At that moment, it was as if the world in this foreign dimension had truly been flipped upside down. As Yan Zhaoge's figure appeared within the foreign dimension, Xian Dongping instantly let out a long sigh towards the heavens. His gaze fell on Yan Zhaoge's left eye, as he saw that within Yan Zhaoge's left pupil was reflected white light, within which 3 spots of golden light flickered. Xian Dongping said, "It was this unique technique that allowed you to recapture the clear Qi Grand Array." He too raised his palm, similarly striking out with the heavenly broad creed palm. The 2 palms collided, and the void trembled. The boundary between heaven and earth blurred, as if it was constantly flipping. Even as Yan Zhaoge sent a palm towards Xian Dongping, he punched out with his other hand, his target being his father, Yan Di. Accompanied by this punch of Yan Zhaoge's, the clear Qi Grand Array borrowed the boundless majestic power of the heavens and the earth, surging into Yan Di's body in great amounts. Yan Di's gaze shot out with divine light, the aura of the clear Qi robe on his body also surging. Streams of clear Qi dispersed into the surroundings, gradually re-establishing their connection with the clear Qi Grand Array within the foreign dimension. Yan Di brandished his saber, an incomparably ferocious saber intent sweeping towards the devil Saint Yuan Tian. Father and son exerted force together. Staring at Xian Dongping, Yan Zhaoge let out an enraged roar, resembling the roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger. A terrifying volcano, at this moment, completely erupted. Amidst Yan Zhaoge's long roar, the momentum of the heavenly broad creed palm abruptly changed. Exchanging blows with him, Xian Dongping felt it the most directly. That was no longer a power that overturned the heavens and the earth, but rather that the heavens and the earth no longer existed. The world seemed to have returned to before the heavens and the earth had opened, everything still in a state of chaos. No yin, no yang, no before, no after, no beginning, no end, no movement, no stability. The next moment, the chaos mightily exploded. It was as if all things had been subsumed into chaos, then the chaos was extinguished, the universe opening once more. In an instant, a different change occurred in the entire clear Qi Grand Array, as if it was reenacting the opening of the heavens and splitting the earth. This incomparably majestic force domineeringly broke through Xian Dongping's heavenly broad creed palm. Xian Dongping was taken aback, the sword light in his other hand flickering as a limitless heavenly sword pierced through the heavens and the earth, chopping towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge exhaled and roared, extending his hands before clapping together towards the center. Within the foreign dimension, countless flickering spirit patterns transformed into two massive palms, synchronizing with Yan Zhaoge's movements as they also clapped towards the center, instantly trapping Xian Dongping's sword light between the two palms. Yan Zhaoge looked coldly at Xian Dongping, that terrifying concept that resembled an explosion of chaos appearing once more. The violent, direct force shattered Xian Dongping's limitless heavenly sword once more. Xian Dongping's brows knit tightly as he retreated, no longer forcibly resisting Yan Zhaoge and the clear Qi Grand Array, instead wanting to join up with the devil Saint Yuan Tian. There, Yuan Tian was also currently being forced into retreat by Yan Di's saber. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, pushing forward with his palms horizontally. Infinite, frenzied tides, with a momentum that surged to the heavens, pressured down towards Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian. At the same time, Yan Di's saber swept through the air, splitting the heavens and the earth, shattering space itself as it also attacked towards Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian. Palm intent and saber intent combined, frenzied tides that surged to the heavens directly drowned Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian. The majestic sword light and the ethereal qi of impermanence were extinguished and shattered on a large scale. Yan Zhaoge's palm descended, the clear qi grand array circulating unceasingly, the shocking explosive force of the great explosion of chaos domineeringly shattering one of Xian Dongping's arms. On the other side, Yan Di's vicious saber shattered the spirit artifact whip in Yuan Tian's hands, a bloody wound also appearing between his chest and abdomen. If not for him retreating in time, his abdomen would have been directly split open. Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian hurriedly retreated. Yan Zhaoge's palm stance changed, his hands coming together, the entire foreign dimension pressuring towards the two. At this moment, the foreign dimension actually appeared to collapse, a boundless, majestic force also pressuring down on Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian even as it imprisoned them. Yan Di raised his saber, the black and yellow specks of light on the clear qi robe attaching themselves to the heavenly dragon saber in large amounts, streams of clear qi enveloping the saber's body. A ferocious saber descended, pressuring Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian to the point that they were unable to move, only able to join hands to deal with it. The Xian Dongping with a weaker cultivation base was already beginning to be injured by the sharp saber intent. Yan Zhaoge's clasped hands abruptly came together. The clear qi grand array suddenly circulated in reverse. Amidst the rapid changes, a shocking force was born, distorting as though it could forcibly rip a corner of the eight extremities world apart. Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian both let out tragic groans. The wound on Yuan Tian's chest abruptly expanded in all directions, virtually wanting to tear him apart into pieces. The body of a martial saint, how sturdy, how powerful. However, at this moment, it was on the verge of shattering. On the other side, Xian Dongping was in an even worse state, the limitless heavenly avatar completely shattered, a rain of blood erupting from his entire body. His entire person seemed about to be crushed into a pile of meat paste. Resolute looks flashed within the gazes of Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian. Amidst low roars, a great amount of black devilish qi surged from within their bodies. Their pupils both began to turn dark yellow, a blood-red light simultaneously shooting out from within. Devil? Yan Zhaoge laughed savagely, his killing intent surging to the heavens. I'll let you be a good devil. Opening his shadow shrinking pouch, a bow and 3 arrows fell into Yan Zhaoge's hands. Chapter 303. As I said before, fight to the last moment. A perfect end to the month of May. Thank you all. Compared to Xian Dongping, the devilish intent in Yuan Tian's heart was actually not as strong. However, at this moment, the threat of death had caused his desire to live to reach an extreme. The martial saint realm allowed him to move unhindered throughout his life. As long as he did not take the initiative to trample on the mountain gates of the Holy Land level sects, few people would be able to do anything to him. But now, this was the first time in Yuan Tian's life that he had ever set foot in a Holy Land level sect's mountain gate. This place could very well become his burial ground. At this moment, Yuan Tian clearly felt the threat of death looming over him. The situation forced him to make a choice. Falling to the dark side, obtaining the hope of rebirth, or dying in Broad Creed Mountain. Yuan Tian chose the former. Xian Dongping was also the same as him. The current Xian Dongping was abnormally calm, even vaguely having the feeling of a wanderer returning home, quietly welcoming this moment. Yan Zhaoge's voice was low. "Father, eldest apprentice uncle has perished." Yan Di's gaze emitted a cold light as the fingers of his right hand that held the heavenly dragon saber abruptly tightened. When Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping heard this, there was no joy on their faces. Instead, they became even more vigilant. Gazing at Yan Zhaoge, Xian Dongping slowly shook his head. "There is no meaning in saying all this now. However, this old man's greatest mistake was not in underestimating your father Yan Di, but in not taking care of you beforehand." Yan Zhaoge's gaze was cold as he met Xian Dongping's gaze, saying in an indifferent tone, "From how I see it, if I could have confirmed long ago that you were the decimating Abyss Lord, I would have long since killed you." Xian Dongping let out a long sigh. "There's no point in saying more." He stared at Yan Zhaoge. "I'm afraid that I won't be able to make it today. This old man's injuries are too severe, and falling to the dark side can only barely recover from them. There is no possibility of advancing any further. I've always hoped to take the step of falling to the dark side and successfully enter the Saint Realm, but I've always been a little short. Otherwise, if I could transcend mortality and enter sainthood today, I'd like to see if there's a chance to make up for my previous mistake." A longbow appeared in Yan Zhaoge's hands, as well as 3 jet-black arrows that flickered with a faint golden light. "Old mongrel, just die quietly," Yan Zhaoge said coldly. As he said this, Yan Zhaoge had already raised the high-speed bow within his hands. With his current cultivation, he was still unable to fully activate the power within this mid-grade spirit artifact. But it was enough. Yan Zhaoge knocked 2 jet-black arrows on the bowstring at the same time before pulling the bow back, resembling hugging the full moon. The bowstring sunk deep into the flesh of his fingers. The 2 arrowheads seemed to be aimed at the empty space around Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian. In this world, archery was also a type of martial Dao. The path of archery, like spear, sword, and saber, was unique. However, this Dao was even more difficult to cultivate. It was far more difficult to achieve anything than other martial Daos. At the same time, talent was even more important. Yan Zhaoge's archery was still so-so, having only recently begun to train in it. However, on such an occasion, it would be difficult for him to miss. The clear Qi Grand formation circulated, forming a powerful restrictive force, trapping Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian where they were. Yan Di's saber intent descended even more viciously as the two of them could only defend against it in a pathetic fashion, no longer having the leisure to pay attention to anything else. While they had fallen to the dark side, with their earlier injuries being too severe, they were currently even more unable to stand against Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. However, after falling to the dark side, Xian Dongping's expression instead grew much calmer. Looking at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, he said mildly, "This time, it was this old man's own mistake. On one hand, I did not get rid of you, Yan Zhaoge, on the other, I underestimated your father. Dying here today, next time, will decide victory and defeat." Xian Dongping looked at Yan Zhaoge. "Young man, you seem to be very familiar with the 9 underworld's evil devils. This old man heard about the process of you interrogating junior apprentice brother Lu. You said that with his cultivation base, even if he fell to the dark side, he would still be unable to achieve the body of a true devil reborn. Since you understand it so well, you should also know that with this old man's cultivation base, while I have yet to enter the martial saint realm, I still have a chance." Xian Dongping swiveled his head to glance at Yuan Tian, "And the devil saint will definitely be able to achieve the body of a true devil reborn." Yan Zhaoge pointed his arrows at the two of them, his gaze cold. Xian Dongping sighed emotionally. Even martial saints have a limit to their lifespan. When the time comes, no one can escape it. Eternal life, which countless people can only dream of but are unable to attain, to this old man, I actually did not feel that it was all that pressing in the past. This old man's lifelong wish is also not like that of senior apprentice brother Wang and junior apprentice brother Lu. Living an ignoble, mediocre life is also meaningless. Xian Dongping said, however, today, I have experienced some of its benefits. This old man still has regrets, not wanting to die so early. If I can be reborn from the 9 underworlds, I will fight with Yuan Jingfeng and you father and son once more. Yan Zhaoge was not in the mood to listen to Xian Dongping's words. Other than controlling the clear Qi Grand Formation and trapping Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian where they were, his attention was currently focused on the bow and arrows in his hands. Under the combined attacks of Yan Zhaoge wielding the clear Qi Grand Formation and Yan Di's saber intent, the two were finally unable to hold on any longer. Xian Dongping's body was completely shattered by the clear Qi Grand Formation. Yuan Tian was beheaded by Yan Di with a single saber. While the two were dead, streams of black qi circulated, dissipating into the air. They did not remain within the air of the 8 extremities world, instead seeming to want to pass through the boundaries of dimensions, heading to an indescribable place. The black qi was illusory, unable to withstand force. Even Yan Di's tyrannical saber intent and the power of the clear qi grand formation were unable to touch it. The two seemed to exist in 2 different worlds. The silhouettes of Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian appeared amidst the black qi, the former calm, the latter resentful and furious. Xian Dongping opened his mouth to speak, but no sound emanated from it. However, from the shape of his mouth, it could be roughly made out that what he was saying was, "Until we meet again." Seeing this scene, Yan Di knit his brows tightly, anger appearing on his face. Xian Dongping, you transcending mortality, Yuan Tian entering sainthood, the two of you falling completely to the dark side. Whether or not you can be reborn from the 9 underworlds, I am clear on that. Yan Zhaoge finally shifted his gaze from the bow and arrows in his hands to Xian Dongping. His current expression resembled the descent of calamitous clouds, cold and gloomy. However, his eyes seemed to be blazing with great flames that surged to the heavens. However, you are not clear on what you are facing. Yan Zhaoge enunciated each word very clearly. Bao, named High Speed, a mid-grade spirit-grade artifact. It is not important and can be ignored. Arrow, named Devil Shattering. Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian were stunned. Having said thus, Yan Zhaoge released his fingers. A golden light flickered, and the black arrow suddenly vanished. The previous moment, on the bowstring of High Speed. The next moment, it struck that black qi, struck Xian Dongping's and Yuan Tian's chests. Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian lowered their heads, looking blankly at the small hole that had broken through on their chests. Then, the small hole expanded unceasingly, becoming a large hole. The large hole continued expanding. A hole appeared at the center of their bodies, the hole expanding unceasingly outwards, completely empty. The area of the hole grew larger and larger, but the bodies of the two gradually disappeared, as though they had been devoured from within by the hole in their bodies. At the end, their bodies were completely extinguished, turning into nothingness. Even the black qi that had enveloped them seemed to have been purified. You! Xian Dongping looked at Yan Zhaoge in disbelief. Meeting his gaze, Yan Zhaoge said indifferently, "You want eternal life? I will send you to eternal rest." Chapter 304. The decimating abyss was created by Xian Dongping in recent years. The demons of the netherworld had existed since ancient times. They had existed before the Great Calamity. In the era before the advent of the Great Calamity, humans had come into contact with the 9 underworld's evil devils. Some had fallen to the dark side, while others had been exterminated. Some of the techniques that had been born from this had mostly been lost in the current 8 extremities world after the Great Calamity, few people knowing about them. The Devil Shattering Arrow was one of them. Shatter Devil, as the name implied, was the life force of Shatter Devils. Demons could not be killed and could not be destroyed. After being destroyed, they would be reborn in the depths of the 9 underworlds. However, the demon-shattering arrow forcefully cut off this process and sent the demon into eternal slumber. 9 levels of the Martial Grandmaster realm, late Essence Talisman stage experts who fell to the dark side, were still not true 9 underworld evil devils. It might be more appropriate to call it a human devil. On the other hand, a transcendent Great Grandmaster could be reborn after death. There was a certain probability that they would turn into a real demon of the netherworld and enjoy the ability to be reborn after death. If a martial saint fell to the dark side, he would definitely be reborn in the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge had prepared the devil-shattering arrow precisely for this moment. Xian Dongping looked at the constantly expanding hole in his chest, watching as this hole expanded outwards, swirling around his body, swallowing him from the inside out. He raised his head to look at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's expression was cold, his gaze like fire. Do you think that fallen devils are omnipotent? Xian Dongping let out a long sigh towards the heavens, not making any sound at all. One could only barely make out the contents of his words from the shape of his mouth. Indeed, not getting rid of you first was an even greater mistake than underestimating Yan Di. At the side, Yuan Tian's resentful expression gradually disappeared, and his face was filled with disappointment. He was not someone from the decimating abyss, and Xian Dongping had no way of controlling and ordering him around. But he was attracted by the 9 underworlds and had a request in his heart, so he hit it off well with Xian Dongping. He had originally thought that with Yuan Jingfeng in secluded cultivation in his attempt to break through to the martial saint realm, with Xian Dongping acting as a spy to break the clear Qi Grand Formation, his only opponent would be the sacred artifact, the clear Qi robe. In the outside world, Jade Sea City and Turbid Wave Pavilion had to deal with the flame devils of the East Sea. The Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall would also most likely make use of this chance to make a move against Broad Creed Mountain, at the same time restricting Broad Creed Mountain's other ally, Infinite Boundless Mountain. He had the right time, the right place, and the right people. Even if something unexpected happened, he would not be able to succeed. As a martial saint, he would at least be able to retreat unscathed. If he succeeded, he would get what he wanted. If he failed, he wouldn't lose anything in the worst-case scenario. These were Yuan Tian's true thoughts. On one hand, it was out of consideration for the situation. On the other hand, it was also because of his self-confidence as a Saint Realm expert. Even when Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di had unexpectedly been directly shifted from the ancestral manor of the Yan family in Yinjin County to Broad Creed Mountain, trapped within the clear Qi Grand Formation, Yuan Tian had still thought this way. But later, he found that he was wrong. Broad Creed Mountain was his burial ground. The last martial saint to die here was the last mountain master of Black Nightmare Mountain. Now, it was Yuan Tian's turn. Yuan Tian did not feel any intense regret. He had braved many storms and waves in his life, and he had a firm will. Once he made a decision, he would not easily waver. However, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. He had underestimated the heroes of the world. The hole in Yuan Tian's chest grew larger and larger, devouring him from the inside out. Xian Dongping also suffered the same fate as him. The two, along with the black qi that enveloped them, were purified between the heavens and the earth, completely dissipating like the other fallen practitioners. Wielding high speed, Yan Zhaoge looked coldly at this scene, remaining silent for a long time. Xian Dongping, transcending mortality martial grandmaster, stably one of the top 3 martial grandmaster experts of the 8 extremities world. Yuan Tian, known as the Devil's Saint, one of the 6 great martial saints of the 8 extremities world. Today, all of them had perished at Broad Creed Mountain. Their deaths had been single-handedly caused by Yan Zhaoge. Garbed in the clear Qi robe, wielding the heavenly dragon saber, Yan Di came to Yan Zhaoge's side, asking in a heavy tone, "Where's eldest apprentice brother?" Yan Zhaoge narrated to Yan Di what had happened, as well as what he had heard from Su Fei and Ning Longtu. After hearing it, Yan Di did not speak. Eldest apprentice uncle's corpse is currently placed in an ice coffin, on the heaven-rising peak, Yan Zhaoge said softly. Yan Di nodded, exiting the foreign dimension along with Yan Zhaoge, landing on the top of Broad Creed Mountain's main peak, the Heaven-Rising Peak. At this moment, the great battle on Broad Creed Mountain had already gradually calmed, the decimating abyss martial practitioners virtually all having been slain. It was just that after a great battle, the formerly elegant Green Mountain now had a feeling of devastation as far as the eye could see. Especially in the direction of the back mountain's water-rich peak, where the devilish domain Grand Formation was weakening unceasingly, but had still not completely vanished. Yan Zhaoge turned and said to Yan Di, "I'll go assist second apprentice uncle in completely suppressing the devilish domain Grand Formation." Standing in front of the ice coffin containing Shirtai's corpse, Yan Di nodded slightly, not speaking. Yan Zhaoge descended the Heaven-Rising Peak, hurrying over to Water-Rich Peak. On the Heaven-Rising Peak, Ahu, Su Fei and Han Long no longer had to guard the coffin as they followed Yan Zhaoge down the mountain, exterminating the remaining enemies. "Young master, after you entered the foreign dimension, I tried to contact the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners on the mountain," Ahu said as he left. Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath. "How is the situation on the mountain now?" Ahu answered, "Elder, he is guarding the old chief's secluded cultivation grounds. It is safe and sound there, having not been disturbed." Elder Zhang was heavily injured by Xian Dongping earlier, his injuries rather severe. However, his life is not in danger. The first seed of the Heaven-Sealing Gorge, Elder Gong, was also heavily injured, though his condition is a little better than Elder Zhang's. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Of the peak experts who had previously been stationed at Broad Creed Mountain, other than the old chief Yuan Jingfeng and his father Yan Di who had just stepped into the transcending mortality stage, there had been a total of 3 people. They were Xian Dongping and the 2 grand elders Zhang Kun and He Ning. Xian Dongping had betrayed and been slain, Elder Zhang had been heavily injured, and Elder He had been guarding Yuan Jingfeng, unable to leave. The late Essence Talisman experts of the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm consisted of his eldest apprentice uncle Shirtai, second apprentice uncle Fang Zhuan, the first seed of the Heaven-Sealing Gorge Elder Gong, as well as the former Elder Wang. Now, Elder Wang had betrayed and been personally slain by his eldest apprentice uncle Shirtai, Shirtai sacrificing himself for justice. Elder Gong had been heavily injured, and it would probably not be easy for Fang Zhuan to suppress the devilish domain Grand Formation. Beneath the late Essence Talisman stage, there were also many other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who had perished. This great tribulation had not been easy for Broad Creed Mountain. Meanwhile, the decimating abyss on the other side had virtually been completely wiped out. The Abyss Lord, the transcending mortality martial grandmaster Xian Dongping, the Devil Saint Yuan Tian, as well as Sima Chui, Elder Wang and the 2 longtime elders of Black Nightmare Mountain, at least 4 late Essence Talisman martial grandmaster experts had all been slain. The other decimating abyss martial practitioners who had invaded Broad Creed Mountain had all perished. However, Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain still could not completely relax. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look towards the south, where the fire domain was located. He swiveled his head to look towards the east, where the earth domain was located. It was from there that the people of the Heavenly Thunder Hall had shot the anti-sun, interfering with the clear Qi Grand Formation. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was cold as he weighed the 2 shadow-shrinking pouches in his hands. While Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian's corpses would not be left behind after having fallen to the dark side, their belongings would still have been preserved. "Old man Xian, let me see just what it is that you are relying on to attract a martial saint to take such a risk." Chapter 305. Yan Zhaoge opened the shadow-shrinking pouches of Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian respectively. As the top experts in the world, the private properties of these 2 big shots were naturally quite rich. However, Yan Zhaoge's eyes only swept past most of them. It was not that there were no good things, rare things, precious things, but they could all be slowly sorted out later on. What Yan Zhaoge was currently inspecting were the things that could possibly be traded between Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian. It was most likely a treasure related to the 9 hells and hell. Yuan Tian traveled alone. As a martial saint, he had a rich family fortune. He traveled all over the world, ventured into the depths of the earth, and collected many precious treasures and resources. However, comparatively speaking, no matter how deep his foundation was, it would still be unable to compare to sacred ground-level powers like Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan. But even so, Yuan Tian's net worth was richer than Xian Dongping's. While Xian Dongping was one of Broad Creed Mountain's few longtime elders, there was also a limit to how much of Broad Creed Mountain's resources he could use. While Broad Creed Mountain had many resources, they were not Xian Dongping's private property. Broad Creed Mountain's wealth and Xian Dongping's personal wealth were two different things. Of course, the prerequisite for this comparison was that it only counted the resources that Xian Dongping could draw from within Broad Creed Mountain. And Xian Dongping had another identity, the Master of the Decimating Abyss. In the current Eight Extremities world, he was very likely the person closest to the Nine Underworlds. What exactly did Xian Dongping reap from the Nine Underworlds and Hell? This was very hard to say. If he had a bargaining chip to attract the Devil's Saint Yuan Tian, Yan Zhaoge believed that it originated from here. Heavenly Lake Jade, it shouldn't be, the tranquil reversal divine medicine. I don't think so, the ghost body congealed paste shouldn't be either. Carefully inspecting, Yan Zhaoge's gaze came to rest on something within Xian Dongping's shadow shrinking pouch. After a moment, Nine Underworld's dark soil. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge checked Yuan Tian's shadow shrinking pouch once more, very quickly discovering his target this time. Within his palm were a few black spheres the size of pearls. After appraising them for a moment, Yan Zhaoge took out one of them and infused his aura qi within. Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes, calming his mind as numerous streams of qi vaguely circulated before him, formless and formless. Carefully savoring it, it actually seemed to contain some profound profundities of the impermanence of all the elements. However, this logic seemed to have been twisted, revealing a sense of lawlessness. Although it was distorted, it had its own unique and profound concept. Yan Zhaoge opened his eyes, staring at the small black ball within his palm. Or, it would be more appropriate to call them tree seeds. It is indeed the seed of the impermanent devil tree. Yan Zhaoge looked at that Nine Underworld's dark soil once more. It was said to be soil, but it was more like a cloud and mist, and the aura of the Nine Underworlds was faintly emitted from it. It was breathtaking. Once the Nine Underworld soil left the Nine Underworlds, it would undergo a change. There would no longer be 100% confidence in nurturing the Anika demon seed and growing it into an Anika demon tree. Before the Great Calamity, the Impermanent Devil sect had possessed a unique treasure known as the Impermanent Devil Pool, which could allow the dark soil of the Nine Underworlds to not undergo any changes after leaving the Nine Underworlds, maintaining its original effects for a long period of time. That was how they were able to nurture the Impermanent Devil Tree without relying on the Nine Underworlds. However, following the Great Calamity, the Impermanent Demonic Pool had long since turned into nothingness, and the Impermanent Demonic Tree had also gone extinct in the human world. Yan Zhaoge looked at the Impermanent Devil Seed, then at that Nine Underworld's dark soil which had already somewhat mutated, concentrating on his thoughts. While the Earth domain has mutated, becoming a death ground, hell, it is at the end of the day not the true Nine Underworlds. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. The Nine Underworlds have not truly descended into the Eight Extremities world. Where did this Xian Dongping get the Nine Underworlds dark soil from? As he walked towards Water Ridge Peak, the pondering Yan Zhaoge suddenly halted. Following behind him, who looked stunned at his young master. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he raised his head to look at the sky, where the clear Qi Grand Formation had already gradually concealed itself within space once more. There was only the Water Ridge Peak of the back mountain where, under Yan Zhaoge's control, the power of the formation descended unceasingly, helping Feng Zhuan to suppress the Devilish Domain Grand Formation. The Black Devilish Domain Grand Formation gradually withered. The black devilish qi that surged to the heavens earlier had enveloped the entire Water Ridge Peak, even expanding towards the surrounding areas. Now, it had already been retracted to the base of the Water Ridge Peak. Water Ridge Peak saw the light of day once more, the dense devilish qi only making its final struggle in the region of the heaven-sealing gorge. Yan Zhaoge raised his head to look at the empty sky, radiance flickering within his left eye. Guided by his power, numerous majestic, dazzling spirit patterns appeared within the sky once more. Yan Zhaoga's gaze shifted between the clear Qi Grand Formation above his head and the domain of devilish Qi beneath the water ridge peak before him, finally falling on the devilish mark on the back of his left hand. After a while, Yan Zhaoga retracted his thoughts, striding forward once more, continuing towards water ridge peak. Having arrived at the heaven-sealing gorge, entering the domain of devilish Qi, arriving at its central region, he saw a tall golden pagoda, currently already not even 5 meters tall. At the top of the pagoda, Feng Zhuan sat in the meditative position, his face slightly pale, but his expression was calm and peaceful, no different from usual. Below the tall golden pagoda, Feng Yunqing held her black saber as she stood there. Seeing Yan Zhaoga appear, an expression of relief appeared on her face. Yan Zhaoga nodded towards her, and she nodded in return. "Zhaoga, since you have appeared here, that means that the situation outside has already been settled?" A hint of a smile appeared on Feng Zhuan's thin face. Yan Zhaoga bowed towards him. "Yes, second apprentice uncle. Xian Dongping and the devil Saint Yuan Tian have already been slain. The decimating abyss martial practitioners who invaded our clan, including a few late essence talisman martial grandmasters, have all been exterminated. Now, we are in the midst of the final cleanup." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoga paused for a moment before continuing, "Second apprentice uncle, eldest apprentice uncle, he has perished." Hearing his words, the always calm and composed Feng Zhuan abruptly stared wide-eyed. Yan Zhaoga swore that this was the first time ever since he had known Feng Zhuan that he had seen this first seat of Broad Creed Mountain's assignment hall lose his composure like this. Feng Zhuan lowered his head. When he raised it again, his face was even gloomier, but his expression had already returned to normal. "Contact our fellow disciples guarding outside, in case the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall make use of this chance to invade." Yan Zhaoga nodded. "I think so too. I just happen to have an idea that I would like to discuss with second apprentice uncle, related to this devilish domain grand formation before us." "Oh?" Feng Zhuan asked curiously, "Could it be that you want to preserve this formation?" By the side, Ahu and Feng Yunqing also looked curiously at Yan Zhaoga. Yan Zhaoga said solemnly, "While it is preserving it, it is not preserving this devilish domain grand formation. Instead, it is being modified, thus serving some other purpose. I still haven't had the time to tell my father and the other elders about it. Having hurried over here, I would like to ask second apprentice uncle to bear with it for a period of time. If the Sacred Sun Clan and the others don't come, we will put an end to it. If they really invade, our clan will also have to make some preparations. After all, it is still uncertain when Grand Master will be able to leave seclusion." Feng Zhuan met Yan Zhaoga's gaze silently, saying after a while, "All right, I will temporarily maintain this place as it is. You invite junior apprentice brother Yan and the others over to peruse your plan together." Yan Zhaoga said, "That is precisely my intention. I will have to trouble second apprentice uncle." Chapter 306. Because there are no more manuscripts, I am sending them out as I write now, updating as much as I write. But don't worry, everyone. It will be recorded in the accounts, definitely not owing anything. Please don't stop your monthly votes. Thank you all. Fire Domain, Sacred Sun Clan, World Illuminating Peak. Currently, it was night, silent and silent. However, at the top of the World Illuminating Peak, led by the current chief of the Sacred Sun Clan Huang Su, a group of Sacred Sun Clan experts stood silently. The World Illuminating Young Master Huang Jia stood silently behind Huang Su, resembling a shadow. While he was known as the World Illuminating Peak, such a tranquil, deep night seemed to suit Huang Jia even more. He resembled the sun of the night, perfectly merging into the night. Everyone stood silently, already having been there for who knew how long. However, no impatience or anxiety could be seen on their faces. Some of them even had an excited glow in their gazes, as if they were eagerly anticipating something. Suddenly, the pitch-black night sky brightened, resembling the sun rising from the east. The dawn sun illuminated the great earth, bringing light to the world once more. However, at this moment, it was actually not yet dawn. However, the heavens and the earth suddenly turned bright, resembling daytime. It was just that this sunlight did not rise from the horizon, but from the world-illuminating peak. Those waiting at the top of the mountain, with the current chief at their head, Huang Su, all bowed. Huang Su was the first to say, "Welcome, Father, out of seclusion." Behind him, Huang Jia continued, "Welcome, Grandfather, out of seclusion." The others bowed deeply as well. "Welcome, Elder Huang, out of seclusion." The sun rises from the east. At the top of the world-illuminating peak, resembling the rising sun, amidst the radiance that illuminated the heavens and the earth, a figure slowly strode out from within. A total of 9 suns gathered into a ring, hovering behind this figure. There was no feeling of extreme heat all over the world-illuminating peak, as the heat that resembled a real sun was completely retracted, only infinite light remaining. The light illuminated every corner of the world-illuminating peak, not letting go of a single bit as it expanded outwards. Over 10,000 li of land, the dark night dissipated completely, the great earth entering daylight ahead of time. Not much of a terrifying aura was emitted, but everyone present felt as if there was a pair of eyes looking into the depths of their hearts. Before him, even in the face of death, they dared not resist, only able to silently bear it, as if the true God of the great sun that hung high up in the sky descended his judgment. The sound of footsteps resounded, mild and yet real. Following the sound of footsteps, a white-robed old man appeared before Huang Su, Huang Jia, and the others. This old man had a medium build, and his appearance was similar to Huang Su and Huang Jia. On his forehead, there was a golden rune that resembled a blazing sun. This old man was precisely the Sacred Sun clan's previous chief, one of the current era's 6 great martial saints, the east-coming martial saint. The sun comes east, Huang Guanglia. In the current 8 extremities world, under normal circumstances, Huang Guanglia had always been tacitly acknowledged as the current #1 expert. Other than the Sacred Sun clan's Sacred Sun saint whose whereabouts were unknown, the Purple Sun martial saint Zhang Chao, who was also Huang Guanglia's master and of the same generation as the exalted Heaven Shaker and the Heaven Diviner that year. Apart from the mysterious painting saint Old Man Imo, who had shown his prowess in front of the world before. It was publicly acknowledged in the current 8 extremities world that Huang Guanglia was superior to the devil saint Yuan Tian, the lord of the heavenly thunder Hall Shenli and the other 4 martial saints. And that was before Huang Guanglia went into seclusion. Now that he had come out of seclusion, who knew what realm he had reached? Huang Guanglia looked at Huang Su and said, "Tell me what happened after I went into seclusion." Huang Su nodded, narrating one matter after another in an orderly manner. His narration had the feeling of covering everything in great detail. Other than the important matters, some trivial matters were also mentioned. Whether it was Huang Guanglia who was listening to Huang Su's narration or Huang Jia and the others in the surroundings, none of them showed any signs of impatience as they just stood there quietly. After Huang Su had finally finished narrating Broad Creed Mountain's current situation, he finally fell silent. Huang Guanglia looked towards the north, in the direction of the heaven domain. Yuan Jingfeng finally dares to enter seclusion and attempt to take that step. Sadly, he is too slow. Huang Guanglia strode forward, heading north. Broad Creed Mountain has made use of these few years of this old man's seclusion to stir up quite a bit of activity. Since that is so, after this old man leaves seclusion, I will first go to their place to exercise my muscles a little. At the same time, radiance surged before Huang Su, a long golden ruler appearing. Then, light erupted, as if a world of white light had been created where the world-illuminating peak had been. The long golden ruler flew up, landing in Huang Guanglia's hands. Huang Guanglia strode out, instantly leaving far away. Immeasurable light headed north, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Accompanied by Huang Guanglia's departure, night gradually returned to the world-illuminating peak. Huang Su and Huang Jia did not move, the two remaining on guard over the world-illuminating peak. The other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners were all extremely excited. Did you feel it? The old chief has successfully left seclusion, truly having advanced a step further. He is now truly invincible in the 8 extremities world. Broad Creed Mountain is finished. With Yuan Jingfeng's old injuries, forcibly breaking through into the martial saint realm, his chances of death are at least 50%. Even if he does not die, it will definitely not be easy. Without entering the martial saint realm, even with the support of the clear chi robe and the guardian grand formation, he will still be unable to stop the old chief, not to mention that the old chief has also brought along the great sun heaven measuring ruler. The expressions of Huang Su and Huang Jia were comparatively calm. Exchanging glances, Huang Jia nodded. Grandfather has successfully left seclusion, his cultivation base having risen to a whole new level. The general trend is already set. History is always so similar. Broad Creed Mountain's Zhandonga rose to a higher level in the past, exterminating Black Nightmare Mountain after leaving seclusion. The 8 extremities world's 7 great sacred grounds became 6. Huang Su gazed towards the north. Now that father has successfully left seclusion, the 6 great sacred grounds will become 5. On Broad Creed Mountain, Yen Zhaoge was currently instructing Ahu, bury this thing in the 9 locations that I have designated. Saying thus, Yen Zhaoge handed a jar to Ahu. Glancing downwards at the jar, Ahu saw that it was all bright red within. Young master, what is this thing? Raising his head to look at the dark night sky, feeling the circulation of the clear chi grand formation, Yen Zhaoge casually answered, the 9 underworld's dark soil obtained from Xian Dongping. Ahu blinked. Young master, when you took it out earlier, wasn't it an illusory image that resembled clouds and mist? Why has it become like red soil now? I took care of it myself. As Yen Zhaoge said this, he swiveled his head to look at Water Ridge Peak. The black devilish chi beneath Water Ridge Peak had already vanished, only some red light vaguely emanating from it. Yen Zhaoge said to Ahu, after burying the 9 underworld's dark soil in different locations, make a trip to the Heaven Sealing Gorge. Use the method that I told you to conceal some of that red light. Ahu answered, no problem, young master. I'll go right now. The place where Yen Zhaoge was currently standing was not on the main peak, the Heaven Rising Peak, but on the thunder-shocking peak below it. Beneath his feet, a few marks had been carved out on the soil, crisscrossing as they appeared completely ordinary and unremarkable. Yen Zhaoge looked at the devilish mark on the back of his hand as he extended his foot and carved out another mark on the ground. The eastern sky gradually turned white, dawn about to arrive. Yen Zhaoge squinted as he gazed over. But very quickly, Yen Zhaoge raised his brows, swiveling his head to look towards the south. The horizon over there suddenly turned white, as though a sun was about to rise. Chapter 307. Gazing towards the south, Yen Zhaoge saw immeasurable light shooting into the skies. Originally, at daybreak, the sunlight had still been extremely dim, but now, the region of Broad Creed Mountain had instantly turned from night to day. Boundless, majestic power that far surpassed that of the Devil Saint Yuan Tian swept its way from south to north. If one were to say that facing the Devil Saint Yuan Tian, he could still think of resisting, at this moment, despair and helplessness vaguely arose within his heart. In the air above Broad Creed Mountain, the vast clear chi grand formation shook mightily at this moment. The grand formation seemed to have a life of its own. Startled, the spirit patterns that had originally been concealed amidst space lit up immediately, their power circulating to the maximum as traces of their existence were revealed. However, faced with that infinitely approaching light, the clear chi grand formation trembled more and more intensely. Looking expressionlessly at this scene, Yen Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. Without having to guess, he knew that of the Sacred Sun clan, there was only one existence who possessed such power. That was the former chief of the Sacred Sun clan, the east-coming martial Saint Huang Guanglia. The current #1 expert of the Sacred Sun clan. Having been in secluded cultivation for so many years, having emerged now, this old man had immediately rushed over to Broad Creed Mountain. And from the looks of it, he had clearly left seclusion successfully, his cultivation base having advanced a step further. Facing the Devil Saint Yuan Tian, a transcending mortality martial grandmaster with a sacred artifact in hand would still have the power to battle, bolstered by the sacred artifact and the clear chi grand formation. However, even with the clear chi robe bolstered by the power of the clear chi grand formation, the current Huang Guanglia might not be able to be beaten into retreat. Moreover, Yuan Tian's weapon was a high-grade spirit artifact. This time, Huang Guanglia had very likely brought along the Sacred Sun clan's sacred artifact, the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler. A martial saint, and a martial saint like Huang Guanglia at that, with a sacred artifact in hand, his power was even more shocking. Huang Guanglia's speed was too fast, too hasty. While the disturbances caused by him or the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler leaving the world illuminating peak were great, it would be very hard for Broad Creed Mountain to receive the news in time. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain who had been stationed outside had all retreated back to the clan beforehand, not having been casually swept through by Huang Guanglia. With the eruption of the chaos of the decimating abyss, with the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall sending their troops over, Broad Creed Mountain could already deduce that the day Huang Guanglia emerged from seclusion was definitely approaching. The decimating abyss had made use of the Sacred Sun clan to exert pressure on Broad Creed Mountain, but wasn't the Sacred Sun clan similarly making use of the decimating abyss as a blade? After stabilizing their footing, Broad Creed Mountain began notifying the experts who had been deployed outside to return. Yan Zhaoge looked at that white light that enveloped the heavens and the earth. At this time, Hu climbed up the thunder-shaking peak and shouted, "Young master, is that Huang Guanglia? He really came out of seclusion in these few days." Yan Zhaoge nodded. It was precisely during this time that Xian Dongping made his move. If he succeeded, the 9 underworlds descended. If he failed, the Sacred Sun clan came to deal with us. Hu's face was illuminated by the distant radiance. "Young master, do you think he brought the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler?" "He came too quickly, our clan couldn't receive the news in time." Yan Zhaoge said, "However, he most likely brought it with him. If the Sacred Sun clan has already gotten rid of the decimating abyss spy planted there, they would have nothing to worry about now. With the East Sea Flame Devils causing trouble, Jade Sea City and Turbid Wave Pavilion would be dealing with it. Infinite Boundless Mountain had the Heavenly Thunder Hall watching over them. While the Heavenly Thunder Hall might also have their own plans, they would more or less still restrict Infinite Boundless Mountain. The painting saint, Old Man Mo, did not participate in the internal conflicts of the human race. The Sacred Sun clan indeed had nothing to worry about. While Huang Guanglia was currently at the peak of his success, he was also a veteran of the martial world for many years, also having to deal with Broad Creed Mountain that had always been a thorn in his side. This time, he would definitely seek to suppress them from above, killing them in a single blow, completely removing Broad Creed Mountain from the sacred ground. The Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler would most likely be brought along with him. In the hands of Huang Guanglia, this sacred artifact was completely different from in the hands of his son, the late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster Huang Su, its power incomparable. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head and asked Hu, "The matter we talked about just now, has it all been arranged?" Hu hurriedly answered, "Yes, young master. Over at the Heaven Sealing Gorge, Elder Fang is making preparations, guaranteeing that not a single bit of its aura will leak out. Those 9 underworlds' dark soil, I have also buried them in those 9 places as per your instructions." Yan Zhaoge nodded, "That's good then." Next, not saying anything more, Yan Zhaoge lowered his head to look at the numerous marks that were currently being drawn beneath his feet, gradually forming a simple, yet seemingly containing a unique profundity within. Atop the heaven-rising peak, garbed in the clear chi robe, Yan Di sat in the meditative position, the heavenly dragon saber placed horizontally across his knees. Beside him, Elder Zhang and Elder Gong looked as per normal, but their complexions were slightly dispirited, having yet to recover from their heavy injuries. Pressured by that infinite light, the clear chi grand formation began shrinking unceasingly, becoming more and more condensed, becoming smaller and smaller, gradually shrinking to less than an acre in size, transforming into a massive spirit pattern that hovered above the heaven-rising peak, putting up its final resistance. Within that infinite light, a white-clothed old man strode out neither quickly nor slowly. It was precisely Huang Guanglia. His hands behind his back, he gazed down at the heaven-rising peak. His gaze was completely not on Elder Zhang and Elder Gong, instead falling on Yan Di, appraising him with a single glance before saying mildly, "It really is a pity that you have entered Broad Creed Mountain." Yan Di answered calmly, "It is my honor. A long time ago, this old man once asked you whether you were willing to join my sacred Sun clan, but you refused. Huang Guanglia said, this old man has never given people second chances, but for you, this old man is willing to make an exception. This is the second time I'm asking you, are you willing to join my sacred Sun clan? Yan Di smiled, not answering, raising the heavenly dragon saber before his chest with his right hand, lightly flicking the blade of the saber with a finger of his left hand. Seeing this, Huang Guanglia said indifferently, the second time I'm asking you is also the last time. Since you are so stubborn, there is no need to say anything more. Saying thus, Huang Guanglia's gaze swept across Broad Creed Mountain, asking, I heard that his son is also rather extraordinary. Behind him, the world-illuminating Lord appeared, answering slowly, he cannot be judged by common sense, cannot be treated lightly. A cold snort resounded, Pan Butai's figure also appearing behind Huang Guanglia. Huang Guanglia said, Su Fe's evaluation of him is also rather high, this has really piqued this old man's curiosity. Come out, let this old man take a look. His voice rolled down, resembling the waves of the sea that shook the entire Broad Creed Mountain. Some Broad Creed Mountain disciples with lower cultivation bases could only feel as though their souls were about to be shaken out of their bodies. The expressions of Elder Zhang and Elder Gong both changed. Huang Guanglia's stance seemed to be saying that if they didn't do as he said, he would shake everyone of Broad Creed Mountain to death. Huang Guanglia's expression was mild, you've killed many of my sacred Sun clan's people, spoiled many of my sacred Sun clan's matters, disrespecting my sacred Sun clan time and time again. Come out, let this old man see what kind of young hero you are. Chapter 308. Huang Guanglia's aura surged to the heavens, enveloping the entire Broad Creed Mountain. On thunder-shocking peak, Yan Zhaoge was no exception. He raised his head and looked calmly at Huang Guanglia, who was in the clouds. He could see his opponent's appearance clearly, but in his perception, there was only a vast expanse of whiteness. That feeling was even more worrying than looking directly at the sun. In that instant, Yan Zhaoge felt as though he no longer existed in this world, as though he had been purified by that infinite radiance. Within the sky, Huang Guanglia sensed something, feeling Yan Zhaoge's gaze on him. His gaze also immediately turned towards the thunder-shocking peak, looking at Yan Zhaoge at its peak. Accompanied by Huang Guanglia's gaze, that power that had originally enveloped Broad Creed Mountain instantly converged towards Yan Zhaoge. The endless power of sunlight condensed into a single point, piercing through the void, burning the void, and piercing through the void. Atop Heaven Rising Peak, Yan Di stood up, brandishing the heavenly dragon saber within his hand as the clear chi robe's wide sleeves resembled the heavens as they drifted outwards. The saber intent that could split the heavens and the earth rose up, splitting the sunlight. Behind Yan Di, the faces of Elder Zhang and Elder Gong were not relaxed. Huang Guanglia had yet to make his move. On the thunder-shocking peak, Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as he looked at Huang Guanglia, cupping his hands, before the east-coming martial saint, Broad Creed Mountain disciple Yan Zhaoge greets you. Appraising Yan Zhaoge with a glance, Huang Guanglia said casually after a while, purely in terms of martial cultivation and strength, whether or not you can compare to your father Yan Di in the future, at the same cultivation level, at the same age, you have caused an even greater disturbance than Yan Di. A pity, this old man has already decided to exterminate Broad Creed Mountain today and kill Yan Di. As for you, I won't stay either. Huang Guanglia stretched out one of his hands, and a vast expanse of whiteness shone from his palm. The sacred Sun clan's direct lineage, the head of the 7 great Sun arts. The light shines, and the world becomes white. The ultimate skill that had once been displayed in the hands of Pan Butai, in Huang Guanglia's hands, was a completely different sight. In a trance, there was no longer white light flashing in front of everyone's eyes. Instead, it was pitch black. The light was so bright that everyone felt like they were going blind. Under the power of Huang Guanglia's palm, it was as if he was the only truth in the world, the only ruler, the only light, and everything else was reduced to darkness and silence. The sun rose in the east, and at daybreak, the real sun had already risen above the horizon. However, at this moment, it was as though night had descended upon Broad Creed Mountain once more. Above the heaven-rising peak, the radiance of the clear Chi Grand Formation that had always guarded Broad Creed Mountain dimmed at this moment, resembling the light of a candle about to be extinguished. At the top of the mountain, specks of light lit up on the clear Chi robe that Yen Di was wearing, some black, some yellow, vast and vigorous. But under Huang Guanglia's palm force, these lights lit up and extinguished bit by bit. The terrifying light swept through the world, seemingly wanting to wipe Broad Creed Mountain off the face of the earth. Yen Di's gaze was unwavering as he faced the powerful Huang Guanglia fearlessly. He took a deep breath and raised the heavenly dragon saber, which was glowing with a dim purple light. As Yen Di raised his saber, the purple radiance on its blade flickered once more. The clear Chi robe fluttered unceasingly, numerous streams of clear Chi emanating outwards as the 8 peaks of Broad Creed Mountain shook together. Without the envelopment of the devilish domain Grand Formation, Water Ridge Peak resonated with the other 8 peaks as it was enveloped by the numerous streams of clear Chi of the clear Chi robe. Above the heaven-rising peak, the massive rune formed of the clear Chi Grand Formation began shrinking a step further. The heavenly dragon saber in Yen Di's hand shot a streak of purple light into the horizon, connecting with the center of the rune formed of the clear Chi Grand Formation. The roar of a dragon resounded as the purple light expanded unceasingly, finally resembling a heavenly pillar. The streams of clear Chi emitted by the clear Chi robe enveloped the purple pillar of light, combining with the clear Chi Grand Formation. Yen Di exhaled and roared, chopping down with his saber. Like the heavenly pillar collapsing, the heavens overturning, the infinite sky transforming together into a purple saber. On the blade of the saber that could not be seen in the distance, a pattern was inlaid, precisely condensed of the clear Chi Grand Formation. As the streams of clear Chi surged, black or yellow radiance also circulated on the blade of the saber. The majestic power of the clear Chi Grand Formation and the clear Chi robe was currently all bolstered on Yen Di's body without reservation, aiding him in executing this supreme saber. As the purple light flickered, it was finally no longer dominated by the white light. The darkness retreated, light returning to Broad Creed Mountain once more. The majestic, tyrannical purple saber light mightily broke through that infinite white light. Seeing this scene, the experts of the Sacred Sun clan all had looks of admiration on their faces. However, they were not worried. Amongst martial grandmasters, you can indeed be said to be invincible, Huang Guanglia nodded, however, that is only amongst martial grandmasters. The current you is still inexperienced. Saying thus, Huang Guanglia extended his palm forward, retracting his index finger and thumb, only 3 fingers remaining as he pointed towards Broad Creed Mountain and Yen Di from afar. The tips of his middle finger, ring finger and little finger all lit up with a golden radiance. While it was only a faint golden light, it seemed to contain infinite destructive power. It was even more powerful than light illumination, great white under the heavens. Beneath the 3 specks of golden light, the toughest of the sun, indestructible. Yen Di's saber light instantly shook. Pan Buotai laughed coldly, "You have the immeasurable heavenly saber, while my Sacred Sun clan has the extreme Yang fist, 3 suns opening heaven." Huang Guanglia executed the Sacred Sun clan's supreme martial art, the killing move of the extreme Yang fist, 3 suns opening heaven. Incomparably ferocious power mightily struck towards Broad Creed Mountain and Yen Di. 3 specks of golden light pierced through the heavens and the earth. Yen Di let out a long breath, the massive heaven-splitting saber chopping out horizontally, intercepting the 3 specks of golden light. Amidst the rumbling, the purple saber light shook unceasingly. In the process of clashing with the purple saber light, the 3 specks of golden light merged, gradually converging into a single point, their power rising yet another level. Yen Di's expression was calm as he held his saber horizontally before his chest, finally adopting a defensive stance. The purple saber light resembled a heavenly screen, splitting the heavens and the earth into 2 worlds. On one side was Broad Creed Mountain, on the other was that terrifying golden light. The purple light and the golden light were locked in a stalemate. Bolstered by the clear Chi robe and the clear Chi Grand Formation, Yen Di resembled a pillar that supported the heavens, standing erect between the heavens and the earth, not letting Huang Guanglia advance lightly. In the current 8 extremities world, Huang Guanglie could virtually already be called the #1 expert. As a martial grandmaster, with the help of the Clear Chi robe and the Clear Chi Grand Formation, Yan Di successfully blocked him. He also guarded Broad Creed Mountain, not letting the aftershocks of the clash of the two powers affect the others of Broad Creed Mountain. If he did not care about the safety of his fellow disciples, Yan Di would have the power to counterattack, not needing to adopt a defensive stance. The attacking Yan Di was the strongest Yan Di. However, no one forgot that the current Huang Guanglie was unarmed. The Sacred Sun clan's sacred artifact, the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler, had yet to make an appearance. On the thunder-shocking peak, Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu watched this scene, the latter swallowing his saliva. After Huang Guanglie successfully advanced a step further, he is truly terrifying. No wonder the old chief wanted to enter secluded cultivation to attempt a breakthrough into the martial saint realm no matter what. Within the sky, Huang Guanglie swiveled his head to say to the world-illuminating Lord, Pan Buotai and the others, Yan Di is a rare talent. In the final battle of his life, this old man will give him a chance to display it. As for Broad Creed Mountain, I'll leave it to you. The world-illuminating Lord and the others nodded in unison. Then, a great sun rose within the sky, rapidly descending towards Broad Creed Mountain. Chapter 309. Pan Buotai, the world-illuminating Lord and the others descended towards Broad Creed Mountain together. Elder Zhang, Elder Gong, and the others looked at each other solemnly. Pan Buotai's gaze directly fell on Yan Zhaoge on the thunder-shocking peak. Child of the Yan family, you killed this old man's grandson. Today shall be the day you pay with your life. The world-illuminating Lord appraised the 8 peaks of Broad Creed Mountain. Earlier, in the great battle between Broad Creed Mountain and the decimating abyss, the traces of destruction caused by it had already been mostly removed. However, that fire-leaving peak that had its peak shaved off and sharpened once more still displayed to the world what kind of great tribulation Broad Creed Mountain had previously encountered. And now, an even greater tribulation had descended, not giving those of Broad Creed Mountain any chance to catch their breath. The world-illuminating Lord said mildly, as one of the 6 great sacred grounds of the 8 extremities world, Broad Creed Mountain is actually a place that harbors evil, secretly communicating with the 9 underworlds and establishing the decimating abyss, intending to guide the 9 underworlds to descend into our 8 extremities world, causing the evil devils to wreak havoc and plunge all living beings into misery and suffering. Your Broad Creed Mountain has brought calamity to the common people, and everyone has the right to punish you. Hearing his words, the faces of Elder Zhang and the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners all changed, greatly enraged. A female's voice resounded, the Sacred Sun clan is indeed still this shameless. The one who had spoken was Fu Enshu, her brows arching upwards. Battle Flame Devils, your Sacred Sun clan has only been working without putting in any effort, intent on preserving your strength. Now that our clan has consecutively obstructed the descent of the 9 underworlds, even battling the decimating abyss in a bloody battle, exterminating them, you have instead come to take advantage of us. I've never seen the glory of your so-called #1 Holy Land in external battles. Only the internal battles between the holy lands of the human race have come to show off. Fu Enshu shouted angrily, now you still dare to come and smear our sect, you are truly shameless. The world-illuminating Lord said in an indifferent tone, isn't my Sacred Sun clan currently purging the spies of the 8 extremities world, returning peace to this world and severing the possibility of the 9 underworlds descending? He appraised Broad Creed Mountain with his gaze, you are currently planning for the descent of the 9 underworlds, and my Sacred Sun clan has specially come to stop you. That is all. The world-illuminating Lord shook his head, before this, I really had not thought that the lofty sacred ground, Broad Creed Mountain, would actually be willing to be the dogs of the 9 underworlds. Elder Zhang's expression was ugly, and Elder Gong's temper was also explosive as he said furiously, your Sacred Sun clan will only face internal enemies, not external enemies. As this old man sees it, you are the true spies of the Flame Devils and the 9 underworlds. The world-illuminating Lord said coldly, the source of the decimating abyss, the creator of the decimating abyss, the Lord of the decimating abyss, is the #2 figure of your Broad Creed Mountain, second only to Yuan Jingfeng, Xian Dongping. This matter has already spread throughout the entire world, and it is not something that you can conceal with just a few words of quibbling. Elder Zhang said in a deep voice, Xian Dongping has already been purged by our clan, and even Devil Saint Yuan Tian has been executed as well. Decimating Abyss attacked our clan, and has also been destroyed. We do not tolerate your slander. A voice rang out from afar, it's just a ploy by you guys to abandon the rook to protect the king, a ploy to deliberately numb the world. Following the voice, several figures appeared in the sky. They were led by a middle-aged man and a white-haired old man. The middle-aged man held a bow that flickered with purple light in his hands. It was precisely the first seat elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Lin Tianfeng. The old man beside him had an even higher cultivation base, being a Grand Elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, a peak martial grandmaster who had stepped into the transcending mortality stage many years ago. He had always remained secluded within the Heavenly Thunder Hall for many years, rarely making an appearance this year. Behind the two of them were also numerous Heavenly Thunder Hall experts. Their arrival caused all of Broad Creed Mountain to feel a suffocating feeling of black clouds pressuring over the city, threatening to overwhelm it. The one who had just spoken was precisely Lin Tianfeng. Standing within the air, he said, "Believing you today, we will retreat here and now, not letting our guard down. Tomorrow will be the day when the 9 underworlds descend upon the 8 extremities world." Pan Butai said coldly from the side, "What's the point in talking so much with them? Whatever the reason, Broad Creed Mountain is destined to be destroyed today." Pan Butai stared coldly at all of Broad Creed Mountain, staring coldly at Yan Zhaoga. "That day in the Eastern Tang, you joined hands with Jade Sea City to force my Sacred Sun clan into retreat. Today, the tides of fortune have turned. The humiliation we suffered back then, my Sacred Sun clan will return it all to you. Today, the 6 great sacred grounds of the 8 extremities world, Broad Creed Mountain." Facing powerful enemies, while Broad Creed Mountain felt immense pressure, from Elder Zhang, Elder Gong, Fu Wenshu and the other bigwigs up to the other martial practitioners of the clan, they were all on high alert. On the thunder-shocking peak, Yan Zhaoga crossed his arms before his chest, his gaze shifting between Pan Butai, the world-illuminating lord, Lin Tianfeng and the others, as well as that lofty Huang Guanglie high up above. Facing the death threat of a transcending mortality martial grandmaster like Pan Butai, Yan Zhaoga's face showed no fear. Currently, he was only analyzing the situation very seriously. The situation before him required him to make arrangements for himself, to choose a suitable target. Or rather, to choose a target. Swiveling his head to look in the direction of the back mountains converting Lake Peak, Yan Zhaoga thought, "I wonder if Grandmaster will be able to make it in time." According to his original estimation, it should only be these 2 days. While their thoughts might not be the same as Yan Zhaoga's, with powerful enemies bearing down on them at this moment, there were also other martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain who unconsciously looked in the direction of the back mountains converting Lake Peak. There, an old man who had always protected Broad Creed Mountain for many years, was taking a risk for Broad Creed Mountain. But very quickly, the expressions of these Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners all dimmed. First, not speaking of the fact that this old man was risking his life either succeeding or dying. Even if he succeeded, it wouldn't be within such a short period of time. Huang Guanglie's voice resounded from within the air, "Yan Di, I'll tell you plainly, this old man has brought the great sun heaven measuring ruler along with me. The reason why I'm not using it is because you are a rare talent. In the final battle of your life, this old man will let your brilliance blossom before the eyes of the world. But if you place your hopes on Yuan Jingfeng, then you'd better give up early. Yuan Jingfeng, he's not just a step slower than this old man. With his old injuries, even if he can successfully step into the martial saint realm, he would still need at least a year's time. This old man knows that he has only been in seclusion for a few months. Do you think that this old man will need more than half a year to break through to your Broad Creed Mountain? First try and see if you can block this old man for a quarter of an hour." Huang Guanglie's voice reverberated between the heavens and the earth, reverberating throughout the entire central heaven region. Moreover, this old man has emerged from seclusion successfully this time. With the great sun heaven measuring ruler in hand, even if Yuan Jingfeng has also become a martial saint, this old man will definitely trample over this Broad Creed Mountain today. Now, the back mountain of Broad Creed Mountain abruptly shook intensely, a boundlessly majestic will that seemed to be as high as the heavens emanating from within. Unreasonable old Huang, the wind is too strong, it'll cut your tongue. A massive pillar of light rose from Converting Lake Peak, shooting straight into the horizon, a figure indistinctly visible within. Beneath Converting Lake Peak, Elder He who had always been guarding over Yen Di had no time to rejoice. His hands changed as a rune arose, landing on the back of that person within the pillar of light. That person raised his palm towards the heavens, the runes of the clear Qi Grand Formation on Yen Di's saber light instantly flying out, landing on that person's palm. Having lost the help of the clear Qi Grand Formation, Huang Guanglia's terrifying power instantly pressured over with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas. However, that figure in the air above Converting Lake Peak strode forward, already arriving before Yen Di, raising a palm. Under the violent clash of forces, the massive heaven-obscuring hand directly shattered the golden light condensed of Huang Guanglia's 3 suns opening heaven. Huang Guanglia's explosive roar resounded between the heavens and the earth. Yuan. Zhang. Feng. Chapter 310. A figure appeared before him. He did not look tall, merely being an old man with a medium build. However, as this old man stood there, his body seemed as tall as the heavens. It was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's old chief, Yuan Jingfeng. Within the sky, Huang Guanglia looked down on Yuan Jingfeng. You actually left seclusion so quickly, even successfully transcending tribulation and entering sainthood? Before you entered seclusion, your old injuries had already recovered? Huang Guanglia quickly understood. How did you do it? If your injuries had long since healed, why didn't you enter seclusion earlier? Could it be that you were waiting to play a trick on me? Yuan Jingfeng smiled. It's not as senseless as you think. It was just that you were unlucky and I was lucky. Looking at the old chief on the heaven-rising peak, the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners all let out cheers. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners of the World Illuminating Lord, Pan Buotai and Lin Tianfeng were no longer relaxed. Not only had Yuan Jingfeng successfully stepped into the martial saint realm, he had also left seclusion much earlier than everyone had expected. This truly caught them unprepared. At the end of the day, this was where Broad Creed Mountain was located. Yuan Jingfeng held the home ground advantage here, bolstered by the clear Qi Grand Formation. Even if Huang Guanglia successfully ascended to a higher level in the martial saint realm, it was still unknown whether he would be able to defeat Yuan Jingfeng here at Broad Creed Mountain. Looking at Yuan Jingfeng, Huang Guanglia said slowly, even if you have transcended mortality and entered sainthood, even if you have left seclusion, so what? To this old man, there isn't much of a difference. Saying thus, Huang Guanglia raised his hands together, then pushed out horizontally with his palms. Majestic golden light congregated between his hands. All the other light between the heavens and the earth dimmed, seemingly all congregated within Huang Guanglia's hands. As the golden light flickered, resembling the true sun in the sky, it descended to less than 100,000 feet above the ground, infinite heat and destructive explosive power all concentrated here. Extreme Yang Fist, Sun Comes East. The title of the East Rising Martial Saint, Huang Guanglia, was derived from this. The violent power, with a destructive momentum, caused the heavens and earth around Broad Creed Mountain to completely turn into a furnace, turning into a world of golden light. However, in this world, a huge palm suddenly stretched out, as if it was pulling the surrounding world into its palm. Yuan Jingfeng looked at Huang Guanglia. Old rude Huang, it's my fault. I've been stuck in the Great Grandmaster realm for too long, causing you to forget that when we were in the same realm, you were always defeated by me. As the huge palm flipped, heaven and earth spun. That blazing sun seemed to be caught in Yuan Jingfeng's hand. A true man does not boast about his past achievements. You are still one step ahead of me now. I also admit that your current cultivation and strength are still a level higher than mine. However, although we are both martial sages, the gap between us is much smaller than the gap between martial sages and great grandmaster level martial sages. Yuan Jingfeng's heavenly broad creed palm mightily descended, directly extinguishing that terrifying sun. And now, the place where we are fighting is my broad creed mountain. Under normal circumstances, in order to trample on someone else's mountain gate, the top experts of both sides had to be at least one realm higher than the opponent. This was under the precondition that the two sides were evenly matched at the same cultivation level. As the great golden sun was extinguished, all-encompassing flowing fire scattered, transforming into a dense golden rain of fire that descended. The light of the fire was bright. However, it illuminated the faces of the world-illuminating Lord and the others. In the distance, two extremely powerful auras rapidly neared. One was ferocious and violent, the other vigorous and heavy. The two clashed and tangled with each other while simultaneously shooting in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. Yuan Jingfeng and Huang Guanglie did not look sideways. They were all clear on who the newcomers were. One was one of the current peak experts of the Eight Extremities world, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Green Thunder Martial Saint, thunder moving all directions Shinli. The other was one of the few sacred artifacts of the Eight Extremities world, the heaven-cleaving axe that belonged to Infinite Boundless Mountain. As they neared Broad Creed Mountain, these two powerful auras gradually slowed, continuing to clash with each other, yet no longer nearing Broad Creed Mountain. Huang Guanglie ignored the newcomers as he opened his palm, a long golden ruler suddenly appearing within it. The sacred artifact of the Sacred Sun Clan, the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler. With the sacred artifact in hand, Huang Guanglie's aura skyrocketed once more, before he wielded the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler, striking towards Broad Creed Mountain and Yuan Jingfeng. It was like the great sun streaking through the air, measuring the horizon, its majestic power unstoppable. In the hands of a martial saint, the power unleashed by a sacred artifact was terrifying, far surpassing what a martial grandmaster like Huang Su could hope to achieve. However, on Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Di had already taken off the clear qi robe. Yuan Jingfeng spread his arms to the sides, bolstered by the clear qi robe, his majestic power skyrocketing once more, comparable to the heavens. He mightily struck out with the heavenly Broad Creed palm once more, forcibly meeting Huang Guanglie and the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler head-on. As the violent forces collided, the entire heavens and earth shook slightly. Cracks even vaguely appeared within the air, the very fabric of space breaking apart. On Broad Creed Mountain, after having taken off the clear qi robe, Yan Di did not remain idle as he brandished the heavenly dragon saber, pointing it straight towards Pan Butai, the world-illuminating Lord and the others. The roar of a dragon resounded as a shocking saber intent shot into the skies. While Elder Zhang, Elder Gong and the others were heavily injured, beneath converting Lake Peak, Elder He could finally break free of her shackles, no longer having to stand her ground. Spreading her palms wide, she also attacked towards the enemies attacking the mountain. The momentum of Yan Di's saber resembled the heavens, as beneath that saber, the heavens seemed to be collapsing as a terrifying power enveloped the world-illuminating Lord, Pan Butai, Lin Tianfeng and the transcending mortality martial grandmasters of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. What shocked Pan Butai and the others was that even with so many of them facing Yan Di, they actually felt that they were unable to withstand him. The four all retreated in defeat. Gazing at Pan Butai, Yan Di said coldly, "Just now, who did you say you wanted to pay with your life?" Amidst Pan Butai's furious roar, he raised his high-grade spirit artifact saber, chopping towards Yan Di with a west-tilting heaven incinerating saber. Beneath Yan Di's saber, Pan Butai's weapon flew out of his hands. The true martial avatar he had attained after entering transcending mortality, the west-tilting heaven incinerating avatar, was directly hacked into two by Yan Di. Pan Butai was both shocked and enraged, only to see Yan Di retract his weapon. "If not for you disrupting the clear qi grand formation, our clan would not have had to expend so much effort in suppressing the decimating abyss. My eldest apprentice brother would not have needed to sacrifice himself for a noble cause, and my Broad Creed Mountain would also not have suffered such great casualties as it has now." A cold light flickered within his tiger-like eyes as Yan Di abruptly raised his hand into a fist, his fist bright as Vajra. The head of the 8 extreme arts, the martial art that the Iron Lion King Shi Tai had been proficient in, Vajra body. Yan Di mightily punched forward. Like a kite whose string had been cut, Pan Butai was sent flying. Seeing this, the faces of the world-illuminating Lord, Lin Tianfeng and the others all changed as they began retreating. While Huang Guanglia and the great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler were strong, at the gates of Broad Creed Mountain, they were unable to do anything to Yuan Jingfeng and the Clear Qi robe bolstered by the Clear Qi Grand Formation. At this point in the battle, destroying Broad Creed Mountain was already impossible. The world-illuminating Lord, Lin Tianfeng and the others all swore viciously within their hearts, "Let's see if you can hide within Broad Creed Mountain forever." Now, on the thunder-shocking peak, Yan Zhaoge, who had gradually been ignored by the bigwigs here, gazed straight at the world-illuminating Lord and the others within the air. "With Grand Master not leaving seclusion, I need to consider whether I have a greater chance of success in dealing with Huang Guanglia or keeping the rest of you here. Now, I feel that I don't have to choose, and can fight for both at the same time." Yan Zhaoge's gaze was cold as he stamped his foot. On the thunder-shocking peak, spirit patterns lit up. Chapter 311. At the top of the thunder-shaking peak, lines and lines interweaved. They looked very ordinary, as if a child was scribbling on the ground with a wooden stick. However, accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's stomp, the ordinary-looking pattern which had still seemed completely ordinary a moment ago lit up with a blurry radiance the next moment. Yan Zhaoge slowly inhaled, slowly exhaled, before raising his palm. He suddenly knelt down on one knee and slammed his palm on the center of the formation pattern on the peak of thunder-shaking peak. The glowing formation quickly began to operate. Between the numerous peaks of Broad Creed Mountain, streams of strange chi suddenly surged into the skies. There were a total of 9 streams of air, and within each stream of air, there was a dark red light flashing, which was strange and unpredictable. The eyes of Yuan Jingfeng, who was currently clashing with Huang Guanglia, flashed as the spirit patterns of the Clear Qi Grand Formation surfaced within his pupils. Then, the runes in his left pupil gradually dissipated. Behind him, there was also a rune shining. It was the one that Elder he had left on him when he had just come out of seclusion. At the same time, Elder he sent a voice transmission to Yuan Jingfeng to explain the situation to him as quickly as possible. Yuan Jingfeng currently did not feel surprised in the slightest as he circulated the power of the Clear Qi robe, resisting Huang Guanglia with all his might. Huang Guanglia only felt that the pressure that Yuan Jingfeng was exerting on him had suddenly decreased. The experienced East-coming martial saint did not feel happy because of this. He knew very well whether Yuan Jingfeng was a spent force or not. Just like him, Yuan Jingfeng had come out of seclusion perfectly. His body was in peak condition, and there was no problem at all. His strength had weakened merely because the power of the Clear Qi Grand Formation was no longer fully supporting him. Then, where had the other portion of the Clear Qi Grand Formation's power gone to now? On the thunder-shocking peak, white light suddenly flickered within Yan Zhaoge's left pupil, 3 specks of golden light flickering within. The next moment, the spirit patterns of the Clear Qi Grand Formation appeared within Yan Zhaoge's left pupil. Yan Zhaoge pressed his right palm on the ground of the mountain peak, his left hand extending towards the bald sky. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's outstretched hand, the spirit patterns of the Clear Qi Grand Formation surfaced within the sky, merging with the numerous strange red streams of qi that shot into the skies above Broad Creed Mountain range. The runes of the Clear Qi Grand Formation, which had originally flickered with white light, were gradually dyed with a layer of strange red at this moment. At the same time, at the foot of the Water Ridge Peak, in the heaven-sealing gorge. Here, a tall tower stood tall. The shape of the pagoda was exactly the same as the golden pagoda at the core of the demonic domain Grand Formation that guided the descent of the 9 underworlds. However, this tower was not golden, and there were no chain-like black runes winding around it. There was also no strange red door of light at the top of the tower. The entire tower was emitting a dark red light. It was just that following Yan Zhaoge's special manipulation techniques, these lights did not radiate outwards as they were concealed within the darkness of the heaven-sealing gorge. This dark red pagoda was like the spirit patterns that Yan Zhaoge had inscribed at the top of the thunder-shocking peak earlier. No aura of power leaked out from it. A figure sat on the tall red tower. It was precisely Feng Zhuan. He had been waiting quietly and did not make a move. Even when the enemy attacked the mountain at its most critical moment, he still did not make any move. Now, feeling the changes in Broad Creed Mountain and the clear Qi Grand Formation, a bright light flashed within Fang Zhuan's eyes. He made a simple action, which was to get up and leave the dark red tower. Accompanied by Fang Zhuan's departure, the dark red tower, which had been completely silent earlier, instantly lit up. The 9 strange dark red streams of qi between Broad Creed Mountain range floated upwards into the sky, merging with the spirit patterns of the clear Qi Grand Formation in the sky, while descending downwards, congregating within the heaven-sealing gorge. 9 thick chains appeared out of thin air. They were all dark red in color, and they wrapped around the tower. The tall red tower rumbled, not growing in size, instead beginning to gradually shrink. On the thunder-shocking peak, Yan Zhaoge looked up into the sky, overseeing the overall situation. There, the spirit patterns of the clear Qi Grand Formation had already turned completely dark red. Yan Zhaoge clenched his left hand into a fist, punching outwards. On the back of his left hand, a sigil suddenly lit up. That was the devilish mark that had sealed the Great 9 Underworld's door in the sand region. The spirit patterns of the clear Qi Grand Formation in the sky shook mightily, before a pillar of light descended, enveloping Yan Zhaoge. With Yan Zhaoge as their center, numerous spirit patterns extended outwards, one spirit pattern after another. Yet another miniature spirit pattern of the clear Qi Grand Formation appeared at the top of the thunder-shocking peak. The 2 formations, one large, one small, formed 2 massive rings of light, encircling the mountain peak. The 2 rings of light, one internal, one external, one clockwise, one anti-clockwise, all circulated simultaneously. In the outside world, Broad Creed Mountain Range shook simultaneously at this moment. The tall red tower within the heaven-sealing gorge rapidly shrunk, while the clear Qi Grand Formation in the sky circulated to the maximum at this moment. When the tall red tower completely disappeared, a tiny black dot shockingly appeared at the center of the dark red, clear Qi Grand Formation. This black dot grew larger unceasingly, finally transforming into an existence that resembled a black hole. It seemed to lead to a boundless, unknown land, but a shocking aura emanated from within. In the surroundings of Broad Creed Mountain, the world-illuminating Lord, Lin Tianfeng, and the others all looked shocked at this scene. Feeling that something was wrong, they wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The dark red clear Qi Grand Formation collapsed mightily, transforming into all-encompassing strange red light, enveloping the enemies attacking Broad Creed Mountain. One by one, starting from the world-illuminating Lord, Lin Tianfeng and the others, all the martial practitioners of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall who had arrived were enveloped by the red light, their bodies then involuntarily flying towards that black hole. The world-illuminating Lord roared anxiously, immeasurable radiance radiating from his palm as the heavenly altar erected, 8 suns appearing as he executed the supreme martial art of light illuminating all, great white beneath the heavens. Lin Tianfeng roared furiously, his entire body flickering with the light of thunder as the heavenly altar of purplish-green lightning condensed as he executed the supreme martial art of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the 9 rotating Thunder King's saber, all-encompassing thunderbolts rampaging throughout the sky. Pan Buotai, who had been heavily injured by Yan Di, now also struggled to circulate his strength, wanting to resist the pull of the strange formation before him. That transcending mortality martial grandmaster of the Heavenly Thunder Hall who was battling Elder, he also used his full strength, his true martial avatar rising, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. Enveloped within the red light, Yan Di, Elder He and the other Broad Creed Mountain experts were not affected in the slightest as they now launched their attacks, killing or crippling their opponents one by one. The world-illuminating Lord, Lin Tianfeng and the others had originally been resisting the red light with all their might. Now, being attacked once more, they were instantly powerless to resist as they were dragged towards the black hole at lightning speed. Feeling the terrifying aura within, everyone cried out in shock. 9 underworlds? That red light shot towards Huang Guanglie in midair. Huang Guanglie snorted coldly, wanting to repel the red light. However, as Yuan Jingfeng struck out with a palm, Huang Guanglie was momentarily distracted as he was instantly dragged along by the red light. Wanting to break free, Yuan Jingfeng's attacks that seemed to be able to topple the heavens and overturn the seas pressured down from the side, causing him to be completely unable to focus on dealing with the variant clear Qi Grand formation that Yan Zhaoge controlled. As an exalted martial saint with a sacred artifact in hand, Huang Guanglie could only helplessly be pulled along. In the blink of an eye, the black hole was right before him. Flames that surged to the heavens flashed within Huang Guanglie's eyes. Feeling the terrifying aura within that black hole, he clenched his teeth, glancing at the great sun heaven measuring ruler within his hands. With a wild howl that shook the heavens, Huang Guanglie dropped his great sun heaven measuring ruler. As violent golden light flickered, the red light that enveloped Huang Guanglie as well as the attacking Yuan Jingfeng were both jolted into retreat. Huang Guanglie transformed into a golden light, instantly leaving far away. His eyes bloodshot, looking back, he saw the ancestral treasure of the sacred Sun clan, one of the few sacred artifacts of the Eight Extremities world, the great sun heaven measuring ruler, shuddering as it was still sucked into that black hole, sent to the legendary 9 underworlds. In the air above Broad Creed Mountain, the strange dark red grand formation circulated, seeming to have transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse at this moment. The black hole within the sky resembled a meat grinder, resembled a millstone, resembled the opened mouth of a massive beast that devoured the heavens. The world-illuminating Lord, Pan Butai, Lin Tianfeng, one martial practitioner after another of the sacred Sun clan and the heavenly Thunder Hall was buried here. Chapter 312. The violent black hole in the sky not only led to the terrifying 9 underworlds, but the distorted space also formed a huge destructive force. Many of the martial artists who were sucked into it had their bodies torn apart by the ruptured space when they approached the black hole. The already heavily injured Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun clan, Pan Butai, let out a furious roar that shocked the heavens, Yan Zhaoge. Yan Di. With a furious roar, half of his body was swallowed by the black hole, but the space around him was distorted. The heavily injured Pan Butai was powerless to resist, as his body was directly chopped in half by the terrifying void energy. Pan Butai, a transcendent martial grandmaster of the same generation as Huang Guanglie, Yuan Jingfeng and the others, who had dominated the world for many years, had perished in the void. The head of the Sacred Sun clan's world-illuminating lord of this generation's 7 reigning sons, Lin Tianfeng of the Heavenly Thunder Hall as well as a Grand Elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall were swept within the black hole together. The terrifying dark red grand formation within the sky and that black hole wreaked havoc at this moment, wreaking havoc on the souls of all who had invaded Broad Creed Mountain. Within the black hole, a speck of golden light floated up and down, struggling unceasingly. It was the saint weapon, the great sun heaven measuring ruler. But now that the great sun heaven measuring ruler had lost its master, although it was strong, it was gradually swept away by the black hole and disappeared without a trace. Huang Guanglie broke free from the dark red light of the formation and flew far away. Looking back, he saw that his holy weapon had finally been swallowed by the black hole. At this moment the East Emergence martial saint was so enraged that he almost vomited blood. The great sun heaven measuring ruler, the supreme treasure of the sacred Sun clan, having been passed down for many years, it had always been the symbol of the clan, as well as the important thing that allowed the sacred Sun clan to stand tall in this world. When the clan did not have a martial saint, or when he, Huang Guanglie, had been in secluded cultivation, it had been the great sun heaven measuring ruler that had supported the sacred Sun clan from falling, maintaining its mighty name as it contended with the other sacred grounds. Even if the sect was weak for a while, it still had enough resources to make others not dare to offend it. Like Broad Creed Mountain's clear chi robe and infinite boundless mountain's heaven-cleaving axe. Meanwhile, the reason why the Sacred Sun clan had been able to sit stably on the throne of the #1 sacred ground of the Eight Extremities world in recent years was because of Huang Guanglie's status as a martial saint, existing alongside the sacred artifact, the great sun heaven measuring ruler, being the only one of its kind in the Eight Extremities world, able to suppress the other sacred grounds. Huang Guanglie had painstakingly been in secluded cultivation for many years. During the War of the Eastern Tang, when Broad Creed Mountain had counterattacked the Fire Domain, he had forcibly endured and not emerged from seclusion. Having broken out of seclusion this time, his cultivation base had advanced a step further, His momentum had truly shocked the heavens as he had drawn the attention of the entire Eight Extremities world. Even their original ally, the Heavenly Thunder Hall, was beginning to feel uneasy. The reason why Huang Guanglia did not use the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler when he attacked the mountain was because he had misjudged the time Yuan Jingfeng would come out of seclusion, and he had absolute confidence in himself. On the other hand, it was to intimidate the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Infinite Boundless Mountain. This time, Huang Guanglia brought the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler to the Heaven region in the north. He was like the great sun in the sky, like a tiger that was going to sweep the world. The Sacred Sun clan, which had originally been the #1 sacred ground of the current Eight Extremities world, whether it was in terms of strength or reputation, had both skyrocketed here. Their first target was yet another death-secluded cultivation of their chief, Broad Creed Mountain, who had just suffered a great tribulation at the same time. The battle hadn't even begun, but the outcome seemed to have been decided. Huang Guanglia was full of confidence when Yuan Jingfeng successfully broke out of seclusion and displayed his shocking strength. At most, he only felt a little regretful that their advantage was no longer so obvious. However, even if they were unable to take down Broad Creed Mountain, he and his subordinates of the Sacred Sun clan would still be able to retreat unscathed, suppressing Yuan Jingfeng and the others from outside Broad Creed Mountain, not daring to leave the clear Qi Grand Formation. This way, other than the Central Heaven region, the other 4 regions of the Heaven Domain as well as the lands of the Wind Domain would all be taken in by the Sacred Sun clan, allowing them to rampage as they pleased. However, Huang Guanglia would never have thought that a life-seizing formation would suddenly appear within the sky. If not for him having reacted in time and cut his losses, even he himself might have been sucked in by that black hole. Now, while he had managed to escape, the Sacred Sun clan experts who had come to Broad Creed Mountain this time had all been wiped out. They had even lost their clan's supreme treasure, the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler. At this moment, Huang Guanglia even felt that he didn't know how he should account for this to the past ancestors of the Sacred Sun clan. From a certain perspective, Huang Guanglia had made the same mistake as Yuan Tian, who had come to trample on Broad Creed Mountain previously, resulting in his defeat and death. As peak existences of the current Eight Extremities world, the 2 martial saints were also veterans of the Jianghu. Before they had acted, they would have held back a trump card to guard against any unexpected Misha. However, the mishaps they had faced had truly surpassed their imaginations, being hard to predict beforehand. Therefore, tragedy had befallen both of them. While Huang Guanglia had fallen with the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler, having barely managed to break free, Yuan Jingfeng had not let him off. A heavenly Broad Creed palm mightily struck over. Huang Guanglia still had not stabilized his footing as he could only barely withstand it. However, after Yuan Jingfeng's palm, he immediately followed up with a saber. Closely following the heavenly Broad Creed palm was the immeasurable heavenly saber. Huang Guanglia roared furiously, stumbling in retreat as he fled far away, no longer remaining. The east-coming martial saint who had left seclusion, wanting to sweep through all beneath the heavens in his first battle, had been badly battered and bloodied at the foot of Broad Creed Mountain. Yuan Jingfeng was not in a hurry to give chase. Stepping between the heavens and the earth, he gazed in another direction. The 2 of you, what do you say? There, 2 extremely powerful auras existed. Originally, they had been in a stalemate, their attention now focused on that terrifying black hole in the sky above Broad Creed Mountain. After burying the people of the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, that terrifying black hole finally began to slowly vanish. Yuan Jingfeng. A voice that was low like rolling thunder resounded, "This move of your Broad Creed Mountains was really played beautifully." Yuan Jingfeng gazed silently in the direction of the voice. "Shenli, wanting to take advantage of my Broad Creed Mountain, your Heavenly Thunder Hall should have anticipated the outcome of your failure." The aura of the Green Thunder Martial Saint Shenli surged, shaking the surrounding heavens and earth as unsuppressible flames of fury were contained within. That black hole is a dimensional passageway in reverse. It leads to the 9 underworlds, right? Your Broad Creed Mountain is indeed in cahoots with the decimating abyss 9 underworlds. Turbid Wave Pavilion cannot tolerate you, and the painting Saint Old Man Mo will also not sit by and watch. Now that you, Yuan Jingfeng, have become a martial saint, will you be able to stand against everyone under the heavens? Shenli said in a heavy tone. Chu Yan, what does your Infinite Boundless Mountain say? The current chief of Infinite Boundless Mountain who wielded the heaven-cleaving axe, the northern peak towering sky, Chu Yan, was silent. The vigorous aura of the heaven-cleaving axe shook slightly, but it did not show any enmity towards Broad Creed Mountain, just seeming to be very wary of the great nine underworld's door that had just appeared in the sky in reverse. Yuan Jingfeng chuckled. Shenli, after mixing around with old unreasonable Huang for so long, you have also fallen for that bad habit of him of slandering others. Shenli said coldly, the circulation of your Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Grand Formation actually opened a passageway to the nine underworlds. This is indisputable. On the thunder-shocking peak, Yan Zhaoge raised his eyes to look at the sky, looking at the clear Qi Grand Formation that had turned from dark red to white once more as he said slowly, Hall Lord Shen misunderstands. In addition to exterminating the decimating abyss, in order to prevent the descent of the nine underworlds, our clan went all out, finally relying on our Guardian Grand Formation to seal the door to the descent of the nine underworlds. It is just that this placed a great burden on our clan's Guardian Grand Formation. If we were attacked by external enemies again, it would inevitably be unable to bear the burden, resulting in the abnormality just now occurring. We were also very surprised by such a result. Fortunately, the passageway was in reverse. Our clan really made a great sacrifice, bearing a great risk for the safety of the Eight Extremities world. For the Eight Extremities world, for the human realm, my Broad Creed Mountain is duty-bound to do so, also not expecting any repayment. We just hope that our fellow Taoists can understand a little. At the very least, don't come touching our clan's clear Qi Grand Formation. Otherwise, no one can guarantee what else might happen. It can also be considered that everyone is of one mind, resisting the calamity of the nine underworlds together. Chapter 313. Yan Zhaoge spoke slowly, but the meaning behind his words was not all that polite. It was not just the Sacred Sun clan. During the chaos of the decimating abyss earlier, other than the Sacred Sun clan, the Heavenly Thunder Hall had similarly been involved in launching the Anti-Sun Grand Formation to disrupt it. If not for guarding against Infinite Boundless Mountain's heaven-cleaving axe, this Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Shenli, would probably have come to Broad Creed Mountain as well. While Lin Tianfeng and the others had died, the fury of all of Broad Creed Mountain towards the Heavenly Thunder Hall was not much less than that of the Sacred Sun clan. Bald Shen, from what you have said, in my opinion, your Heavenly Thunder Hall and the Sacred Sun clan are the traitors of the nine underworlds. Garbed in the clear Qi robe, Yuan Jingfeng strode over in the direction of Shenli. My clan fought a bloody battle with the decimating abyss, finally exterminating them and even successfully preventing the nine underworlds from descending within my Broad Creed Mountain and the Eight Extremities world. In the course of the great battle, your Heavenly Thunder Hall and the Sacred Sun clan disrupted our clan's clear Qi Grand Formation together. Afterwards, you joined hands to attack us. What, do you want to take revenge for decimating abyss? To continue their unfinished business and let the nine underworlds descend? Shenli gave a cold snort and his aura instantly went far away. A Grand Elder and a First Seat Elder of their clan, two heavyweights, along with a great number of other experts, had perished at Broad Creed Mountain. Not only would he be unable to take revenge, he would also have to flee. It was easy to imagine how depressed this Cyan Thunder Martial Saint was feeling. But at this moment, he had no choice but to retreat. Not to mention that Shenli was well aware of some matters and had never forgotten them. Even if he had momentarily forgotten them, the battle between Yuan Jingfeng and Huang Guanglia earlier would allow him to immediately recall them. Once upon a time, heaven's equal, Yuan Jingfeng was the strongest existence among his peers. While he was not renowned for being invincible like his disciple Yan Di, suppressing his generation and looking down on all lifetimes, Yuan Jingfeng had also created a legend of his own that year. Yuan Jingfeng had stepped into the peak of the martial grandmaster stage, the transcending mortality stage, much earlier than his peers Huang Guanglia, Shenli, Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping, not to mention the slightly younger Song Wuliang and Qinglin. Back then, when everyone was still young and had just started to rise to fame, Yuan Jingfeng was the most outstanding one. He was also the one who was looked upon as the most likely to become a martial sage in the shortest time among those of the same generation. It was only because of his old injuries that Yuan Jingfeng had remained in the transcendental realm all this time, which was why Huang Guanglia, Shenli and the others had managed to catch up to him. Yuan Jingfeng, who had wasted many years, had finally crossed that threshold and transcended mortality and entered sainthood. This immediately awakened many people's dusty memories. Of the previous 6 martial sages, aside from Old Man Imo, who was older and rarely fought, making it hard to determine his strength, the others were not a match for Yuan Jingfeng at the same cultivation realm. The awe-inspiring Huang Guanglia had been fighting Yuan Jingfeng for many years. When he was in the Grandmaster realm and Martial Grandmaster realm, he had never won. The number of times he had lost to Yuan Jingfeng could not be counted on one hand. When the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Shenli, had clashed with Yuan Jingfeng back then at the Martial Grandmaster realm, he had also suffered a crushing defeat. Today, even though Yuan Jingfeng had just stepped into the Saint realm, it was still difficult for Shenli to face him head-on. Moreover, Yuan Jingfeng still had the sacred artifact, the clear Qi robe, accompanying him. If it was said that after leaving Broad Creed Mountain, even without the great sun heaven measuring ruler, Huang Guanglia would still dare to battle Yuan Jingfeng, without a sacred artifact in hand, Shenli could only turn and flee. While Shenli retreated, Yuan Jingfeng did not let him have it easy, directly pressuring over with a heavenly Broad Creed palm. In the distance, in the direction where Shenli was, the sky seemed to have collapsed and the horizon seemed to have distorted. A muffled groan came from afar. Shenli did not accept the battle at all. His body transformed into a bolt of lightning, forcefully enduring his injuries as he swiftly retreated. Shenli flew all the way, passing through the territory of the East Heaven region where Broad Creed Mountain's martial practitioners had already shrunk earlier. After exiting the Earth domain, the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners had galloped here. Lin Tianfeng and the others had gone to Broad Creed Mountain in the Central Heaven region, and there were others who had established a base of operations here. But at this moment, these people watched in astonishment as their hall master flew past them. Rumbling thunder light wrapped around all of them. He didn't stop and continued flying in the direction of the Earth domain, passing through it and returning to the Thunder Dominion. Lin Zhou was amongst them, and when he saw there was only Shenli by himself, he couldn't help but be astounded. Grand Master, my father and martial ancestral uncle Yu. Shenli's face was livid and he did not say a word. Lin Zhou's face instantly turned deathly pale. He composed himself, sucking in a deep breath, wanting to ask further. However, looking at that terrifying expression on Shenli's face, Lin Zhou opened his mouth, yet was unable to utter a sound. Grand Master should have just suffered a small loss and is in a bad mood, thus looking like this. Lin Zhou thought to himself, nothing will happen to father and the others. Fighting Broad Creed Mountain, not having taken it down in the end, losing face. Lin Zhou gritted his teeth, but the sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia has already left seclusion. With the great Sun Heaven measuring ruler in hand and Grand Master also restraining infinite boundless mountain's heaven-cleaving axe, how could they not be able to take down Broad Creed Mountain who had just been heavily injured by the decimating abyss? Jade Sea City and Turbid Wave Pavilion have also been restrained by the Flame Devils on the East Sea. It would be impossible for them to traverse the Earth domain to help. Lin Zhou thought, perhaps it is because the sacred Sun Clan obtained the clear Qi robe that Grand Master is so flustered and exasperated. This is the most likely scenario. If Broad Creed Mountain was destroyed, with even their sacred artifact, the clear Qi robe, also falling into the hands of the sacred Sun Clan, the sacred Sun Clan's momentum would truly be hard to resist, showing signs of sweeping through the entire world. At that time, the Heavenly Thunder Hall might have to make peace with Infinite Boundless Mountain, joining hands with Jade Sea City. It was to the extent that even Turbid Wave Pavilion would find it hard to continue remaining neutral, having no choice but to give up on its neutral stance. Otherwise, they too would have to look up to the sacred Sun Clan. Lin Zhou kept comforting himself. However, after having returned to the Heavenly Thunder Hall and having calmed down, Shenli held an urgent discussion with the other longtime elders who had stayed behind. News from the outside world had also broken Lin Zhou's hopes. This thunder-rumbling young master, who was already gradually revealing his flair as the number one of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's younger generation, shut himself in a room by himself. Anyone who passed by the door of his room could feel the oppressive and violent feeling, as if a thunderstorm was brewing. Even Yen Shan, who had always been at odds with Lin Zhou, did not dare to approach Lin Zhou at this moment. After learning of this, the bigwigs of the Heavenly Thunder Hall all sighed. One day, the door suddenly opened and Lin Zhou walked out. Dark clouds covered his face, his gaze even colder and gloomier. I have carefully managed and painstakingly schemed precisely to defy the heavens and change my fate, but in the end, Father still left me. Lin Zhou's expression was wooden as he gazed towards the southwest horizon, in the direction of the Heaven Domain and Broad Creed Mountain. Working hard for so long, still futile at the end of the day. What's the use of my efforts then? I might as well just go with the flow. Flames of fury suddenly surged within Lin Zhou's gaze, otherwise, I might as well overturn the heavens and overturn the earth. If I don't destroy your Broad Creed Mountain, I am not human. Chapter 314. Led by Yuan Jingfeng, Broad Creed Mountain launched an all-out counterattack, regaining their lost territory. Making use of Huang Guanglia's loss of the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler and his own injuries, Broad Creed Mountain was unforgiving as they invaded the Fire Domain once more. The Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners felt that this development was rather familiar. Back in the War of the Eastern Tang, it seemed to have been like this, first winning, then losing. Not only had they lost all that they had won previously, they had even lost all that they had won previously. A familiar process, a familiar posture, all over again. Therefore, even that feeling of vexation to the point of wanting to vomit blood was exactly the same, perhaps even surpassing it. Knowing that their sacred artifact, the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler, had actually been lost in this battle, the entire Sacred Sun Clan was rendered speechless for a time. On the world-illuminating peak, sunlight no longer shone brilliantly, instead appearing rather gloomy and gloomy. The Grand Elder Pan Butai and the head of the 7 reigning suns, the world-illuminating Lord, had both perished at the foot of Broad Creed Mountain. Seated in the Great Hall, the Sunset Lord's expression was incomparably ugly. He had also gone to the Heaven Domain, having remained in the South Heaven region to suppress it, not following Broad Creed Mountain any further. Otherwise, it would be very hard to imagine that with everyone else other than Huang Guanglia having been wiped out, he had still managed to survive. However, even as the Sunset Lord felt slightly fortunate, he also felt indescribably ashamed and embarrassed. The Sacred Sun Clan's conquest of the Heaven Domain's Plaza Mountain this time could no longer be described as having come in high spirits and returned in low spirits. They had basically smashed their heads and bled, nearly dying at the foot of Broad Creed Mountain. Their high spirits and satisfaction before setting off now seemed to have completely become a joke. The current Chief Huang Su's face was sunken as water as he gazed at the room before him. After returning to the mountain, Huang Guanglia had entered the room to recuperate, recovering from the injuries Yuan Jingfeng had inflicted on him. After recovering from his injuries, if he met Yuan Jingfeng and the clear Qi robe outside of Broad Creed Mountain, Huang Guanglia would still have the strength to battle them. If Yuan Jingfeng rushed over to trample the world-illuminating peak, the situation would be completely reversed. Even injured, Huang Guanglia would not fear him. It was just that even so, the momentum he had felt when he had first emerged from seclusion, wanting to sweep through the entire world, came to an abrupt halt, broken at the middle. Losing the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler was an unbearable pain. After looking at the room for a while, Huang Su retracted his gaze, swiveling his head, his gaze sweeping past the higher echelons of the Sacred Sun Clan before him. His voice was low and deep. Defend and wait for reinforcements. Step by step. After my father recovers, the fire field will still belong to the Holy Clan. The boundary between the two sides will still be the boundary between the Heaven Field and the Fire Field. The bigwigs of the Sacred Sun Clan all nodded. Huang Guanglia's grandson and Huang Su's son, Huang Jia, stood at the back of the crowd without any sense of presence. Huang Jia was calm and collected about this, but his face revealed an expression of deep thought. Huang Su glanced at Huang Jia. At this moment, Huang Jia had completely returned to normal. When Huang Guanglia had just returned to the mountain and received the exact news, Huang Jia's shocked expression was still fresh in his memory. Even his father, Huang Su, rarely saw Huang Jia like this. To be exact, he hadn't seen him like this for a very long time. Even when the Sacred Sun clan had suffered a great loss in the Battle of the Eastern Tang back then, after Huang Jia had learned of it, he had only mildly commented, "Not being secretive in our actions, the other side saw through us and backstabbed us instead." As the others dispersed, Huang Su's gaze fell on Huang Jia. Huang Jia stopped pondering, raising his head and saying, "Yuan Jingfeng leaving seclusion early is actually not much. While we don't know how exactly he managed to recover from his injuries, this is still within the plan." Huang Su nodded. In their original projections, the worst-case scenario had been for Yuan Jingfeng to leave seclusion earlier than Huang Guanglia. In that case, the Sacred Sun clan would have to defend the world-illuminating peak to the death. With the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler still present, it would not be so easy for Broad Creed Mountain and the other powers to trample on the Sacred Sun clan. In the end, Huang Guanglia had left seclusion a step earlier. Even if Yuan Jingfeng had managed to catch up and left seclusion earlier than under normal circumstances, it would not have mattered. At the very most, they would not have been able to completely destroy Broad Creed Mountain. However, under the pressure of Huang Guanglia and the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler, they would have been able to suppress Yuan Jingfeng and the Clear Qi Robe to the point that they were unable to leave the Clear Qi Grand Formation. This way, the Sacred Sun clan would have been able to easily devour the Heaven Domain, strengthening themselves further. As the strong grew stronger, victory would ultimately belong to the Sacred Sun clan. This was the immense, tangible advantage brought about by Huang Guanglia having left seclusion successfully, his strength having improved a step further. Using an upright force to suppress others was bullying them for not being able to defeat them in a head-on clash. Huang Jia said, "The greatest surprise was Broad Creed Mountain's Clear Qi Grand Formation. That sudden and unexpected change almost made me suspect that Broad Creed Mountain and the 9 underworlds had really joined hands. While in order to have a good reason to attack, they had pinned a huge blame on Broad Creed Mountain, Huang Su and Huang Jia naturally knew what was going on. Of the 6 great sacred grounds, the one that hated the decimating abyss the most would probably be Broad Creed Mountain." Hearing his words, Huang Su's face instantly darkened. The Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler, Huang Jia said, "The current situation is roughly equivalent to when grandfather had not entered seclusion and Yuan Jingfeng had not become a martial saint. It is slightly worse than it was then. Our Sacred Sun clan no longer has the advantage over Broad Creed Mountain, both sides returning to an equilibrium of power. And, looking at the course of the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain this time, we might still be at a slight disadvantage. However, as compared to the other 4 sacred grounds, the advantage our 2 clans have is even greater." Huang Jia said, "What comes next is a crucial period for our Sacred Sun clan. We need to look at the overall situation." He paused for a moment before saying, "Our previous understanding of Broad Creed Mountain still seems insufficient now." Huang Jia lowered his head, looking at the ground. "The Broad Creed young master Yan Zhaoge deserves further attention, greater effort, more detailed observation. Before, I always felt that I had already taken him sufficiently seriously, but now, I feel that I have still underestimated him a little. In this great tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain this time, the various unexpected changes, I always feel that the shadow of this person is behind us. This person's personality has many flaws, and there are many areas that we can make use of, but he always has shocking methods that are beyond our expectations." Huang Su said, "You were not able to leave behind anything to commemorate your 2nd natal year. Hearing his words, Huang Jia raised his head, a rare smile appearing on his face. "On the contrary, the first miscalculation in my life leaves an extremely deep impression on me." Swiveling his head to look in the direction of the northern heaven domain, he muttered to himself, "At the same time, it is also the first time I have felt such an intense desire to kill someone, and someone of the same age at that." In the central heaven region of the heaven domain, on Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoge looked at the silently circulating Clear Qi Grand Formation above his head, his expression calm. After a while, he gazed towards the south, then the northeast, the enemy's desire to kill me has not died. With just the slightest hint of movement, they pounce over like sharks that have seen blood. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. There has always been the principle of catching a thief for 1,000 days, but never the principle of guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. Sacred Sun Clan, Heavenly Thunder Hall, it can't be that you think that we will just let this go like this, right? Chapter 315. Sacred Sun Clan, Heavenly Thunder Hall, we have only just begun. Yan Zhaoge gazed at the clear Qi Grand Formation within the sky. At this time, the shining formation patterns had already begun to disappear into the void again. Yan Zhaoge lowered his head to look at the numerous peaks of Broad Creed Mountain before him. The streams of dark red Qi that had arisen earlier had already vanished. The specially processed 9 underworlds dark soil, combined with the modified Devilish Domain Grand Formation and Broad Creed Mountain's own clear Qi Grand Formation, displayed shocking power. However, following the disappearance of the devilish mark on Yan Zhaoge's hand, wanting to open up a passageway to the 9 underworlds again would not be easy. But even so, Broad Creed Mountain's clear Qi Grand Formation had also improved from its original foundation. The current clear Qi Grand Formation was a peak existence amongst the various grand formations of the entire 8 extremities world. Xian Dongping and the decimating abyss had caused massive destruction, but the spoils of war that they had obtained from them were also extremely abundant, having many unexpected, wondrous uses that could greatly increase Broad Creed Mountain's strength. Currently, within Yan Zhaoge's palm was a dim blue jade that flickered with a faint blue light. The luster was dim and almost undetectable, but the color was extremely pure. This jade's name was Blue Devil Jade, and it was produced in the Earth domain. However, it was extremely rare, and it was almost impossible to find. In the shadow shrinking pouch that Xian Dongping carried with him, there was a large amount of Blue Devil Jade. Not only were there many of them, their quality was also extremely good. Yan Zhaoge toyed with a piece of Blue Devil Jade, stroking its surface as he pondered in silence. Apart from the Blue Devil Jade, Xian Dongping, Yuan Tian and the others also had his Heavenly Lake Jade, Ghost Body Congealed Ointment and many other high-grade treasures, causing one to feel overwhelmed. This time, in counterattacking the fire domain that the Sacred Sun Clan had occupied once more, Broad Creed Mountain would also have many gains. Yan Zhaoge had already asked people to pay special attention to a few treasures, including things like the fire pattern jade and the underground fire pith which they had plundered previously and which they had already used up. It was foreseeable that this would be another great harvest. At the same time, news also came from the wind domain to the west that Broad Creed Mountain's powerful counterattack had already descended south from the Gan region, attacking the Qin region that the Sacred Sun Clan had occupied. They followed up their victory and did not show any mercy. With Huang Guanglia injured and the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler lost, the Sacred Sun Clan could only grit their teeth and swallow this bitter pill once more. When Huang Guanglia had finally recovered from his injuries and was preparing to counterattack, Broad Creed Mountain released something else. In Xian Dongping's hands was the complete list of Decimating Abyss members. There was no lack of people from the other 5 sacred lands. The authenticity of this name list naturally had to be carefully examined. It wasn't that there wasn't the possibility of Xian Dongping purposefully making false accusations, causing the people of the 8 extremities world to panic. However, its value was also self-evident. Broad Creed Mountain's momentum was established, pressuring the Sacred Sun Clan to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads. At the same time, the mountain domain's sacred ground, Infinite Boundless Mountain, was also unceasingly exerting pressure on the Heavenly Thunder Hall. What caused Yan Zhaoge to feel emotional was that while Infinite Boundless Mountain had stood on Broad Creed Mountain's side from the beginning to the end, in the Great Battle of Broad Creed Mountain had even restrained the Heavenly Thunder Hall. But if Huang Guanglia were to die at the foot of Broad Creed Mountain, Infinite Boundless Mountain's stance would be hard to predict, with even Jade Sea City having other thoughts. The game between the top forces would always change due to the changes in the situation. When Yuan Jingfeng and the others returned to Broad Creed Mountain, it was already many days later. Through the concerted efforts of all of Broad Creed Mountain, their clan finally regained its former appearance. The only special thing was that the fire leaving Peak's peak had been sharpened. The clan's experts had flattened it once more, just that the height of the peak had been slightly shorter than before. Not long after Yuan Jingfeng's return, Broad Creed Mountain announced to the world, selectively announcing the entire story of the decimating abyss, as well as the news of the deaths of the Devil Saint Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping. Broad Creed Mountain didn't hide Xian Dongping's true identity, instead announcing to the world that they were cleaning up after themselves. While there had long been rumors, when Broad Creed Mountain itself announced it, it still shook the world. Other than the problem of the decimating abyss, Broad Creed Mountain naturally didn't have the intention of letting the attacks of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall off lightly. Both sides had their own arguments, some wrangling was unavoidable. It was just that the momentum of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall seemed a little weak no matter how one looked at it. And not long after that, Broad Creed Mountain announced to the world once more that the old chief, Yuan Jingfeng, had officially abdicated his position, no longer holding the position of Broad Creed Mountain's chief, instead becoming a grand elder, devoting himself to cultivation. Broad Creed Mountain's new chief was Yen Di, who had previously assumed the role of chief. Yen Zhaoga's father, Yen Di, officially became Broad Creed Mountain's new chief. Broad Creed Mountain's legacy continued once more. Whether it was the battle with the decimating abyss earlier or the battle with the Sacred Sun Clan afterwards, many details were revealed, with the name of Yen Wudi officially resounding once more in the great lands of the Eight Extremities world. After dominating the martial scholar realm, Yen Di once again overlooked all the martial grandmasters of the entire Eight Extremities world. Infinite Boundless Mountain's chief, the Northern Peak Towering Sky, Chu Yen, sent people to congratulate him, congratulating Yen Di on becoming Broad Creed Mountain's new chief on one hand, and also congratulating Yuan Jingfeng on transcending mortality and entering sainthood, stepping into the martial saint realm. In the congratulatory note sent to Yuan Jingfeng, Chu Yen changed the way he addressed Yuan Jingfeng from heaven equaling hand to heaven equaling saint. Seeing this, a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Yen Zhaoga's mouth. Broad Creed Mountain's tradition was that the successive clan leaders were all addressed with heaven, starting from their founder, the heaven-establishing old man Qiu Yuan, all the way until now. His Grand Master had been no exception when he had assumed the position of clan leader that year. The title he had prepared at that time had actually been heaven equaling saint. It was just that Yuan Jingfeng, considering that he had not transcended mortality and entered sainthood, had changed it to heaven equaling hand. Now, the title of heaven equaling saint was finally well deserved. Not waiting for Broad Creed Mountain to inform them, Infinite Boundless Mountain's chief Chu Yen having taken the initiative to change the title, undoubtedly also expressing his sincerity in continuing their alliance. As for what Infinite Boundless Mountain was planning in private, that was another matter altogether. After all, it was not just the Sacred Sun Clan now, even Broad Creed Mountain had risen once more, clearly being stronger than the other four sacred grounds. Yen Zhaoga swiveled his head to look at his father, Yen Di. The chaos of the Flame Devils on the East Sea has still not been quelled, and Jade Sea City and Turbid Wave Pavilion are still entangled with them. However, after receiving the news, they have also sent people to congratulate us, who will be arriving very soon. After Grand Master, you will also be taking over the position of clan leader. How should I address you? Actually, I still feel that Yen Wudi suits you the best. Yen Di said, I have never cared about such things, Master can just decide. After nodding, Yen Zhaoga said, after this matter, I have to make some preparations. When the time comes, I might need the clan to help me gather some resources. Right, outside of the heaven domain, I will need to negotiate with the other sacred grounds. Yen Di gazed over, extremely solemn, regarding eldest apprentice brother's daughter-in-law, Ying Yuzhen, and little June Er. Yen Zhaoga's expression was serious, I have some ideas. While I do not have sufficient confidence, I will definitely do my best. Chapter 316. When Shi Tai's grandson, Shi Songtao's son, Shi Jun, had been born that year, Yen Di had been present as well, watching the little fella grow from an infant in swaddling clothes to learning to walk on his own. The little fellow's name was given by Yuan Jingfeng. All of Broad Creed Mountain paid close attention to the sole descendant left behind by Shirtai. Yen Di looked at Yen Zhaoge. What do you have in mind? What do you need? Yen Zhaoge answered earnestly, my thoughts are still not mature yet. I intend to make a trip to the extreme northern lands, only coming to a conclusion after I have gone there and investigated the area. However, I can't rush it for the time being. The northernmost land is currently in the freezing period. It's useless even if I go there. I can take advantage of this period of time to carefully make some preparations. At the same time, I can ponder over my own method. There are some things that I need you and the sect to help me gather. It involves negotiations with other holy lands outside of the heaven domain. I will give you a list later. While Yen Zhaoge had the authority to make use of the clan's resources, it would be better for Yen Di and the others to appear when it came to foreign matters. Now that Yen Zhaoge's name could also be considered to have spread far and wide, it would be very easy for others to notice him if he were to look for some things with his personal identity. Yen Di nodded, pass the list to me directly after it has been compiled. Heading to the extreme northern lands this time, I also intend to go to the North Sea to take a look, Yen Zhaoge said. Yen Di thought of something as his gaze flickered. You want to find the legacy left behind by the glacial dragon Martial Saint? Yen Zhaoge nodded, I've already made some headway on the clues that I've grasped earlier. In the following days, I might be able to gain something from them. If I can obtain even more clues from this, it should be something worth looking forward to. Now, the expressions of Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di both dimmed somewhat. Back then, Shirtai had obtained the small metal plate from Yi Jing's hands because he had gone to the northern sea to search for clues left behind by the glacial dragon Martial Saint. After Shirtai returned, he brought back some things regarding the Earth domain and the 9 underworlds, as well as some clues regarding the glacial dragon Martial Saint's remains. As Yen Zhaoge analyzed the decimating abyss's devilish domain grand formation, other than clashing with it time and time again, the things that Shirtai had brought back had also played a considerable role. However, the master of the decimating abyss, Xian Dongping, who had yet to be exposed at that time, naturally also benefited from it. Yen Di said, the glacial dragon Martial Saint has fallen far too long ago. While the whereabouts of his accompanying sacred artifact are unknown, no one can be certain that it truly exists in this world. If you wish to search for it, I will not object. Still, do not lose your bearings. Yen Zhaoge said, rest easy, father. I understand. Pausing for a moment, Yen Zhaoge said softly, the legacy of the glacial dragon Martial Saint is indeed something that cannot be confirmed. Therefore, I did not place all my bets on it. To be precise, this is just incidental, or even a cover-up. Yen Di raised his brows slightly, oh. Yen Zhaoge said, having been attacked by the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall this time, all face can be considered to have been completely torn apart. Now that the situation has calmed down, it is merely because the two sides have regained their equilibrium in strength. The other party is powerful and will definitely make things difficult for our sect again. Ever since Huang Guanglia's master, the Purple Sun Martial Saint Zhang Chao, and the final chief of Black Nightmare Mountain had attempted to invade Broad Creed Mountain while the exalted heaven shaker Zhan Dongge was in secluded cultivation, enmity had already been formed between the two sides. Afterwards, due to Zhan Dongge's death in the great battle with the Flame Devils, Broad Creed Mountain suffered a great blow to its vitality. As the Sacred Sun Clan gradually grew in power, Broad Creed Mountain's days had not been that easy. Fortunately, the heaven diviner Zhan Shilo had led Broad Creed Mountain in concealing their strength and biding their time, passing through that darkest period of time. However, after Zhan Shilo's death, Broad Creed Mountain no longer had a martial saint, their days becoming difficult once more. While the whereabouts of the Sacred Sun Clan's Purple Sun Martial Saint Zhang Chao were also unknown, Huang Guanglia having transcended mortality and entered sainthood, with the great sun heaven measuring ruler in hand, his sharpness was just too great. While Yuan Zhengfeng was strong, and Broad Creed Mountain still had the clear Qi robe to hold down its foundation, they could only rely on the clear Qi grand formation, having no worries in defending, unable to advance as the Sacred Sun Clan could call on the wind and summon the rain, devouring and infiltrating step by step. At that time, Jade Sea City had been pincered by the Heavenly Thunder Hall and the Flame Devils of the East Sea, with Infinite Boundless Mountain having remained on the sidelines. Broad Creed Mountain had been under immense pressure. Otherwise, Feng Zhuan would not have set his sights on the Earth domain. In the end, Feng Zhuan managed to rein in the horse at the brink of the precipice, allowing Xian Dongping to continue walking down that path. Huang Guanglia, intent on completely stabilizing the Eight Extremities world, had therefore entered secluded cultivation in search of another breakthrough. Only then had Broad Creed Mountain gained a greater amount of space to move about. However, they had never once relaxed their hearts. If Huang Guanglia successfully emerged from seclusion, their momentum would definitely be even greater, and the Sacred Sun clan would also become even more powerful. However, the situation was completely different now. Yuan Jingfeng had transcended mortality and entered sainthood. While Huang Guanglia had also improved, he had lost the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler. Currently, with Yuan Jingfeng and the Clear Chi Robe watching over Broad Creed Mountain, Huang Guanglia would definitely not dare to trample on them again. If Huang Guanglia was alive, wanting to take down the world-illuminating peak would also be impossible. If the two sides met elsewhere, Yuan Jingfeng with the Clear Chi Robe would still hold an advantage. The two sides were allies, Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain, 2 against 1, with the Heavenly Thunder Hall sandwiched between them. Now, it was Broad Creed Mountain's turn to oppress the Sacred Sun clan, settling old scores. It was just that following Yuan Jingfeng transcending mortality and entering sainthood, Broad Creed Mountain's strength skyrocketing. Faced with this ally who was clearly a level higher than them, while Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain had to rely on Yuan Jingfeng to keep Huang Guanglia in check, it was also unknown what exactly they were thinking. The Sacred Sun clan's foundation was similarly deep, its strength vigorous. For Broad Creed Mountain to completely crush them and take revenge for their previous attack, it would still not be easy. The situation in the Eight Extremities world had fallen into a dangerous yet fragile equilibrium. Yan Zhaoge said, "In order to obtain victory in a competition, there are only two directions we can work towards, either strengthening ourselves, or weakening our enemies. If there is a major discovery of the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint's legacy, being able to bring about a great increase in our clan's strength, that would naturally be good. However, this matter still cannot be confirmed at the end of the day." A cold light flickered within Yan Zhaoge's eyes. It is impolite not to reciprocate. I will send the Sacred Sun clan a gift in return. Yan Di said calmly, dealing with Huang Guanglia is not easy, even if he no longer has the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler. Huang Guanglia was unquestionably the current pillar of the Sacred Sun clan. With him injured, the Sacred Sun clan's strength would immediately fall. However, at the same time, even having been badly battered and bloodied at Broad Creed Mountain just now, Huang Guanglia's strength was still indisputable. In terms of personal strength, having successfully advanced a step further in seclusion this time, Huang Guanglia could basically already be considered the current #1 expert of the Eight Extremities world. Yuan Jingfeng, without the Clear Chi Robe, was also inferior in comparison. In the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain, it was also because of Yuan Jingfeng that Yan Zhaoge's killing formation had been effective, causing Huang Guanglia to lose the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler. Yan Di asked, "You want to target their Maiden of Extreme Yin?" Yan Zhaoge shook his head. Huang Guanglia himself, as well as Meng Wan, are their strongest points. While Meng Wan's cultivation base is low, her advantage in the Extreme Yin bout is too great. They will now value her even more, focusing on protecting her, even planning to assassinate our junior apprentice sister Feng. This is currently where their greatest concentration of strength lies. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly into slits. I want to strike where they are weak, where they cannot anticipate. Chapter 317. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, a pondering look appeared on Yan Di's face. Just now, you said that the legacy of the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint was only incidental, or even a cover-up. The meaning behind your words is that your true target is also in the north? Or should I say that your methods are to be used in the north? Yan Zhaoge nodded, that's right. He gazed towards the north, then turned to the south as he said softly, "My target is the Sacred Sun Clan's southern underground palace." Hearing his words, Yendi's gaze hardened slightly. The southern underground palace was located in the south of the fire domain, surrounded by a chain of mountain ranges, with many volcanoes within. Beneath it was a massive sea of lava, its boundaries unknown, its depths unknown. That was a place of great danger alongside the wind domain's great western desert, famed since ancient times. However, it was also an important foundation for the Sacred Sun Clan to occupy the fire domain. To what extent was it important? There were many uses for the Sacred Sun Clan, but just one of them was already sufficient to explain the problem. The Sacred Sun Clan's supreme direct lineage martial art, the Extreme Yang Fist, above the 7 great sun arts, had to be cultivated in it with the help of the southern underground palace. If not for the environment there really being too harsh, the Sacred Sun Clan would not have chosen the world illuminating peak. From a certain perspective, that was the true sacred ground of the Sacred Sun Clan, while the world illuminating peak was more like a place where they were usually stationed. Yendi said, "The southern underground palace is a place like the Great Western Desert. While we all know that it is very important to the Sacred Sun Clan, it is hard to destroy. Even if we want to completely occupy it, it is also not realistic. If they could destroy the southern underground palace, in the previous battle of the Eastern Tang, when the Sacred Sun Clan had been forced to retreat to the world illuminating peak, Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City would have already made a move against it." Yen Zhaoge said, "That's right. The creation of the heavens and the earth is incomparably majestic, not something that can be easily shaken by humans. At the very least, the current me is definitely unable to do so. However, it is also not that I want to forcibly destroy that place." Yen Zhaoge gazed towards the north once more. "It is still hard to say now. I will have to first investigate the extreme northern lands before I can come to a conclusion. Right now, I only have a vague idea." Yendi asked, "Where did your idea originate from? Although you always have some strange ideas, what inspired you this time to have such a whimsical idea?" Yen Zhaoge laughed, "Father, it is recorded in the ancient texts that before the Great Calamity, there was once a strange matter which concerned a hegemonic power of the martial Tao of that time, the Snowy Immortal Palace. I wonder if you have heard of it. You are talking about the matter of the heavenly ice spring of the Snowy Immortal Palace drying up?" Yendi asked after pondering for a moment. The Great Calamity had caused many things to go extinct, causing many things to turn into legends, becoming mere bits and pieces of hearsay. Many things had been lost, while some scattered fragments had been passed down, also known to the people of the current 8 extremities world. However, there were many things that seemed right but were actually wrong. Yendi looked at Yen Zhaoge. "It is rumored that the Snowy Immortal Palace did not seem to have experienced the Great Calamity, instead having already lost its legacy before the Great Calamity." Yen Zhaoge said, "I am also not too clear on the specifics. Still, with regards to the matter of the drying up of the heavenly ice springs, I have some thoughts and guesses of my own. Still, I still have to verify them on the spot. It is not the ruins of the Snowy Immortal Palace, that has long since ceased to exist. I just want to investigate the extreme northern lands whose environment is similar to that of the Snowy Immortal Palace." What Yendi knew were rumors, but Yen Zhaoge knew that the Snowy Immortal Palace had indeed been destroyed before the Great Calamity. However, he was indeed not clear on the specifics. Yen Zhaoge had not investigated the true reason for the drying up of the heavenly ice springs before, and could not be certain of it now. However, he indeed had his guesses. Combining them with his knowledge in other areas, he had analyzed the underlying principles. However, whether this was really the case still had to be tested. Yendi said, "If you want to head to the extreme northern lands, that is fine. However, you still have to pay attention to your safety. After all, that place is rather close to the Heavenly Thunder Hall. With Master having transcended mortality and entered sainthood, and me also having stepped into the transcending mortality realm, our clan's strength has already increased, already being able to completely break away from our previous conservative stance. The Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall will also restrain themselves somewhat. However, if you head to the extreme northern lands and the North Sea, you still have to be careful." Yan Zhaoge nodded, yes, I understand. Yan Di paused for a moment before continuing, you have to keep the matter of Jun, and his mother in mind. Yan Zhaoge's expression was solemn, you can rest easy. This is eldest apprentice uncle's only bloodline. I will definitely protect it. Yan Di said no more, his hands behind his back as he came to the side of the window, gazing into the distance. Many scenes that had been sealed within his memories surfaced within Yan Di's mind. I am surnamed Shi, named Shi Tai. I am Master's eldest disciple. Junior apprentice brother Yan, you are a heaven-defying genius, surpassing me 100 times over. In the future, you will definitely become a legendary figure like the exalted Han Tian. Eldest apprentice brother, are you really withdrawing from the competition for the position of chief? That's right. If it is you who inherits the position of chief, I am willing to follow your lead. If it is second apprentice brother, I want to fight for it. Eldest apprentice brother, my condolences for the matter of Song Tao's family. I'm fine, don't worry. Right, junior apprentice brother Yan I know that you are also very busy. However, if you have the time, pay more attention to Zhaoge. Yan Di's usually sharp, domineering gaze lost its focus at this moment. Yan Zhaoge could more or less understand Yan Di's feelings. His heart similarly dimmed as he soundlessly retreated from the room, closing the door behind him. Other than those of Infinite Boundless Mountain, there were also people from Jade Sea City and Turbid Wave Pavilion who had come to congratulate Yuan Jingfeng on transcending mortality and entering sainthood, congratulating Yan Di on officially taking up the position of chief. From Jade Sea City, those who had come were people that Yan Zhaoge knew. While he was only a spirit vessel martial grandmaster, as the son of the first wife of Jade Sea City Lord Song Wuliang, the Seven Seas young master Song Chao, having come, was also sufficient to express his sincerity. Coming from afar, senior brother Song, our clan greatly welcomes you. Yan Zhaoge received Song Chao's group, however, our clan has just experienced a great tribulation. While we have passed through it, many of our fellow disciples have perished. Therefore, with my father taking up the position of chief this time and my grandmaster stepping into the martial saint realm, our clan does not intend to hold a ceremony. Currently, the entire mountain has many things to do. I hope that senior brother Song will not blame us if we have been negligent. Song Chao said, this is only natural. In ascending the mountain, we also hope that we can offer incense to the deceased seniors of your clan. Yan Zhaoge nodded, I thank everyone of Jade Sea City. Besides Song Chao, amongst the group of Jade Sea City disciples, a girl said, Senior brother Yan, my condolences. It was Li Jingwan whom he had met at the Heavenly Connection meet earlier. Yan Zhaoge said, Junior sister Li is considerate. He walked forward, leading Song Chao, Li Jingwan and the others up the mountain. After the incense had been offered, Yan Zhaoge said, a little later, our clan will hold a grand funeral for our fellow disciples who perished this time. If you all wish to stay behind to observe the ceremony, that is also fine. Song Chao seemed to want to say something, yet stopped himself, but his expression was calm as usual as he nodded, since that is so, we will be troubling you. While Yan Zhaoge was feeling a little down, he had not lost his calm at the very least. Seeing this, he knew that Song Chao probably had some other mission in coming here this time. It was just that bringing it up now would inevitably be a little rude. Therefore, Song Chao seemed to mean that he would only do so after the funeral. Yan Zhaoge took note of this, his expression not changing. Chapter 318. What Song Chao and Jade Sea City were planning, Yan Zhaoge could not really tell at the moment. However, for the time being at least, Yan Zhaoge did not intend to continue considering it. For Broad Creed Mountain's entire faction, what they were most concerned about now was the funeral. In this great tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain, having first experienced the chaos of the decimating abyss before encountering the attacks of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the number of Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who had perished was not few. Shi Tai was one of them. Apart from him, there were other fellow disciples who died as well. Right now, their corpses were collected and buried together. Everyone, more or less, had old friends and family. Everyone represented a tragedy and sorrow. And to Broad Creed Mountain as a whole, the greatest influence was still Shirtai's death. Not counting Xian Dongping and Elder Wang who had been purged, Shirtai was the strongest expert of Broad Creed Mountain who had perished in this tribulation. Including those who had been corroded by the decimating abyss, Broad Creed Mountain's losses this time were not small, having suffered a great deal of damage to their vitality. Fortunately, Yuan Jingfeng and Yan Di's successive breakthroughs as well as the strengthening of Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Formation, the Clear Chi Grand Formation, had caused Broad Creed Mountain's overall strength to rise instead of falling. Counterattacking the territories occupied by the Sacred Sun Clan in the Fire Domain and the Wind Domain, they had obtained a great amount of resources, also making up for Broad Creed Mountain's losses. Meanwhile, their enemies, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, had similarly suffered heavy losses, especially the Sacred Sun Clan who had lost their sacred artifact, the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler, suffering losses to the point of vomiting blood. The funeral was presided over by Yan Di, who had taken over the position of chief. Yuan Jingfeng and the other higher echelon experts of Broad Creed Mountain all appeared, sending Shirtai and the others on their final journey. Runes flickered within Yan Di's pupils as he controlled the Clear Chi Grand Formation to slowly circulate. As the Great Formation operated, a beam of clear light shot into the distance, forming an illusory world of light and shadow, as if it was another world. It was a foreign dimension, completely different from the one in which Yan Di and Yan Zhaoge had battled Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian. This space flickered with a watery light, like a giant lake. The entire foreign dimension, the entire small world, seemed to be a lake. Yan Zhaoge, Su Fei, Feng Yunsheng, Xikong Qing, Eng Longtu, and the other Broad Creed Mountain disciples all had solemn expressions on their faces. Song Chao and the others who had come to watch the ceremony were also watching the world in the lake. Li Jingwan said softly, "That is the burial ground of Broad Creed Mountain's past disciples, the heavenly born lake." Song Chao nodded. Not bad. According to Broad Creed Mountain's customs, when disciples of the Broad Creed Mountain perished, other than the families of the deceased who had special requests, such as bringing them back to the clan for burial, all corpses that could be collected for burial would be buried in the natural spirit lake. After burying the others, Yan Di personally carried the transparent ice coffin containing the stone and metal to the world within the lake. Standing in mid-air above the massive lake, placing the ice coffin before him and looking at Shirtai's serene face within, Yan Di was silent, not speaking for a long time. There was even a faint smile on Shirtai's face. It was a mixture of comfort and joy. Yan Di's face was sunken as water as his palm streaked across the cover of the ice coffin. Now, a figure arrived beside Yan Di. Yan Di did not move as he knew who it was. Feng Zhuan's features were as lean as ever, gentle and refined, just that the usual faint smile on his face was now nowhere to be seen, his gaze heavy. He reached out, as if wanting to place his palm on the coffin lid like Yan Di. However, when his finger was less than an inch away from the ice coffin, Feng Zhuan's hand stopped in mid-air, not moving, as if not daring to touch it. Yan Di said softly, "Eldest apprentice brother will not blame you. Master, I, and the others also do not have such thoughts." Feng Zhuan's expression did not change, but he resembled a statue as he stood in mid-air, not saying a word, not moving in the slightest. While the chaos of the decimating abyss had been quelled, Xian Dongping and the others having already been slain, from a certain perspective, Feng Zhuan felt that he was the true source of this great tribulation. It was he who had first pushed open that great, forbidden door. While he himself, with supreme willpower, had closed the great door once more, causing the shadow of the 9 underworlds that had first attempted to extend into the 8 extremities world to shrink back. However, Xian Dongping had stepped on his shoulders, following the path that he had once walked, only then having taken that nightmarish step. Between him and Xian Dongping, who exactly was the true founder of the decimating abyss, it was really hard to say. Looking at Shirtai within the ice coffin before him, looking at the people of Broad Creed Mountain who had already fallen into the natural spirit lake below, even more figures seemed to surface before his eyes. From Clear Concealed Lake to the incident of Yunwu County in the Sand region, to this tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain this time. Fang Zhuan already knew about Shi Songtao's matter, and could only remain silent at this moment. Yan Di said, "Don't waste your time on it. What eldest apprentice brother wants to see more is a carefree Broad Creed Mountain." Retracting his hand, Fang Zhuan nodded slowly, turning and leaving. Sucking in a deep breath, Yan Di released his hand on the ice coffin, the ice coffin descending downwards. Shi Tai's figure gradually grew smaller and further away, the ice coffin descending into the lake, waves rippling. Gazing at Shi Tai's gradually disappearing face within the water, Yan Di's gaze did not shift for even a moment. At the top of the heaven-rising peak, Yuan Jingfeng had a sorrowful expression on his face as he looked at the figures of Yan Di and Fang Zhuan, as well as that transparent ice coffin. The person within the ice coffin was his eldest disciple, the first disciple he had ever had in his life. How many years of trials and tribulations had passed together, many things still seemed like they had happened yesterday. "Lion, your master is clear about his injuries. If I enter secluded cultivation, it is very hard to say whether I will be able to come out alive. I intend to choose you as the new chief. Are you willing to bear this burden?" "Master, junior apprentice brother Fang and junior apprentice brother Yan are both more outstanding than this disciple. The former is too extreme, while the latter is too flamboyant. While as they grow older, they have gradually become more stable. If they want to take charge of Broad Creed Mountain, they still need to be tempered. Sadly, external enemies like the Sacred Sun clan might not give us that much time. This disciple's personality is too pedantic, and I'm afraid that he is also not chief material. This disciple believes that whether it is junior apprentice brother Fang or junior apprentice brother Yan, they will both become the central pillars of our clan. This disciple is foolish, but is also willing to lay down my life for the clan. Whatever the position, when and where, as long as the clan needs this disciple will definitely stand up without hesitation." "That's also true. Your personality is too straightforward, and I'm afraid that you will be schemed against by those crafty old foxes like unreasonable old Huang and Bald Shen. Forget it, since you insist on not being willing, then let's see whether Hidden Dragon or Invincible can distinguish themselves first and take on this heavy responsibility." Thinking back on his past life, Yuan Jingfeng closed his eyes somewhat painfully. Having clashed head-on with Huang Guanglia, the heaven-equaling Saint Yuan Jingfeng who had supported Broad Creed Mountain for so many years, whose name shook the entire Eight Extremities world, who had already stepped into the martial saint realm that he had dreamed of for so many years, currently appeared extremely weak. Seeing this, the Grand Elder Zhang Kun and He Ning behind him both sighed. They had only seen such a senior apprentice brother Yuan once before. That was after Yuan Jingfeng's master, the heaven diviner Zhan Shilo, had perished. Today, however, they met once again. When you were needed, you said that you would definitely stand up, and you indeed did as you said. Yuan Jingfeng muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. "But, silly boy, you've stood up. After the waves have calmed down, you should stand back up for your master." Chapter 319. Yan Zhaoge had attended the entire ceremony, Su Fei and Ing Longtu standing by his side. The two core disciples of Broad Creed Mountain no longer wore the black-bordered blue robes they usually wore, only leaving behind a set of white clothes, a white cloth tied around their foreheads. Han Long was sobbing uncontrollably. Unlike when his parents had passed away, he now understood the meaning of death, and understood that yet another of his family members had left him. Xue Fei's huge body was like a stone statue as he hugged Han Long's shoulder. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were red. He didn't stop Han Long from crying, and only hugged his junior brother tightly, giving Han Long something to lean on. Yan Zhaoge looked at Su Fei, senior apprentice brother Su. Xue Fei took a deep breath and shook his head. "Don't worry. I'm fine." Yan Zhaoge said no more as he quietly watched his father send off his eldest apprentice Uncle Shi Tai on his final journey. At the end of the funeral, the passageway connecting the natural spirit lake to the outside world was closed once more under Yan Di's control. Yan Zhaoge and the other Broad Creed Mountain disciples all had solemn expressions on their faces as they solemnly bowed towards the gradually disappearing natural spirit lake. Song Chao and the others who came to watch the ceremony also half saluted. After the funeral, Song Chao came before Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei, sighing, "My condolences." Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei both nodded. Looking at Song Chao, Yan Zhaoge asked softly, "Does City Lord Song have something to ask Senior Apprentice Brother Song to bring over?" Senior Apprentice Brother Song is understanding of our sect's funeral and has not mentioned it even now. "I am deeply moved by your kindness. Although there are still some things to deal with, the funeral is basically over. If Senior Apprentice Brother Song has anything to say, you can speak freely. If you need to see my father or master ancestor, I can also pass on your wishes." The pain in one's heart would not dissipate so quickly, and the anger directed at one's enemies would continue to accumulate and ferment. But the dead are gone, and the living move forward. Not forgetting the dead doesn't mean that they can't extricate themselves from the negative emotions. Some things had already reached the point where they needed to be dealt with calmly and timely. Strive forward, in order not to lose more. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Song Chao no longer hesitated as he candidly nodded in acknowledgement, but then shook his head. "It is a personal matter. I indeed have something that I would like Junior Apprentice Brother Yan's help with, but it is not something important. It is just that mentioning it before the funeral is a little inappropriate." Yan Zhaoge said, "Since that is so, Senior Apprentice Brother Song should speak frankly." Song Chao said, "It's like this, your esteemed sect cleaned up your sect, exterminating the decimating abyss Lord Xian Dongping. I wonder if there were any material gains? I mean, special products of the earth that are hard to collect." Yan Zhaoge asked rather curiously, "What does Senior Apprentice Brother Song want?" Song Chao explained, "It's a special spirit stone known as the Unfallen Ghost Rock. It's unique to the Earth domain. It can't be found anywhere else, and it's only been produced in small amounts in the Earth domain." Yan Zhaoge raised his head and pondered. In his memories, there really seemed to be such a thing within Xian Dongping's private property. The Yen Tian Mountain, Yen Chen, Shan, Yen Qing He, Yen Dong Xian, Yen of Tian, with Yan Zhaoge's current level of authority in Broad Creed Mountain, dealing with the resources obtained from Xian Dongping was completely not a problem at all. Also, there really were things he wanted in Jade Sea City and the water domain. However, in order to prevent his target from being exposed too early, Yan Zhaoge said, "Because of the importance of this matter, Xian Dongping's assets are currently being handled by my father. Senior Apprentice Brother Song can accompany me to meet my father and explain the situation. Our two clans have always been on good terms. If there is indeed an unfallen ghost rock, there shouldn't be a problem." Song Chao nodded. "I will have to trouble Senior Yan." He had met Yan Di before, but had not mentioned the matter of the unfallen ghost rock. Now that they met again, he immediately explained the situation. Yan Di received Yan Zhaoge's sound transmission through his aura chi before saying, "There is indeed an unfallen ghost rock, but the quantity is rather limited. I wonder how much does little friend Song need?" Song Chao answered, "A square meter of it will do." Yan Di nodded. "Then our clan does have enough. I can give it to little friend Song. Having experienced a great tribulation, our clan has many things waiting to be done. We are in urgent need of many resources. Actually, I want to exchange some resources with your clan. I had originally intended to send a message to your father through little friend Song. An exchange between the two clans would not be just one or two things. Instead, there would be many different kinds of things, and the quantity required would also be immense." Song Chao hurriedly said, "This junior will send the news back to Jade Sea City as soon as possible." Yan Di said, "That would be for the best." After sending Song Chao back to his temporary resting place, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di sat facing each other. Yan Zhaoge rubbed his temples as he said, "Just put what I want in the clan's list of goods." "This is natural," Yan Di asked, "Do you think that this is something that Song Chao wants personally?" Yan Zhaoge answered, "I feel that it is not Song Chao alone, but that the possibility of it being something that Jade Sea City wants is greater." Yan Di said, "Song Chao is not as conspicuous as you. Most people might not pay attention to what he is looking for. It would instead be more secretive than setting up carriages for trade. Everyone under the heavens knows that you are able to make use of most of our clan's resources as you wish. For him to seek your help and contact you personally, it would also seem very normal. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. I did not directly agree to him, instead bringing him over to look for you. He should also know that his intentions might have been exposed, with us seeing through him. Yan Di said, I naturally can. Yan Zhaoge tapped lightly on the table by the side. Unfallen ghost rock, unfallen ghost rock. What does Jade Sea City want this thing for? If you can't think of what the other party wants in a short period of time, or what he wants to do with it, then you might as well think about what the other party lacks, what they urgently need. Yan Zhaoge's tapping stopped as he swiveled his head to look at his father. The father and son opened their mouths at the same time, a single word emerging from their mouths. Sacred artifact. While the Sacred Sun clan had lost the Great Sun Heaven measuring ruler, Huang Guanglia's cultivation base had successfully improved. On Broad Creed Mountain side, Yuan Jingfeng had also successfully transcended mortality and entered sainthood, becoming yet another martial saint expert of the Eight Extremities world, at the same time also possessing the sacred artifact, the clear Qi robe. The current Broad Creed Mountain had already replaced the Sacred Sun clan, becoming the only sacred ground of the current Eight Extremities world that had a martial saint as well as a sacred artifact. Whilst also being part of the 6 great sacred grounds, Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan were already clearly a level higher than the other 4 sacred grounds. With Broad Creed Mountain restricting the Sacred Sun clan, Jade Sea City naturally heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if their mortal enemy, the Sacred Sun clan, suppressed the entire world, unifying the Eight Extremities world, Jade Sea City would rather collectively jump into the sea. However, of the Heaven, Mountain and Water Domain Alliance which had originally been of the same breath and branch, one of them suddenly showing signs of turning from an ally to the head of the alliance, this inevitably caused the other 2 forces to have second thoughts. At the very least, they definitely wanted to raise their strength more urgently. Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly. The trouble with the Flame Devils on the East Sea has not even been completely resolved, and they have already run over to look for the unfallen ghost rock. Jade Sea City is rather anxious about this matter. Chapter 320. To Jade Sea City, their longtime nemesis, the Sacred Sun clan, rising in strength was undoubtedly terrible news to the extreme. Meanwhile, the increase in the strength of their ally, Broad Creed Mountain, brought them benefits as well as pressure. A similar problem actually existed for the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Infinite Boundless Mountain as well. Even Turbid Wave Pavilion, who had always remained neutral, pursuing the policy of being an isolated island and possessing a relatively transcendent status, faced with the clear rise of Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, they were also taken aback. If one wanted to maintain a neutral stance and be completely independent, one had to either have no value to be coveted by others, or have the strength to make others not dare to easily offend them. Turbid Wave Pavilion would definitely not satisfy the first condition. And if they continued to remain where they were while the Sacred Sun clan and Broad Creed Mountain continued to advance, sooner or later, the second condition would also become impossible to satisfy. The neutral Turbid Wave Pavilion was already like this, much less Jade Sea City, the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Infinite Boundless Mountain. If they were unable to keep up with the footsteps of Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, they could only gradually fall behind, gradually losing the initiative in the overall situation of the Eight Extremities world, only able to helplessly go with the flow. To Infinite Boundless Mountain, their most pressing need was the same as Broad Creed Mountains before, where they urgently needed a martial saint expert to appear. In this way, the wielder of the heaven-cleaving axe would be able to stand proudly in the world. And for Jade Sea City and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, it would naturally be best if more martial saints could emerge. Otherwise, they would have to possess their own sacred artifacts. On Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoge took out the unfallen ghost rock from his shadow-shrinking pouch while pondering. Forging a sacred artifact is not a simple matter. Even before the Great Calamity, forging sacred artifacts and spirit artifacts was much easier than it is now. Sacred artifacts are also not so easily obtainable. There were 2 reasons why saint weapons were hard to come by. The first was the refining method, which was extremely difficult to refine. The second was that the materials were extremely rare. Yan Zhaoge appraised the unfallen ghost rock. This thing is definitely not the main material. It should be a rather crucial supplementary material. Only with the main material can I determine the refining plan. Only after I have a clear plan and idea of my holy weapon can I collect the supplementary materials. From the looks of it, Jade Sea City already has its main material. I wonder what kind of treasure it will be. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. In the current Eight Extremities world, the main material of a sacred artifact could basically be said to be a unique, unparalleled treasure. Due to the problem of refining methods and plans, the majority of the refined saint weapons would be more suitable for the refiner's martial arts profoundness. But generally speaking, the compatibility of the main materials was also very important. For example, if Jade Sea City used a supreme fire-type or earth-type treasure to forge their own sacred artifact, while it was not that it was impossible, the difficulty of forging it would be extremely great. Yen Di said, in the process of us working hard to advance, the others have never remained where they are either. Everyone is working hard to improve themselves. I heard that Infinite Boundless Mountains Chief Chu Yen also has thoughts of entering secluded cultivation once more, wanting to break through into the martial saint realm. Other than diligently raising their cultivation bases, the martial practitioners of the Heavenly Thunder Hall have definitely always been planning to refine a sacred artifact that belongs to them. Also, it isn't just a day or two, or a generation or two. Instead, they have always been diligently preparing for it. Even Turbid Wave Pavilion has probably never relaxed in their search for fortuitous encounters and materials to forge their own sacred artifact. The more resolute they are, the more they are clear on the importance of their own strength. Yen Di said calmly, our clan and the Sacred Sun clan are currently in the lead by a step, but if we stop advancing, there will come a day when our advantage will no longer exist. Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed, then, you say should we give this unfallen ghost rock or not? Yen Di similarly laughed, pointing at Yan Zhaoge, give it, why not? That's right, why not? Yan Zhaoge laughed, at the end of the day, we are still allies with a common enemy. The Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall are both not easy to deal with. Jade Sea City should also understand this. Even if there are any changes in the future, we should first take care of the Sacred Sun clan. Everyone running forward together, we are still in the lead. What is there to feel guilty about? Yan Zhaoge patted the unfallen ghost rock, developing together, my Broad Creed Mountain's advantage will only grow greater and greater. Yen Di laughed, the affairs of the world are hard to predict, and no one dares to say that they will be able to laugh forever. Still, using methods against enemies is only natural, but using methods against allies, does our clan not even have that bit of confidence? Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart, of course, the prerequisite is that this ally of ours doesn't have any crooked thoughts. Yen Di said, as the current youngest martial saint of the Eight Extremities world, Song Wuliang is not so foolish. Moreover, the enmity between them and the Sacred Sun clan is not any inferior to our enmity with the Sacred Sun clan in the slightest. Of the current martial saint experts of the Eight Extremities world, including the newly ascended Yuan Jingfeng and the recently deceased Devil Saint Yuan Tian, there were a total of 7. Jade Sea City's City Lord, the Jade Sea martial saint Song Wuliang, was the youngest. Of course, this young was in comparison to Yuan Jingfeng, Huang Guanglia and the others. Song Wuliang's actual age was also not young, being much older than Shirtai, Fang Zhuan and the others. However, strictly in terms of seniority, Song Wuliang was actually of a generation lower than them, being of the same generation as Shirtai, Yen Di and the others. On the other hand, Song Wuliang had a son at an old age, the 7 Seas young master Song Chao not being that old. Yan Zhaoge suddenly thought of something as he looked at Yen Di, right, father, news from the family. The matter he was referring to was the rumor that Yen Di did not truly possess the bloodline of the Central Heaven region's Yen family. While it had been suppressed by Yan Zhaoge with thunderous methods, the truth of the matter was still a little hard to say. The letter left behind by Yen Di's grandfather was the greatest problem. Having been verified by his third granduncle Yen Wenjin, the letter had been genuine, not having been forged. At the very least, with Yan Wenjin's discernment ability, she was unable to tell that it was forged. This way, the matter was actually rather big. In truth, Yan Zhaoge himself actually didn't really care about this, but it was hard to say how Yan Di would feel about it. Yan Di looked calmly at Yan Zhaoge. I regard myself as a member of the Yan family, and there are people in the family who regard me as family. That is enough. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge nodded soundlessly. Yan Di said, the fifth extreme Yin bout is about to arrive. This time, we can let junior apprentice sister Feng participate. She also needs to personally experience the extreme Yin bout that the extreme Yin crown holds, increasing her experience in clashing with the other maidens of extreme Yin. Yan Zhaoge rubbed his temples. However, if there are no major accidents, there shouldn't be much hope this time. My original prediction was that the sixth extreme Yin bout would be junior apprentice sister Feng's chance to display her strength. However, the Sacred Sun clan also uses the yin-yang coexisting technique to nurture their maidens of extreme Yin, causing their strength to rise a step further. While junior apprentice sister Feng's effort surpasses that of ordinary people, in order to make up for the time she has lost earlier, some patience is still required. Hearing his words, Yan Di nodded. Since I have already handed this matter over to you, you will be responsible for it. Since we are participating in the fifth extreme Yin bout, you should also accompany us this time. Yan Zhaoge said, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Chapter 321. Following the great tribulation that Broad Creed Mountain had suffered, there were many things that needed to be done. It was not just the construction of the mountain, but also many personnel adjustments. Disregarding everything else, with Xi and Dongping having been purged and Shurtai having perished, the two important positions of the Martial Repository's first seat and Disciplinary Hall's first seat had been vacated. These need to be filled by people. Yan Zhaoge did not say anything about this. However, his current position was not ordinary, as he had the qualifications to even participate in the clan's internal decision-making meetings. Broad Creed Mountain's final decision was to summon back the two higher echelon experts who had been dispatched to the East Sea and the Earth domain. In order to deal with the threat of the Flame Devil world on the East Sea, the six great sacred grounds had long since come to an agreement that each of them would send out a mid-essence talisman martial grandmaster expert who was at least at the 8th level of the martial grandmaster realm to be stationed on the East Sea, guarding over the critical juncture between the Flame Devil world and the Eight Extremities world. The various families could change the people they wanted, but each family had to maintain at least one peak martial grandmaster stationed at sea. Together, they formed the first line of defense to monitor the Flame Demon Great World's movements and deal with the daily small-scale conflicts. If the Flame Devils made any major movements, the coastal Heavenly Thunder Hall, Jade Sea City and Turbid Wave Pavilion would immediately send reinforcements to deal with it. Depending on the situation, the Inland Infinite Boundless Mountain, Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan would also have to dispatch experts to reinforce the East Sea when necessary. However, that would generally be a very serious matter, similar to the all-out war with the Flame Devils that year. It had already been a few years since such a situation had occurred in the end. Generally speaking, major matters would be like the incident at Clear Concealed Lake earlier and the Great Tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain this time, with Jade Sea City and the other powers dealing with it. Their daily dealings with the Flame Devils and the purging of the Flame Devils who had invaded the Eight Extremities world were all handled by those six martial grandmasters of each of the six great sacred grounds. Under their command, there were also martial artists from the same sect who were either permanently stationed or temporarily training. Feng Yuncheng's former master of the Sacred Sun clan had perished in a battle with the Flame Devils when he had been stationed at the East Sea. Broad Creed Mountain's bigwigs stationed in the East Sea were usually referred to as the East Sea's first seat elder. Speaking of which, this was a tough job.
It was similar to guarding the borders, but there were not many benefits to speak of. At the same time, one had to fight against the Flame Devils all year round. Therefore, ever since Broad Creed Mountain's East Sea First Seat Master had been established, it had always been a rotation system. What was worth mentioning was that before Yan Zhaoga's father, Yan Di, had inherited the position of first seat elder of the martial inheritance hall, he had been the East Sea's first seat elder, slaying the flame devils on the Great Sea to the point that the entire sky was filled with flowing flames, incinerating the heavens and boiling the sea, his fame spreading far and wide. Meanwhile, the current first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain was another peak expert of the late Essence Talisman stage at the 9th level of the martial Grandmaster realm, Changzheng. During Broad Creed Mountain's Great Tribulation, Changzheng had wanted to return to the clan. In the end, the Flame Devils had invaded, causing chaos everywhere. The longtime elder of the Sacred Sun clan who was permanently stationed at the East Sea just happened to clash with him. The two clashed with the Flame Devil experts whilst also facing off against each other, Changzheng thus being delayed in the East Sea. Now that the Great Tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain had come to an end and the chaos of the Flame Devils in the East Sea had gradually subsided, Broad Creed Mountain had dispatched someone to replace Changzheng, transferring him back. Yan Zhaoga was rather familiar with the new East Sea First Seat Elder. It was precisely Feng Yunsheng and Xikong Qing's master, Fu Wenshu. The situation in the Earth region was similar to the East Sea. While the decimating abyss had been exterminated, the Earth domain still existed. There would still be people guarding it, but Broad Creed Mountain would also have to make some adjustments in their personnel. Song Chao conveyed Broad Creed Mountain's intentions to Jade Sea City. Jade Sea City very quickly responded, expressing that they were happy to see the large amount of resources exchanged between the two sides. They would do their best to satisfy Broad Creed Mountain's needs. The two sides were allies in the first place, often interacting with each other. However, the scale this time was exceptionally huge. Both sides had to make corresponding preparations. Song Chao also felt that Yan Zhaoga and Broad Creed Mountain might have realized their intentions. However, Broad Creed Mountain did not make things difficult for Jade Sea City. In the exchange of resources, they also did not intentionally raise the price. While the price was comparatively higher than before, to Jade Sea City, the gains from obtaining the unfallen ghost rock were much greater than what they had paid. Song Chao was a kind and magnanimous person. Seeing Yan Zhaoga again, he was exceptionally grateful. Senior brother Song is really too polite. Yan Zhaoga held a jade talisman in his hand, looking at Song Chao. Our two clans have always been on good terms, helping each other out. Song Chao said, no need to decline, junior brother Yan. This precious jade talisman may be a fortuitous encounter, but it is still an ephemeral object. Song Chao actually feels guilty in using this as a gift. It's just that I really don't have anything valuable on me, and other things are really not enough. Yan Zhaoga stroked the jade talisman. Both sides were well aware of why Song Chao had added such a gift. Therefore, he smiled, with senior brother Song's great hospitality, it would be too pretentious of me to decline. Since that is so, I thank senior brother Song. Song Chao shook his head, it's junior brother Yan who is too polite. Yan Zhaoga pondered for a moment before asking, senior brother Song is about to return to the water domain? Song Chao said, I'll be leaving within these 2 days. Yan Zhaoga stood up, I'll see you off. The two left together, Yan Zhaoga sending Ahu some instructions via sound transmission with his aura chi. Ahu nodded and left. Yan Zhaoga and Song Chao returned to their lodgings. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw two figures shuttling about unceasingly, sparring with one another. The two figures were Xikong Qing and Li Jingwan. The sparring between the two was rather amicable. On one hand, it was behind closed doors, unknown to the outside world, and on the other, it was only a simple sparring session. They didn't go to Fire Leaving Peak, where disciples of Broad Creed Mountain sparred, or to the Martial Inheritance Hall. They just sparred behind closed doors at the lodgings of Song Chao's group. The cultivation bases of the two girls were not low now. If they fought freely, their destructive power would already be very shocking. Emptying the surrounding buildings would be nothing difficult for them. Therefore, their current sparring method was mostly based on variations in their techniques and their understanding of martial arts, not using their aura chi to a large extent. It was somewhat similar to when Yan Zhaoge had sparred with Lu Wen in the Big Dipper sword in the martial repository that year. But even so, as the two figures flew about, they still caused one's eyes to be dazzled. Looking at Sikong Qing's figure, Song Chao sighed, I already had a feeling during the last Heavenly Connection meet, but I didn't discover it then. This junior apprentice sister Sikong's talent is truly world-shocking. Yan Zhaoge nodded. The cultivation bases of the two present were both in the late outer aura martial scholar realm. To Li Jingwan, this was very normal. Her age was close to Yan Zhaoge's. To the core, direct disciples of the six great sacred grounds, stepping into the outer aura stage at around 20, stepping into the Xiantian stage at around 25, and entering the Heavenly Connection stage at around 30, this was the average speed. But Sikong Qing was a little scary. The current her was not even 20 yet. Yan Zhaoge said, Junior apprentice sister Sikong's talent is indeed outstanding, worthy of praise. The tone in which he said this was somewhat like a senior evaluating a junior, but Song Chao didn't feel that there was any problem with it. The person beside him was similar in age to Li Jingwan, but was already a martial grandmaster. Chapter 322. When in the body refinement realm, Sikong Qing had also been a rare genius, a direct disciple. However, while she had been a genius then, she had still not been as shocking as she was now. After refining Qi into Aura Qi and stepping into the martial scholar realm, her rate of improvement had become extremely terrifying. In Yan Zhaoge's impression, she was completely not inferior to the likes of Yi Jing and Zhao Hao. Yan Zhaoge was rather used to Sikong Qing's current outstanding talent, not finding it strange. Just having felt this, Song Chao and the others were already hard-pressed to remain calm. To Song Chao and the others, however calm they were, they too felt pressured at this moment. Yan Zhaoge was already not something that could be described with just shocking talent. And other than Yan Zhaoge, the other members of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation had also displayed a level that surpassed that of their peers. Broad Creed Mountain's geniuses seemed about to welcome a surge. Although for potential to be converted into true strength, for young geniuses to grow into true bigwigs, time was needed to accumulate and be verified. However, Song Chao suddenly thought of the generation of the exalted Heaven Shaker Zhan Dongge and the Heaven Diviner Zhan Shilo. Especially now, the battle between Sikong Qing and Li Jingwan was also gradually beginning to determine a victor. The two did not go overboard, fighting without any anger at all. However, Sikong Qing's advantage was growing greater and greater. It was just that Li Jingwan was extremely resilient, executing Jade Sea City's direct lineage defensive martial art, Unmoving Reef, stably guarding her own position, resembling a reef on the seashore that remained unmoving despite the crashing of the tempestuous waves. It was not so easy for Sikong Qing to completely turn her advantage into victory. In the Heavenly Connection meet at Clear Concealed Lake, Li Jingwan had not fought much, and Yan Zhaoge also did not understand her very well. Afterwards, when Li Jingwan had been captured by Lu Xingfeng and the others, she had only managed to escape thanks to Yan Zhaoge's rescue. However, that was because Lu Xingfeng and the others were all late Xiantian martial scholar experts, the difference in their cultivation bases too great. With even Ruan Ping and Yi Zhongzhou having fallen, Li Jingwan had also been hard-pressed to resist. Currently, clashing with Sikong Qing, who was also an outer aura martial scholar, Yan Zhaoge had already seen through some of her abilities. This girl's martial talent was similarly not low. While she was inferior to Sikong Qing, she was also rather outstanding, not letting down her reputation as a direct disciple of Jade Sea City's sacred ground fall. Amidst the defensive stance of the immovable reef, tightly guarding the door, another supreme martial art of Jade Sea City, the Dark Sea Flow, was also mixed within. Dark sea streamers were like the undercurrents at the bottom of the sea. They contained extremely strong hidden force and hidden force. They could attack and defend at the same time, neutralize the enemy's attacks and invisibly injure the enemy. A martial art like the Dark Sea Flow was the reason why Jade Sea City had been privately described by some first- and second-rate powers as Jade Sea City is the most vicious. Apart from the unmovable reef and the Dark Sea Current, Li Jingwan was not only defending and not attacking. While guarding her own door tightly, she would suddenly launch a line edge, like a needle hidden in silk floss, causing Sikong Qing to have to be careful, not daring to go all out and attack. However, on the whole, it was still Sikong Qing who held the upper hand. And from Yan Zhaoge's understanding of Sikong Qing's style, she belonged to the grand and majestic type of martial Dao, being rather similar to Shi Tai and Su Fei. Even if he fell into a disadvantageous position, he would not lose his composure and advance step by step. It was not impossible for him to make a comeback. Having the upper hand, while it was rare for him to obtain a quick victory, his advantage would grow greater and greater, becoming more and more stable, not giving his opponent any hope of making a comeback. Indeed, after fighting for a while longer, while she had still not truly been defeated, Li Jingwan sighed lightly. Junior apprentice Sister Sikong, good skills. I admit that I am inferior. Saying thus, she retreated, leaping out of the battle circle. Sikong Qing did not pursue her, keeping her sword and standing, cupping her hands towards Li Jingwan. Senior apprentice Sister Li, thanks for going easy. Yan Zhaoge smiled. I heard that you have already officially reported to the clan that you are going out on a long journey, tempering your martial Dao? Sikong Qing nodded. Yes, Master has already agreed. Yan Zhaoge asked, have you decided on the route? Where is your first stop? Sikong Qing answered, the East Sea. The East Sea had never been a place of calm and tranquil winds. There were many strange beasts, at the same time also many solitary martial practitioners who took risks out of desperation, drifting along with the waves. These were all vicious characters, used to living a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife, lawless and out of control. A considerable portion of them did not even give face to the 6 great sacred grounds, hiding in the depths of the sea after causing trouble. If they could avoid it, they would avoid it, but if they couldn't, they would resign themselves to their fate. The situation in the sea was complicated. Wanting to find someone was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. It was only the experts of Jade Sea City who were similarly familiar with the situation in the sea that could cause these people to feel some fear. Especially with the entrance to the Flame Devil world being on the East Sea, with Flame Devils frequently entering, that place was filled with danger. In going to the East Sea, Sikong Qing naturally did not intend to be by Fu Enshu's side at all times. Therefore, it would be very hard to guarantee her safety. However, it was also precisely because of this that Sikong Qing intended to head to the East Sea. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Song Chao and Li Jingwan. Junior apprentice Sister Sikong, why don't you travel together with Senior apprentice Brother Song and Junior apprentice Sister Li? It is not seeking Jade Sea City's protection, but at least you can understand the situation in the water domain and the East Sea from Senior apprentice Brother Song and the others, not going there in the dark. On the sea, many times, natural disasters are more ominous than man-made disasters. In the water domain of the 8 extremities world, more than half of it was the sea. The land to the east of the mainland, as well as the part of the sea near the mainland, formed the water domain. Jade Sea City was situated on a massive island on the East Sea. Numerous islands dotted the sea densely like stars in the sky, all of them also belonging to the water domain. The sea was usually divided into the North Sea, the East Sea and the South Sea. The part near the mainland was known as the Inner North Sea, the Inner East Sea and the Inner South Sea. The Inner East Sea was completely a part of the water domain, while the Inner North Sea and the Inner South Sea, other than being encompassed by the water domain, each had a portion that belonged to the thunder domain and the lake domain respectively. Outside the water domain were the 3 great outer seas. Further east of the 3 great outer seas was generally known as the deep ocean. Hearing his words, Sikong Qing nodded. Yes, I understand. I might have to trouble Senior apprentice Brother Song and Senior apprentice Sister Li afterwards. Song Chao and Li Jingwan both said that it was fine. Li Jingwan smiled slightly, holding Sikong Qing's hand. Jingwan is untalented, but I can still be a guide for Junior apprentice Sister Sikong. Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City had originally been on friendly terms. In the incident of the devilish domain at Clear Concealed Lake, she had also been saved by Yan Zhaoge. Therefore, she had a very good impression of Broad Creed Mountain. While Sikong Qing's personality was cold, her heart was devoted to the martial Dao, her mind pure and clear. Li Jingwan also felt that she was rather amiable. On the other hand, while Sikong Qing didn't like to interact with others, she could also feel Li Jingwan's good intentions without any distracting thoughts. Being held by Li Jingwan at this moment, she didn't reject it. Yan Zhaoge smiled, since that is so, I will have to trouble senior apprentice brother Song and junior apprentice sister Li. Sikong Qing prepared her luggage, then set off with the people of Jade Sea City, heading to the water domain. After sending Song Chao, Sikong Qing and the others off, Yan Zhaoge focused on his own matters within Broad Creed Mountain. As time passed, many of Yan Zhaoge's ideas were also gradually being perfected. As time flowed, when Yan Zhaoge regained his wits, the annual Extreme Yin bout finally arrived once more. Chapter 323. The Extreme Yin bout was held once a year, and now, the fifth one was about to arrive. Over the past 4 years, Broad Creed Mountain, who had always been watching from the sidelines, was finally no longer a bystander this time, instead dispatching their maiden of Extreme Yin to participate in this Extreme Yin bout. For a time, Broad Creed Mountain once more drew the attention of various places. In the great battle that had concluded in the central heaven region of the Heaven Domain not long ago, Broad Creed Mountain had swept through the decimating abyss, also dominating the allied forces of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, defeating Huang Guanglia who had emerged from seclusion with the momentum of the heavens, even causing the Sacred Sun Clan to lose the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler, causing the internal situation of the entire Eight Extremities world to change greatly. The Sacred Sun Clan's position as the #1 sacred ground had been completely shaken. The Broad Creed Mountain that had reigned over the Eight Extremities world in the past had officially risen once more. Under such a background, Broad Creed Mountain having even begun to participate in the Extreme Yin bout which they had always been spectating from the sidelines, truly seemed a little domineering. Although, because of Lin Zhou, the other sacred grounds, especially the Sacred Sun Clan, had already known of Feng Yinsheng's general situation before this. For a time, the various major powers, the Sacred Sun Clan included, were all paying close attention to this fifth Extreme Yin bout. A lot of pressure. The Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City, the two alliances had already completely fallen out. The location of the Extreme Yin bout was once again set on the grounds of Turbid Wave Pavilion. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's question, Feng Yunsheng answered, whether there is pressure or not, I still have to go all out. Looking over, Yan Zhaoge saw that Feng Yunsheng's expression was calm and resolute. In other matters, Feng Yunsheng was very eloquent with her words, often teasing Yan Zhaoge. While she was magnanimous and straightforward, sometimes others would even overlook her gender. It was only when the matter of the Extreme Yin bout was mentioned that Feng Yunsheng would become serious. This woman, who had always disregarded life and death, was actually extremely competitive in her bones. Yan Zhaoge said, there is no need to care about the views of the outside world. As for the voices within the clan, there is also no need to care about them. Feng Yunsheng smiled. Actually, it's not entirely unreasonable. Yan Zhaoge blinked. Broad Creed Mountain actually did not have a unified view of Feng Yunsheng. Especially when Feng Yunsheng, as a maiden of Extreme Yin, enjoyed a large amount of the sect's resources. Everyone knew of the importance of a maiden of Extreme Yin. Winning the Extreme Yin bout and the Extreme Yin crown was no easy feat either. Everyone understood this principle. However, Feng Yunsheng, who had originally hailed from the Sacred Sun Clan, inevitably caused some people to have misgivings. It was still fine now, but if Feng Yunsheng did not have any achievements in the Extreme Yin bout for a long time to come, the pressure she would feel from within the sect would far surpass that from outside. All the more so, we should nurture our own maiden of Extreme Yin with all our might. Vaguely, such a tone could be heard. The cause of this matter originated from a piece of news that Changzheng, who was previously the first seat elder of the Eastern Sea, had brought back. Just recently, Changzheng had found a maiden of Extreme Yin in the East Sea. This girl originally had a master, but her master had died at the hands of the Flame Devils, while she had been saved by Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners. Changzheng had originally thought nothing of it, but had unintentionally discovered that this girl actually possessed a rare extreme physique. As the news spread, all of Broad Creed Mountain was overjoyed. After experiencing the great tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain and Yuan Jingfeng transcending mortality and entering sainthood, Broad Creed Mountain had obtained yet another maiden of extreme bringing much joy to the clan. Fu Enshu, who had gone to the East Sea to take over the position of the first seed elder, directly took on this female disciple. While in name, this girl was still an ordinary disciple, needing to undergo numerous tests before she could officially rise to become a core, direct disciple and take Fu Enshu as her master. However, the uniqueness of a maiden of extreme left no one doubting this. Amidst envy, there were also strange voices that resounded. As some saw it, this new disciple with a comparatively simpler background was more suited to Broad Creed Mountain's needs. Of course, this was looking at the problem from a long-term perspective. Currently, even Feng Yunsheng had to work hard to catch up to those in the lead, let alone this one who had just started out. Currently, there were only a few such voices, completely inconsequential at all. However, if consecutive extreme bouts proved that Feng Yunsheng could not be of much use, with the other party possessing greater talent and potential, it would inevitably cause more people to have second thoughts. This time, during the Great Tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain, Feng Yunsheng had not feared the dangers of entering the Devilish Domain Grand Formation, proving her sense of belonging to Broad Creed Mountain. At the end of the day, Feng Yunsheng still had to prove herself a step further. Disciples of the Sacred Sun clan switching allegiance to Broad Creed Mountain would ultimately be scrutinized with even harsher standards. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng smiled, "The clan has assigned you a mission, right? After this time's extreme bout, you will also have to make a trip to Master's place at the East Sea, further inspecting that new junior apprentice sister's talent and potential. If she can be nurtured, just like how you nurtured me, go and groom her." Yen Zhaoge shrugged, having double insurance is a good thing, just like how the Sacred Sun clan simultaneously nurtured you and Mengwan that year. However, with you having been delayed for 2 years, it would already be so hard for you to catch up. With her delayed even more, unless her talent surpasses yours and Mengwan's, there is not much hope. Yen Zhaoge said, "I will treat everyone equally, but the thoughts of some people in the clan are really too childish." Feng Yunsheng smiled, participating in the extreme bout is not purely for exchanging pointers, but for the sake of the final winner, for the sake of obtaining the extreme crown. If that junior apprentice sister really is stronger than me, it would also be only right for the clan to allocate resources to her. She raised her brows lightly, however, don't think of me as too weak. With this, Feng Yunsheng resembled a saber being unsheathed, regaining her usual sharp, domineering aura. Yen Zhaoge deliberately smiled, "In this time's extreme bout, as long as you are not at the bottom, I will be perfectly satisfied." Feng Yunsheng did not argue, instead smiling, "According to what you have always said, in this time's extreme bout, isn't it important for us to participate?" Yen Zhaoge nodded leisurely, "That's right. Therefore, relax your mentality. We will be arriving very soon." Zhaoge, this time, put in more effort, evaluating the maidens of extreme of the other clans. The bigwig of the clan who had brought Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng to participate in the extreme bout this time was the previous first seat elder of the Earth Domain, Elder Meng, who had returned to the clan after leaving his post. Yen Zhaoge said, "Rest easy, Elder Meng, I understand." Led by Elder Meng, the group arrived at the Lake Domain. If Clear Concealed Lake had not experienced that great calamity back then, like the Heavenly Connection meet back then, the fifth extreme bout would very likely have been held here. However, now, the location had been changed to where Turbid Wave Pavilion was. Gazing from far away, a country of lakes appeared before the eyes of Yen Zhaoge and the others. The continuous lake was vast as the sea, even larger than the Clear Concealed Lake of the past. The numerous lakes of Lianhu County in the central heaven region of the Heaven Domain paled in comparison to this place. Entering the territory of the Lake Domain, nearing Turbid Wave Pavilion, experts of Turbid Wave Pavilion welcomed them. At the same time, there were also disciples of Turbid Wave Pavilion who came to greet them. It was also someone Yen Zhaoge was familiar with, Turbid Wave Pavilion's direct disciple Xie Yuchan. After exchanging greetings, Yan Zhaoge and the others followed Xia Yuchan and the others inside. As Yan Zhaoge walked, he heard Xia Yuchan secretly send him a sound transmission. The Sacred Sun clan has dispatched 2 maidens of Extreme Yin this time, simultaneously participating in the Extreme Yin bout. Chapter 324. Receiving Xia Yuchan's sound transmission, Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change, but his gaze flickered slightly. As time passed, the 6 sacred grounds gradually gained their own maidens of Extreme Yin. However, on the basis of nurturing the current maidens of Extreme Yin, no one had given up on searching for new ones. Everyone understood the concept of double insurance. Due to the difference in strength between the old and the new, if their talents were similar, then the one who had been nurtured earlier would naturally have an advantage. However, the newcomers were not completely without a chance. For example, 2 veteran maidens of Extreme Yin had gone through a fierce battle that was evenly matched, and in the end, both of them were heavily injured, having expended too much of their energy. Even if the winner was decided, it would be difficult for them to fight again in a short period of time, and the newcomers would have a chance. Or, they could use the newcomers to wear down the opponent's maiden of Extreme Yin without holding back, thereby creating an opportunity for their fellow disciples. However, as a newcomer, he had started too late. It was not easy for him to achieve anything. While the population of the 8 extremities world was massive, maidens of Extreme Yin were actually few and far between. Some of them were even more likely to be buried, never to be discovered at all. Or they might have wasted their youth, having passed the golden age for learning martial arts, their qi and blood having already begun to decline by the time they were discovered. Maidens of Extreme Yin often differed greatly in terms of talent and potential. Being able to cause Xia Yuchan to specially warn him, that meant that this newcomer of the Sacred Sun clan definitely had some outstanding aspects. Speaking of which, the Earth domain aside, even the Heaven domain has been cursed. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips slightly. His clan had also managed to obtain 2 maidens of Extreme Yin. Yep, let's just say 2 for now. However, not a single one of them was from the Heaven domain. Yan Zhaoge calculated within his heart, in letting her out this time, is it because the Sacred Sun clan has the confidence that her strength is at least sufficient to be Meng Wan's secondary carriage? Just like how Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had suppressed Feng Yunsheng from participating in the 4th Extreme Yin bout, the other sacred grounds, for similar or different reasons, might also have made similar arrangements. The most classic example was Turbid Wave Pavilion's maiden of Extreme Yin, Fan Qiu. He had suddenly appeared in the 4th Extreme Yin bout. Participating in the Extreme Yin bout for the first time, he had successfully obtained the crown, winning the Extreme Yin crown. Even though part of this was due to the fact that his greatest competitor, the Sacred Sun clan's Meng Wan, had been thinking long-term, affecting her performance at the last moment. However, other than Meng Wan, the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City had all sent their disciples to participate as well, all of them veteran maidens of Extreme Yin who had already experienced 3 terms. The Jade Sea City disciple Chen Sutting was the victor of the 2nd Extreme Yin bout, her strength vaguely exceeding that of her peers as she had always been Meng Wan's target and imaginary enemy. But in the end, it was Fan Qiu who stood out from the crowd, fought against Meng Wan, and obtained the final victory. Yan Zhaoge had seen the traces of light transmitted back by the seniors of his clan. Fan Qiu was of Turbid Wave Pavilion's direct lineage, having definitely not entered the clan just a year or 2 ago. Turbid Wave Pavilion had definitely nurtured Fan Qiu much earlier than the 1st Extreme Yin bout, yet they had continuously suppressed her for 3 consecutive bouts, only releasing her after they had become relatively confident in her strength, and the result was shocking. As Yan Zhaoge walked, he thought, starting out early indeed has its advantages. The Sacred Sun clan was the first to discover the secret of the Extreme Yin crown, the first to plan it, the first to search for it, the first to groom it. In this aspect, on the whole, they are indeed ahead of everyone else. Counting the earliest Feng Yunsheng, the Sacred Sun clan had already produced 3 maidens of Extreme Yin with impressive strength. Turbid Wave Pavilion's headquarters was also on an island at the heart of a lake. On the island, the scenery was beautiful, carrying with it the tranquility and elegance of a water village, not being able to tell that it was a lofty sacred ground of the martial Tao. A small pavilion stood on the island, where the sacred ground of the lake domain, Turbid Wave Pavilion, was located. Yan Zhaoge surveyed his surroundings. This main island was only the most central region of Turbid Wave Pavilion. Surrounding this island at the heart of the lake, there were also many other small islands, on which there were various structures. Turbid Wave Pavilion disciples, as well as some facilities of the clan, were scattered on these small islands. Everything looked tranquil and exquisite, such that one could not bear to break the atmosphere here. However, if one thought that this place was very weak, that would be a big mistake. The entire surrounding lake was enveloped by Turbid Wave Pavilion's guardian Grand Formation. While it looked tranquil now, when the Grand Formation circulated completely, borrowing the massive power of the heavens and the earth, it possessed a shocking momentum that could flip the heavens and overturn the earth. Led by Xia Yuchan and the others, Yan Zhaoge's group ascended the main island, arriving before that pavilion together. While it looked small and exquisite from the outside, its interior was like a completely different world, its space seemingly having been expanded somewhat. While many people entered, it did not feel cramped or small. Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept over, seeing that the people of the Sacred Sun Clan, the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City had already arrived. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's Nianlei, Infinite Boundless Mountain's Linghui, Jade Sea City's Chen Sutting, the Sacred Sun Clans. Yan Zhaoge recognized them one by one, his gaze pausing slightly at the Sacred Sun Clan's side. As compared to over 2 years ago, Meng Wan's appearance had not changed much. Her features were still perfect and flawless, a pair of eyes that resembled that of a small deer, intelligent with some craftiness, yet also delicate and lovable. However, having personally interacted with her before, Yan Zhaoge was clear that this girl was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Strictly speaking, through the tussle of the glacial dragon Bone's soul the last time, the two had not truly met. This was still the first time that they were meeting face to face like this. As Yan Zhaoge and the others entered, everyone's gazes also looked over. Meng Wan's gaze swept past Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng, finally coming to rest on Feng Yunsheng as she blinked. Feng Yunsheng's expression did not change, but after entering, she also looked towards Meng Wan. Although this was an extreme bout, with the people of Broad Creed Mountain having arrived, most of their attention was placed on Yan Zhaoge. Surrounded by everyone's gazes, Yan Zhaoge was calm and composed as he continued to observe the others. His gaze shifted away from Meng Wan, falling on a young girl beside her. The other party was even a little younger than Sikong Qing. Although her white clothes were embroidered with gold, shining like sunlight, it only caused a chill to arise within one's heart upon seeing it. If one were to say that Sikong Qing was clear and cold, then this young girl was ice cold. Her appearance was decent and beautiful, but standing there, she resembled a towering ice mountain. The Sacred Sun Clan's third maiden of extreme Yin, Yun Shouqing. On the way here, Yan Zhaoge had already learnt of the other party's name from Xia Yuchan. Although he could not ascertain her exact age and cultivation base, she was undoubtedly another young martial scholar. Yan Zhaoge appraised Yun Shouqing for a moment, before his gaze fell on the host's side. There stood a girl of similar age to Meng Wan. This was Turbid Wave Pavilion's maiden of extreme Yin, Fan Chou. Just looking at her facial features, Fan Chou's appearance was above average, but her entire person seemed to overflow with spiritual qi. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's gaze look over, she could not help but smile. With this smile, Yan Zhaoge discovered that she had a pair of rabbit teeth that were not too obvious. However, they did not appear ugly, instead causing her to look even more lively and intelligent. Senior apprentice brother Yan, right? At Clear Concealed Lake last time, it was all thanks to you for saving Yao Yao and senior apprentice brother Wan. The other party's sound transmission resounded by Yan Zhaoge's ears. Chapter 325. The Yao Yao that Fan Chou spoke of was naturally the direct disciple of Turbid Wave Pavilion whom Yan Zhaoge had met once during the Heavenly Connection meet at Clear Concealed Lake, Zhang Yao. In the incident of Clear Concealed Lake's devilish domain, Zhang Yao had similarly been captured by Lu Xingfeng and the others like Li Jingwan, having luckily been rescued by Yan Zhaoge. Fan Qiu and Zhang Yao were of similar age, and usually seemed to be rather close. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, nodding towards Fan Qiu in return, similarly sending via sound transmission, junior apprentice sister Fan is polite. Swiveling his head, he saw that Feng Yuncheng and Meng Wan were still staring at each other. Yan Zhaoge could not help but smile, his gaze falling on Meng Wan once more. Meng Wan finally shifted her gaze away from Feng Yuncheng, meeting Yan Zhaoge calmly, smiling in a refined and courteous manner, not lacking in manners, nor appearing close. Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan had already completely fallen out. Her reaction towards Yan Zhaoge like this was also really normal. However, no anger or resentment could be seen from her due to the conflict within the icy cold pond back then. Beside Meng Wan, the longtime elder of the Sacred Sun clan in charge of leading them was the Sunset Lord of the Seven Reigning Suns. The Sunset Lord's emotions were currently calm, not fluctuating in the least, but he was looking deeply at Yan Zhaoge. In front of Yan Zhaoge, Elder Meng also stared at the Sunset Lord, not backing down in the slightest. As their gazes met, it was as though flames were ignited within the air. Within the pavilion, Broad Creed Mountain, Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City side and the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall side were clearly separated, vaguely forming a stalemate, neither side giving way to the other. Standing amongst them, the Turbid Wave Pavilion martial practitioners all sighed inwardly as they saw this. Now, a figure suddenly appeared before them, without any prior warning whatsoever, yet also appearing as though it was only natural, as though it had always been there. That was a rather tall middle-aged woman. Her features were ordinary, yet deep as the ocean, giving off a feeling of being deep and unfathomable. This person's appearance had long since spread throughout the entire Eight Extremities world. There was no one here who did not recognize her. Turbid Wave Pavilion's current pavilion lord, Turbid Wave Rolling Clouds and Qinglin. At the same time, she was also the only female martial saint of the Eight Extremities world, and the #1 expert of the Eight Extremities world. And Qinglin, who had the appearance of a middle-aged woman, was actually not young either, as she had managed Turbid Wave Pavilion for so many years. And Qinglin, who had the appearance of a middle-aged man, was actually not young, having been in charge of Turbid Wave Pavilion for many years. She was of the same generation as Yuan Jingfeng, Huang Guanglia, Shenli, and the others. She was slightly younger and had been famous for many years, her name shaking the Eight Extremities world. And Qinglin nodded slightly, returning the greeting before saying, "The Flame Devils invading from the East Sea are the common enemies of our Eight Extremities world. The Extreme Yin Bout and the Extreme Yin Crown stand against the Flame Devils, holding great significance. Maidens of Extreme Yin of the various sects, please display your best abilities, deciding on the strongest one to wield the Extreme Yin Crown. As the host, our pavilion should maintain the orderly conduct of the Extreme Yin Bout. I hope that whoever obtains the Extreme Yin Crown will remember the danger of the Flame Devils." And Qinglin's meaning was very clear. Elder Meng, the Sunset Lord, and the others all nodded. That's how it should be. Pavilion Lordin is right. Yan Zhaoge looked at Qinglin. Turbid Wave Pavilion's stance was still extremely upright. In the fourth Extreme Yin bout, Fan Qiu had won the Extreme Yin crown back to Turbid Wave Pavilion. In the past year, Turbid Wave Pavilion had always held on to the Extreme Yin crown. In the few major disturbances brought about by the Flame Devils on the East Sea, Turbid Wave Pavilion and the Extreme Yin crown had always stood on the front lines, truly worthy of praise. Before the fifth Extreme Yin bout this time, the internal situation of the Eight Extremities world had changed greatly once more. Broad Creed Mountain had completely fallen out with the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, forming irreconcilable enmity as the two sides were locked in a fierce battle. While their strength was similar for the time being, with neither side able to do anything to the other as they had temporarily fallen into a stalemate, the atmosphere was much more tense than it had been before the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain. Under such circumstances, whichever side obtained the Extreme Yin crown, it would be a nightmare for the other side. On the contrary, if Turbid Wave Pavilion maintained a neutral stance, with Turbid Wave Pavilion holding onto the Extreme Crown, it would instead be a situation where both sides could reach a compromise. If one side intended to harm Turbid Wave Pavilion, it would undoubtedly be forcing Turbid Wave Pavilion to join the other side's camp. Also, if Turbid Wave Pavilion did not participate in the internal struggles of the human race, instead focusing on battling the Flame Devils, it would be detrimental to Turbid Wave Pavilion, even possibly incurring the displeasure of the painting saint, Old Man Emo. While this old man did not participate in the internal struggles of the human race, he had always been paying attention to the invasion of the Flame Devils. Of course, if they could fight for it, who would be willing to give up on a supreme treasure like the Extreme Crown? Under such circumstances, Turbid Wave Pavilion could still abide by the rules, handing over the Extreme Crown and letting the Extreme bout proceed as usual. Their integrity could already be considered rather high. Especially as Yan Zhaoge knew, while Turbid Wave Pavilion was conservative and neutral, it was not that they had no desires. Wanting to maintain their independence and neutrality, they would inevitably require the support of great power. All along, Turbid Wave Pavilion had also been working hard to improve themselves, forging a sacred artifact that belonged to them. It was just that they had always stably developed within the lake domain, not expanding outwards, also not interfering in the struggles of the other sacred grounds. On one hand, their integrity is firm. On the other hand, they are also very confident in Fan Chou Ah. Yan Zhaoge glanced at that rabbit-toothed beauty. Looking at Elder Meng, the Sunset Lord and the others, and Qinglin continued, since that is so, this time's Extreme bout will be held as scheduled 3 days later. All disciples of the various clans, go back to rest and make your preparations. If you have any requests, you can bring them up to our disciples. In previous Extreme bouts, only 2 people remained after the first round, before the final victor was decided. And Qinglin's gaze swept across the faces of Meng Wan, Feng Yunsheng, Yun Xiuqing and the others. This year, the number of people has increased to 7. This old woman proposes that after the first round, 4 people remain, then the victor be decided in groups of 2. What do you all think? Elder Meng and the others said, Pavilion Lord N's words make sense, we have no objections. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng exchanged glances, not saying anything. According to convention, the Extreme bout was split into 2 rounds. In the first round, everyone was enveloped beneath the radiance of the Extreme Crown, each displaying their specialties, communicating with the Extreme Crown and stimulating its radiance. The judge of this round was equivalent to the Extreme Crown itself. Because it involved the factor of actual combat, there would be a second round of competition afterwards. In the first round, the others were eliminated, with the most outstanding 2 remaining. It was not just a simple contest of martial arts, but also a clash where the power of Extreme was drawn upon, deciding the final victor, becoming the owner of the Extreme Crown for the following year. In the previous 3 Extreme bouts, Broad Creed Mountain and Turbid Wave Pavilion had not participated, with the Sacred Sun clan also only having Meng Wan. Therefore, the number of maidens of Extreme participating in the Extreme bout had been 4 in total. In the 4th Extreme bout, Fan Chou had participated, becoming 5. And this time, with the addition of Broad Creed Mountain's Feng Yunsheng and the Sacred Sun clan's Yun Xiuqing, the total number had become 7. As the competition grew more and more intense, no one was willing to be a side character. Chapter 326. In order to avoid conflict between the 2 sides, Turbid Wave Pavilion had arranged separate lodgings for Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan on 2 separate islands. Enveloped by a grand formation, if a battle erupted between the 2 sides, Turbid Wave Pavilion would be able to intervene and mediate in time. On the surface of the boundless lake, a small boat floated, extremely far away from the island. Gazing into the surroundings from the boat, one could only see the boundless lake water. A girl sat on the boat, bottles and jars placed before her, holding a metal skewer in her hand. On the skewer was a bird whose belly had been split open, its feathers removed. Beside the girl, there were also a few metal skewers that were similarly skewered with sparrows. The girl spread her fingers, grabbing towards the air before her, a lot of firewood being bound and enveloped by her Orochi. She lit a fire on the boat, but the fire was controlled by her Orochi, hovering just like that in midair, not affecting the boat at all. The girl placed the thing in her hand on the fire to roast, also sprinkling seasonings on it from time to time in a practiced manner. Now, someone approached. The girl sensed it, but a black saber lay quietly by her side, not showing any intention of retrieving it. Leaping onto the boat, seeing this girl, the other party cheered, "Senior apprentice sister." The newcomer's eyes were bright, her beauty moving. It was precisely the Sacred Sun clan's direct disciple, Meng Wan. And the person on the boat, her long black hair draped behind her, a smile at the corner of her mouth, her gaze flowing, her heroic bearing flourishing. It was Feng Yunsheng who had already entered Broad Creed Mountain. Seeing Meng Wan, Feng Yunsheng smiled, "Little one came so quickly. My first bird has yet to be roasted." Meng Wan's usual demure demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Leaping onto the boat, she squatted before Feng Yunsheng without a care for her image, looking eagerly at the bird that Feng Yunsheng was currently roasting. "Senior apprentice sister, I like it a little stronger." Feng Yunsheng said, "I naturally know your taste." Smiling, Meng Wan just looked at Feng Yunsheng like that, feeling as though she had returned to when she had just entered the clan when she was young. Looking at Meng Wan, Feng Yunsheng sighed emotionally, "While I've seen some traces of light, it has already been more than 4 years since we've met. Little Wan has already grown into a young lady." Meng Wan smiled and said, "Is it because a girl changes 18 times between womanhood and womanhood, becoming more and more beautiful?" Feng Yunsheng laughed in spite of herself, "Of course. I've heard that the young heroes who have the intention of courting you can line up from the world-illuminating peak all the way to the eastern sea. In the lake region we are currently in, Turbid Wave Pavilion's core direct disciple Wan Ping has always been thinking about you." Meng Wan's expression was indifferent, but she had a smug look on her face, like a proud little peacock. "Of course, I'm cute, beautiful, and talented. Beauty isn't just for show. Naturally, I'll be the dream lover of many." Feng Yunsheng smiled and shook her head. It was only in front of her and Meng Wan's own master that she could see Meng Wan like this. Other than that, the person who appeared in front of the world, including the Sacred Sun clan's Huang Guanglia and the new disciples, would forever only be that gentle, elegant, modest, polite, perfect and flawless, no flaws to be found in her at all, the heaven's favored daughter who always made people feel at ease and would never make a mistake. Meng Wan's expression didn't seem to mind, but the tips of her brows, the corners of her eyes, every single wrinkle on her face seemed to be soundlessly saying the same thing. "Come and praise me, come and praise me, come and praise me." Feng Yunsheng looked rather interestedly at Meng Wan. In some ways, Meng Wan was somewhat similar to another person. Yan Zhaoge. That person, while appearing to have an orderly demeanor on the surface, was actually also a very smug, very flamboyant person in his bones. He liked to show off his divinity in front of others, shocking onlookers till they were all dumbstruck. Similarly, as Feng Yunsheng knew, Yan Zhaoge's evaluation of Meng Wan was also not low. That year, she had cleverly led Yan Zhaoge to find Feng Yunsheng, helping her out of her predicament and obstructing Xiaoshen's pursuit. Not only had she helped Feng Yunsheng, she had also broken off Yan Zhaoge's tracking of her. At the same time, she had also not directly clashed with Xiaoshen, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. It was also from that time that Yan Zhaoge had clearly realized that this girl who looked harmless, instead even being able to incite the desire of others to protect her, was truly not someone to be trifled with. And having grown up together with Meng Wan since young, Feng Yunsheng understood this all too well. It was only in front of her and her master that Meng Wan revealed her true side. That's right, the dream lover of countless people. Who knows how many men, and there might even be women, want to press you down beneath them. Feng Yunsheng's expression was calm as she sprinkled some spices on the skewers, then flipped them over on the fire, pressed them down beneath you, next rolling up and down, rocking back and forth. Meng Wan instantly couldn't bear it. It's better not to." Feng Yunsheng smiled as she looked at her. Somewhat unconvinced, Meng Wan snorted, "Anyway, senior apprentice sister, don't look down on me. I can also be considered to have grown up to be a slender and elegant woman now. And, regrettably, as soon as you eat, everything is destroyed. Feng Yinsheng's tone was slow and leisurely. Meng Wan cried out aggrievedly, "Senior apprentice sister." Feng Yunsheng waved the metal skewer in her hand. "It's done. Are you going to eat it, or not?" Meng Wan immediately scooted over to her, looking even more flattering than little Meaty and Pan Pan. "Of course I'm going to eat it." Feng Yunsheng smiled as she handed the metal skewer to Meng Wan, who instantly ate heartily happily. This was something that only Feng Yunsheng and Meng Wan knew. Even Meng Wan's master didn't know that her disciple was a super glutton. And just as Feng Yunsheng had said, Meng Wan's table manners indeed caused her usual tranquil and peaceful image of a goddess to appear rather disillusioned. It wasn't that she was uncouth, but she truly had the air of a man who drank wine and ate large chunks of meat. Feng Yunsheng just smiled, looking at Meng Wan before taking out another metal skewer, picking up the bird on it and beginning to cook it once more. She first ate with Meng Wan, then ate as well, the two chatting and laughing as they talked about some interesting things that had happened after their separation. However, regarding the extreme Yin bout before them, regarding the conflict between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, the two did not utter a single word about it. After they had finished eating, the two girls sat side by side on the small boat, looking at the scenery of the lake in the distance. Leaning on Feng Yinsheng's shoulder, Meng Wan murmured softly, "If I could always possess the extreme Yin crown, if I were a martial grandmaster and had the ability to unleash the power of the extreme Yin crown to an even higher level, even before the old clan chief, my words would also carry weight. I would be able to seek justice for you, senior apprentice sister, and help you return to the mountain. Now, Shao Shen is dead, Elder Pan is also dead, and the people who persecuted you in the Sacred Sun clan are all gone. However, all of this is already meaningless." Feng Yunsheng lightly embraced Meng Wan, not speaking. Back then, in the 1 year between the first extreme Yin bout and the second extreme Yin bout, the forces pursuing her had weakened greatly. The reason for this was actually because Meng Wan had won the extreme Yin crown and was helping her out in the Sacred Sun clan. Perhaps her personality was somewhat similar to Yen Zhaoge's, but they were ultimately different. Faced with the tacit approval of the clan's upper echelons as well as the pressure from the Grand Elder Pan Butai, Meng Wan's personality determined that she wouldn't forcibly resist it. However, she had always tried to lessen the pressure on Feng Yunsheng in a roundabout manner. Leaning on Feng Yunsheng's shoulder, Meng Wan's gaze was a little misty. To her, on one side was Feng Yunsheng, and on the other was her master who had raised her, her debt of gratitude as heavy as a mountain. And to Feng Yunsheng, Broad Creed Mountain had also given her a new lease on life. While it was a joyous reunion after a long time, the extreme Yin bout, the contest for the extreme Yin crown, was something that neither of them could give in to. Although she had already expected such a day to come after learning that Feng Yunsheng had regained her extreme Yin physique, Meng Wan still felt a sense of loss. Chapter 327. Old friends reunited after a long time. After a short reunion, they separated. After all, they were now of different clan. Moreover, they were two forces that were hostile to each other. When the extreme Yin bout officially began and they met once more in front of everyone, it was just like when they had first met. You look at me, I look at you. Pretending not to know each other was definitely impossible, but there also seemed to be nothing to say. In front of so many bigwigs, any small actions would most likely be discovered. The two girls didn't even communicate with each other through their eyes. At this moment, in the extreme Yin bout, the relationship between them was that of opponents. It was night time when the extreme Yin bout commenced. Turbid Wave Pavilion was under gloomy and rainy weather today, dark clouds covering the sky densely, obscuring the radiance of the moon and stars as the night sky was completely dark. Turbid Wave Pavilion's pavilion lord and Qinglin personally presided over the extreme Yin bout. She nodded towards her maiden of extreme Yin, Fan Qiu. Fan Qiu was no longer smiling at this moment. Pursing her lips, her pair of little rabbit teeth had also vanished. She formed a fist seal with one hand, keeping it by her waist, the fingers of her other hand clasped together as she pushed out horizontally. Accompanied by this action of Fan Xiu's, radiance instantly flickered above her head. It was bright, cold and silent. However, the radiance was bright, instantly causing the night sky to no longer be dark. Moonlight that seemed able to compete with the brightness of the sun appeared above Fan Xiu's head. Amidst the moonlight, an elegant and exquisite pure white crown formed of almost transparent ice crystals appeared. An ancient, desolate aura emanated, clear and distant, moving one's soul. As the faint clear radiance dispersed, moonlight seemed to illuminate the entire world at this moment. As this exquisite pure white crown appeared, its powerful presence was completely not inferior to that of the martial saint in Qinglin beside it. Everyone's attention was drawn at this moment, looking at that extraordinary sacred artifact, the Extreme Yin Crown. Yan Zhaoge was also looking at the Extreme Yin Crown. Other than considering the Extreme Yin bout before him, he also thought of some other things. Back in the Sand region, after having obtained the Pillar of the Divine Palace, he had refined it on a deeper level, having seen many traces of light engraved on it. Amongst them, there had been a mysterious woman who had found the Pillar of the Divine Palace earlier than Yan Zhaoge, yet had not taken it away. Now that he had personally seen the Extreme Yin Crown, feeling the concept contained within from a close distance, Yan Zhaoge could be sufficiently certain that the crown on the head of the woman who had met the Pillar of the Divine Palace in the Great Western Desert back then that he had found familiar was precisely this sacred artifact that had attracted the attention of the entire world, that everyone had fought over. The Pillar of the Divine Palace had been buried in the Great Western Desert for too long, and no one knew when that mysterious woman had come from. However, the other party was likely related to the Divine Palace of the past, which made Yan Zhaoge take note of it. Fan Xiu withdrew her left fist from her waist and slowly punched forward. Accompanied by this action of hers, the power of the Extreme Yin Crown abruptly surged. Then, it floated away from Fan Xiu's head, flying towards mid-air. The connection between Fan Xiu and the sacred weapon began to weaken, and was on the verge of being severed. Although the moonlight still shrouded the world, the powerful feeling of power in the crown was also gradually dissipating. It wasn't that it was declining, but it was as if it had entered a deep slumber. And Qinglin said, "The time has come. The fifth Extreme Yin bout is about to begin." Hearing her words, Elder Meng, the Sunset Lord and the others all nodded towards Feng Yunsheng and Meng Wan. All the maidens of Extreme Yin present, Fan Xiu who had just severed her connection with the Extreme Yin Crown, all stepped forward in unison, congregating beneath the hovering Extreme Yin Crown. They all yelled in unison, raising their heads to gaze at the Extreme Yin Crown. Within their pupils, a luster surged, resembling a faint metallic luster. Affected by this radiance, the Extreme Yin Crown shook slightly, as if having just fallen into a deep slumber, it had awoken very quickly. Then, the majestic feeling of power appeared once more. It was just that the power fluctuations emanating now originated from the Extreme Yin Crown itself, not having a clear direction as they were released in response. With the Extreme Yin Crown as their center, 7 pillars of light similarly flickering with a faint golden radiance descended from the sky amidst the clear, cold moonlight, enveloping Feng Yunsheng and the others. Feng Yunsheng sensed her thoughts and feelings, seemingly establishing a connection with the sacred artifact in mid-air. While it was being shared with others, while the connection was still very shallow and limited, Feng Yunsheng's heart still inevitably shook. That place seemed like her homeland, like an incomparably familiar friend, like the place she belonged to. Feng Yunsheng's expression was neither joyful nor sorrowful as she looked quietly at the Extreme Yin Crown in mid-air. Once, for many years, that white crown in mid-air had been her unceasing goal and motivation. It was not just the hopes and aspirations of the sacred Sun clan, but also the life goal that Feng Yunsheng herself had been happy to strive for. Sadly, afterwards, it had been shattered like a mirage. Luckily, Feng Yunsheng's will was strong as she very quickly found a new life goal, firmly believing that even without the Extreme Yin physique, she would still be able to live a splendid life. After that, there was hope once again. Gaining and then losing, losing and then regaining. Going round and round, those who had not had similar experiences would be hard-pressed to understand how it felt. For herself, for Broad Creed Mountain, Feng Yunsheng had to go all out. While this was her first time officially participating, Feng Yunsheng had long since memorized the process of the Extreme Yin bout. Within the faint golden pillar of light, Feng Yunqing roared, her black saber leaving its sheath and chopping towards the air. Within the other 6 pillars of light, Meng Wan and the others also did the same, each displaying their specialties. The moves that they were currently executing were not purely the supreme martial arts of their respective clans, but the supreme extreme Yin arts of their own martial arts combined with the power of extreme Yin. Through the supreme extreme Yin arts, they had established a deeper connection with the extreme Yin crown, resonating with it. After someone had obtained the extreme Yin crown, with the extreme Yin crown as their Dao and the supreme extreme Yin arts as their artifact, they would be able to wield this powerful sacred artifact with their martial scholar cultivation base. The heavenly thunder hall's maiden of extreme Yin, Nian Lei, struck out consecutively with her palms, resembling rushing thunder. Within the pillar of light that enveloped her, a silhouette appeared, condensing into a great drum, dong 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 dong, sounds unceasingly, resembling the sound of thunder exploding one after another. Infinite boundless mountains maiden of extreme Yin, Ling Hui, resonated with the sacred artifact with her supreme extreme Yin arts, manifesting a seemingly unremarkable chisel that seemed able to pierce through a mountain. Jade Sea City's Chen Sutting manifested a massive vessel, riding the winds and breaking the waves. Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Xiu, however, manifested a paper umbrella, drifting amidst the rain. This was the first round of the bout to be judged by the sacred artifact, the extreme Yin crown. No one would be able to falsify it. Who was stronger and who was weaker was clear at a glance. Infinite boundless mountains Ling Hui was the weakest, the heavenly thunder hall's Nian Lei was the stronger, and Jade Sea City's Chen Sutting was a level above Nian Lei. The youngest of the 4, Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Xiu, was the strongest. Now, however, the clear cry of a young phoenix emitted from Meng Wan's mouth. Then, within the faint golden pillar of light that enveloped her, the silhouette of a fiery phoenix took form, spreading its wings and soaring. As the fiery phoenix spread its wings, it instantly suppressed the momentum of the others, dominating them all.